exciting, amazing, high-level Super Smash Bros. Action to bring you here tonight. My name is Kevin Clayton. I am joined by Nikita Barrett. Barrett, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling good. I say this every single time. It's always nice here. Good weather at the hangout. We have a little bit of overcast, but it's still warm outside. It feels nice. There's not like 40-mile-an-hour winds like there were at Friday, so feeling good. You know, it's always good when the Smash players get to a venue before like 9 a.m. I think we have all of our players on there, which is really nice. Outside of one player that we might talk about a little bit later had some miscommunication with their flight time. But yeah, we have Smash at Boots at the Beach, and like as Kevin mentioned, it's kind of getting bigger, it's getting better. If you've been a long time fan of the event, there's been like Smash a couple years ago, there's a high school invitational, there was an open tournament to high school players. You saw some overlap between those yesterday with the Pikachu player, who I think won the bracket the year before, right?
Yeah, well, he got 5th the year before.
Oh, okay.
This is his first time winning Boost, like, over the 3 years, which I was stoked about because he's been here every time. He does great. Real superstar.
Yeah, and so for like getting into the format of this, it's structured than just an open tournament. Starting off, we have 28 players invited to be out here. We wanted to make sure that you have like a place to showcase that regional talent. Right? Myrtle has some very extensive players, but not just Myrtle Beach. You have South Carolina, North Carolina, MPBA region. You can go down to Florida and whatnot and stuff like that. You want to share some more like specific details related to Anarchy Interview formatting and whatnot?
Oh yeah, so going right there.
I'm just supporting the players too.
7-player pool, round 12. 4 players from each pool move on to the next stage of the bracket, trying to beat the 6th person bracket for a prize at the end of the top 8. So, money's on the line. There's going to be a lot of fun, and we get to see a bunch of great talent, like you were saying. I mean, we've been looking that's the deal with players like Yosh, like 6 great players in Myrtle. It's crazy. We're going to see Krono later on in the but we're also going to see who's like 6
Yeah. Yeah, I think we have like a little bit of a mix-up backstage. I think we're going to cut to a break. We'll be right back. It's action-packed Super Smash Bros. See y'all.
That's why I was over there. I thought I was waiting for that screen to change. Okay. Mic audio is picking up through the webcam.
Got it back.
So should we just redo the entire thing we just did? But do we just kind of gap? Probably get it to next. So I think we can talk about more about after this match.
Same sort of intro, but like, do I address the tech issue or no?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Say like we're back again or something. Are we waiting the 2? Or are we just ripping?
I think
Cool.
we're just ripping. Yeah. So sorry for the delay, y'all. We had a little bit of a hiccup with audio issues, but everything should be working out well now this time around. Still got plenty of exciting Super Smash Bros. Action ready here once again. My name is Kevin Clayton, this is Nikita Bear, and we are going to be dealing with Pool 1 of this Boost on the Beach Smash Bros. Invitational.
Yeah, I believe we do have some graphics to help the fans at home kind of understand this format a little bit more. We're going to be using like the term wave, the term group, or the term pool. In this situation, we will have 2 pools at a time, and then once they complete, the other 2 pools will start, as you can see here. Group or wave will be synonymous with one another, describing basically when those things start. So Group A is right now with Pool 1 and 2, and you mentioned some of the names at the top right there. Anarchy is in this pool.
Yeah, that's going to be the name to keep an eye on for just like pure presence in this pool. If you can get a win on Anarchy, that's going to set an entire precedent for the rest of the bracket, both in the pools and in the actual bracket later on. Your seeding would be insanity, but it's a tall ask. 68, ranked top 68 in the world. That's a crazy stat.
And it's not just you get the win and then you get to move on from that point. All of these pools will be round robin within each other. So everyone will get that shot at Anarchy. But even if you do get that win, you still might have to face them in bracket afterwards. So it's not just the end of the day if you do get that one win. You still do got to wait until afterwards. And I think formatting-wise, every match will be BO3 in the round robin. Is that correct?
Yes, it should be best of 3, as well as just like general side of things. We should be seeing a majority of matches either on the stream or as well recorded later on for people to watch back at home. If you have a player here who you love following in any capacity, or you want to learn just a little bit more about their playstyle, you will be able to find the VODs later on in the broadcast. So all of that will be great stuff, but we are hopping into game here. Camo Rex versus Anarchy, Greninja versus Lucas. This is already going to be a super interesting matchup to start things off, because you have Lucas with that little bit of a projectile game, but still has some good aerial game sort of boxing potential. And then Greninja, who, like, admittedly, you don't always see too often, but man, he can be scary.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting too, because you like to see the like the Earthbound characters really have a lot of like interesting ledge play there. But Greninja, one of the characters who has more of a safer recovery to ledge. Like there's nothing really you have to be that frightened about seeing like a Lucas or an S on stage above you. So it'll be interesting to see how things do play out on this edgeguard game. Just seeing like one water shuriken getting sent out there, not going to do much. A couple % off stage.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Anarchy, trying to control the center stage while also using the platforms to sort of dance around what Lucas has going on. Camo Rex trying to stay above the center stage platform, making sure that Greninja can't be going for any down tilt or dash attack shenanigans. As we see, it could lead into up smashes like that, but this time around, it will just be an interaction off stage.
Yeah, and we saw an interaction there in neutral where Camo Rex had the knockdown situation, had the reset, but wasn't able to get the punish off of it just through a jab in there. Those are the situations with knockdown that you really need to take advantage of if you are Lucas. We see some of that edge play we mentioned, nothing really coming off of it.
Yeah, we do see, looking for these final hits. Percentage is starting to rack up on both sides. We do see Lucas able to get the down tilt, get the forward tilt going. Greninja able to make it back to ledge, but does get hit by the sweet spot forward air, but the DI is enough to hold on to this stock for a little bit longer. We do see the Nair into the forward air, and the same deal for Camo Rex, able to hold on for even longer still. Both sides doing an amazing job of holding on to this to start things off, and this is just the first match.
Yeah, neutral is really shifting back and forth there. Side B is able to get that kill confirmed there for Camo Rex, where you kind of just saw the switch based on the sweet percentage of like differentials of 10 or 5%. Really determined who was able to hold center stage, as Anarchy is finally able to take that stock. Only 11% to their name, so not too bad of a situation to be in, as you're able to get that combo that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, we do see that playing a grounded game against Greninja is going to be very dangerous. That is why Camo Rex is so deliberate about trying to dance around it, but using the side special to get that little bit of extra damage. Camo Rex caught off guard off stage means that he will lose a stock a lot earlier this time around. Very good spot for Anarchy.
And all of it was off of a read by Anarchy, knowing that Camo Rex is going to try to recover above to ledge, popped up with a tilt, and was able to continue the rest of the combo into that death. If Camo Rex just recovered low there, he'd still be alive right now.
Yeah, so I'm curious what we will see this time around. Using the PK Fire to stall just a little bit. We do see Anarchy trying to use the up special to potentially push Lucas away a little bit more, but there's that up special. Going for the up smash call out. If that connected, that would have been able to equalize things, but just barely misses, which means that follow-up Greninja Anarchy walks away with the win, 2 stocks in hand.
Yeah, I mean, that really did start out kind of like really even there. You saw a lot of scrap back and forth, and it really just all shifted off of that one read.
Oh, yeah.
On the left side of the stage.
I think a lot of what this game has to offer, especially when you're in a pool like this where you're going to be playing against a bunch of people, you want to be very deliberate about what you're showing, what tricks you have in your pocket. And so the fact that things were so even, I do think both players were sort of feeling each other out, trying to get an understanding of like, okay, what are you going for, and can I potentially punish that without revealing what sort of game plans I might want to use later on in this bracket. There's a whole bunch of mind games that can go into this.
Yeah, also because we are inviting a bunch of regional talent to this event, there is like a lot of situations where these players probably have at least a couple games on one another. So there might be even like further mind games where it's like, oh, I know what Camo Rex does in this situation. I'm just going to hard read this, hard call it out.
Yeah, so Anarchy is #1 in South Carolina, which means that in theory, a lot of these players will have some experience in some capacity against this Greninja, which could be a very great aspect going into these. As we see here, Camo Rex was able to get a good start on things, but the percentages are starting to even out. It's this off-stage interaction that seems to be where Camo Rex is getting caught a little bit. We do see, again, sort of trying to space it out, trying to stay above Greninja a little bit more, but once again, using the double jump off stage, we do see Anarchy going for the back air and trying to close out that stock. Yeah,
the high recovery is just not it for Camo Rex there. I mean, we were talking about how potent edge guarding against Greninja could be, but we're not even talking about the fact that Lucas off stage is in a very perilous position with a Greninja able to go out as far as that character is allowed to go. He was able to get the dash through turnaround grab into an up throw, but, you know, gets kicked in the face there. Doesn't have the DI that he had in the first game, and now we're back to pretty much even here. Pretty good for Camo Rex to bring things back.
Yeah, we are seeing a very patient game from Camo Rex, trying to utilize
the same call out.
Possible. Yeah. I mean, it's all there at the time. You were seeing it over and over, where Anarchy is doing a great job of really getting this high recovery out of the way. But there has to be a reason. Camo Rex probably knows some interaction, trying not to deal with the lower part of the stage. I don't know what that interaction could be at this moment, but I will say, if it ends up happening, it could spell detrimental as we see the down tilt into the up smash, closing out another stock.
Yeah, and now Anarchy is probably just going to be able to hold center stage with that full stock lead there, able to get what they want. The same exact call out on ledge there. The DI out was smart because Anarchy wasn't able to do anything off stage. You get the footstool, is able to get back.
We do see Lucas able to go back to the stage, does use the tether to get back onto the ledge, but again, the shadow sneak. That was the interaction. That is why Camo Rex was trying to go high, was because of that shadow sneak interaction. Trying to get a little close to the ledge this time around, it just didn't work.
Well, because I was thinking too with that tether recovery right there, it's like, oh, getting even or parallel is actually pretty decent, and then did it for the exact second time right after. It's like, oh, that is exactly why we have not been seeing tether recovery so far today.
Great stuff all around, though. I'm very happy just seeing the quick adaptations already. Like, I feel like I see so many players who are very deliberate about, okay, it was a one-time thing, maybe they won't do it again. That was okay, he tethered, well, let's see if they tether again. Like, all right, boom, and it worked. Like,
I think, yeah, I mean, it was almost just like, rinse and repeat. The name of the game really was, how long is it going to take me as Anarchy to get Camo Rex off stage? And then once off stage, it's like, okay, I know what you're going to do. You have to recover high because otherwise I will just hit you with the sneak. If you're, parallel, I'll go off stage, hit you with some aerial if I go low enough. And then that kind of just was the game. Like, you saw in situations where the game started and they actually have to vie for neutral, vie for that advantage. Things were pretty even. Yeah. I mean, we saw the first stock take I think in both games, the first stock took as long as the other two stocks took to take.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when talking about Anarchy, we just saw him take a total of 6 stocks while only losing 2. Like, that was a crazy interaction to really start this match off. If you are able to have that commanding presence, slow down the game to start things off, and then really dig into habits going forward, Ultimate can be a very patient game. You can really take your time to find out opponents' game plans, but the moment you find it, it should be foot on the gas. You really need to just let it rip.
Yeah, it's a really good thing for the side of Anarchy 2 to come out in your first game and just win it in that dominant of a fashion, where I think you kind of understand at a tournament like this where you have those round robin pools that you have a target on your back. Everyone wants to get a piece off you. And so coming out strong and showing, yeah, I'm, top 70 in the world for a reason. Like, yeah, I'm just going to call you out on your recovery option and then just wash you from there. Probably feels good.
Yeah, great stuff all around. I was loving what I was seeing from Camo Rex on just trying to very deliberately not deal with the Greninja like ground game. No dash attack, no down tilt. Was doing a great job of hovering between the platforms and the ledge to force Greninja, like Anarchy, to get real close. Lucas has a decent boxing game.
Yeah.
Like, some of his aerials can be really good and just cause problems. Just this time around, it didn't work out the way that maybe
I don't even know if it didn't work out. I think what just happened is every single time that the Lucas was actually on stage playing grounded, Anarchy just took advantage of it instantly. Yeah. Like, it was almost like, oh, okay, he has to drop down right here. I'm just going to go in for my combo and with the up smash. I think that literally was how every stock was taken that wasn't an offstage call out. It was the link into the up smash.
Which is, again, just kind of brutal, especially, I cannot imagine going into other matchups in this bracket. There are a lot of characters in Ultimate that do not have great aerial game. Mainly, higher tier characters that don't have great aerial game. I'm thinking Kazuya off the top of my head, but like, I don't know if we're going to see that today. We might, but those sorts of characters who really can't, like, have to force that grounded game, I don't know. There's a level of respect you kind of have to give your opponent in those sorts of situations, and that could be scary.
I mean, it's also the thing, too, like, going from the side of Anarchy where you're kind of playing this more, less popular, like, mid-ish tier character where you're the one who has all the reps against the higher tiers of the most played characters. And so you will always have the advantage when you're playing like someone like a Kazuya. I don't think we're actually going to have many Steves here today from what I've heard from the tournament organizers. But unfortunate. But yeah.
That's a bear favorite right there. That's wanted to see a little bit of the block, man. No, it should be interesting to see kind of which characters kind of make an appearance here today, because it speaks to the level of Ultimate already being like a super diverse character pool game. I think we're hitting a point now, like Ultimate's been out for, I believe the announcement trailer was 8 years ago, 2017.
Jeez, the release trailer was that long ago?
Yeah, the one with the Inkling. It was however many years ago yesterday. I was like, man, I'm getting old, man.
I feel like it's 7. Did it come out 2018, that release?
Yes.
Because what, game dropped 2019?
Sounds right.
I don't remember. Many a year ago.
Yeah, but all around, it just means that the meta for this game has taken time to develop, which now we're starting to see. Originally, everyone's like, oh yeah, you can find levels of success with all of these characters, and like, yeah, there's definitely a certain degree of truth to that. But now when you're dealing with like high-level, top-level talent, a lot of those characters kind of start getting shaved off. So I'm curious again, who we're expecting to see potentially going forward.
Oh, this is funny. We're kind of seeing who's coming up next. We were talking about the Earthbound characters as a genre. We are now getting Ness into Anarchy's Greninja. So
perfect.
I think this, really interesting because like a lot of the gameplay style is still the same. There's still some zoning with the projectiles. You have some of that side B option. You have some up B shenanigans. Immediately goes down to side B from platform. Kind of a hard read that Anarchy's immediately going to charge once that clock starts ticking down.
Yeah, trying to take advantage of Anarchy, looking for that grounded game to start things off. But we do see a bit of boxing already. Both players able to find a couple of good hits, and Sylex is doing a real good job of really committing to just making sure the pressure is going on for both sides. But again, catching that landing, that is going to be so important for the rest of this series.
Yeah, and and maybe that is the difference too, where Sylex immediately is going in for the boxing, not trying to play around the platforms too much. Ooh, thought had the right DI there, was not able to hold it, and now Sylex is down a stock. And pretty dominant start for Anarchy here. Sylex really needs to clear things up if wants to have a chance, because, you know, once Anarchy has a stock lead, it's kind of over so far from what we've seen.
Yeah, it's been very hard to deal with it once this game plan starts going. We do see the up air get a little bit of damage, but now Anarchy's off stage. Holding ledge a little too long means that we will see yo-yo interactions, but open up but the PK flash, PK pulls, it immediately knocks Anarchy way off the top, and a couple of PK fires adding damage too.
I like the mix-up there too, because I think Sylex went for PK Fire 1 and kind of feigned a grab and was baiting Anarchy rolling out, and then just ripped another PK Fire, gets the ledge trap, and is able to finish off with an F smash there. Has a stock lead. We have not seen this yet today.
Yeah, a couple of good down tilts means that we're able to see the combo continue. We are seeing great aerial game, but now the reversal from Anarchy, able to get a little bit more damage, trying to close out this stock. We do see both players able to get a little bit of control of the stage, but now we see Ness having to go back to the ledge. One nair into the forward air will be able to close this stock this time around. It is a one stock match, but we did see Ness with a little bit of extra percentage, and now Anarchy is off stage.
Yeah, now Anarchy is just doing the thing where they're just going to recover onto the middle of the stage from really high up, which is probably the smart option with how we saw how potent Ness's edge guarding can be.
I mean, right here we are seeing a bit of the slower pace, but caught using the PK Fire. The jump in does work this time around. Calling out the approaches with the forward air, able to get a combo going. Gets the back air
gets
off
caught
stage.
Again.
Yep, has to air dodge back to the ledge. It could be enough, not this time around, as both players move back to center stage.
Yeah, trying to vie for center stage here. It really is like, what neutral option's going to work here? Anarchy gets the call out, is able to finish it, and take that game.
I talked a little bit about this yesterday for the high school matches that we saw. One of the biggest, one of the easiest ways to tell when a player starts hitting a higher level is their comfortability off stage. I feel like a lot of players start off incredibly scared. I'm just going to stay grounded, I'm going to do my thing, and that's it. If you get the confidence to follow your opponent, to really chase them off stage at the risk of a potential reversal, you got to just be confident. And that, again, speaks to the level of the player. You need to be aware of when you can go for off-stage interactions like that, or potentially call out your opponent for just trying to go back to the ledge.
Well, I think it's also, try to continue the ladder there. Still gets it going off of a read. Oh, we get the drop down. What are you going to finish with?
Yeah, a couple of up tilts. Goes for another drag down into the upper air. Another drag down.
Oh.
But it is dropped, but it still got 92% in total.
I think Anarchy might have a little extended that a little too much there. I think had the opportunity to finish it off early. Doesn't matter there. Is able to read the loop-de-loop and just finish it off there. A little later than he wanted, but Anarchy is able to take that first stock in quite a dominant fashion.
Yeah, great stuff overall. We do see able to get back onto the ledge, but again, caught with another PK Fire just a little too close. Anarchy doing a great job of using that speed to really dance around these sort of projectile games and really keep the pressure going. Able to get the dash grab, get a little bit more damage going all the way to the top for another up air, and that is enough to take a stock off the top.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It really does seem like if you don't even things out in the first stock or so, Anarchy is just going to run away with things.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this here. We are seeing a little bit more of a boxing game coming out from the Nest player. Sylex is doing a really good job of trying to find that opportunity. Does get the back air to close out a stock, and we may see a little bit more pressure going forward. Going for the PK Fire to start things off. A lot of success when it connects, but as we've seen, otherwise the pressure can sort of slow down. Anarchy not rolling like we saw in the last round.
But the other issue is the only way for Sylex to come back from this deficit is to play scrappy, is to box. And with a 2-stock lead from basically a fresh stock, it's really easy for Anarchy to just get some chip damage in between getting comboed there, is able to get that knockdown on that platform, finish it off with an up smash there. Dominant. I think Anarchy is just warming up more and more each set that he's playing so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great call out. I mean, we saw able to get a really close approach, get that tech situation onto the platform. Any sort of tech roll out, I believe, would have been able to survive it, or at the very least, the up smash would have been sour.
Yeah.
Because of where that connected, roll in, get up attack, neutral get up, like all of that stuff would have gotten hit. That's just such an awkward spot to be in.
Yeah, and I think we have some more stats as well with Anarchy. It's probably going to look pretty similar to the last game, I think, because of how it actually played out. I think it was exactly the same, where it was last stock situation game 1 and then a 2-stock game 2. I think it was exactly the same.
Yeah, the big difference this time around, I think it was that PK Fire interaction we saw in game 1, where we saw just the snowball. If you can catch Anarchy off guard with something, that may be enough to sort of daze the player for a moment and really try to snowball the lead. Whatever tricks you've got, it's clear that you're going to need them.
Yeah, I think it was interesting because Sylex kept doing the same option in game 2, where I think they knew that Anarchy wasn't going to get chump checked by the single PK Fire. So it's always throw PK Fire 1, run into my PK Fire, then throw a second one.
Wow.
And I think by the time it was game 2, like Anarchy knew it was going to come. Like I knew you're not going to grab me to the first one. I could just walk away, and then you're going to throw a second one, and I could just jump over it. Like, so I think it might have been like using all the tricks a little too early there, where they might have shown their entire hand to start that game, and Anarchy was like, okay, you got nothing left.
Yeah, and I mean, you can definitely come up with even more tricks, even during this pool play. Like, there are multiple opportunities to try and experiment, figure things out. But for now, I mean, commanding performance so far. Anarchy definitely making a name for himself, just starting things off. Definitely expected, seeded relatively well, of course, but like...
Yeah, do you have all the pools written out right now? I'm trying to
just
think.
pool 1 on this sheet for
okay,
now.
because I think out of Wave 1, Anarchy is now the highest ranked player. Probably the, like, if you do the little start GG expected thing. Yeah, I think we have the bracket right here. The pools right here. Because something we didn't note is that Elim, I think, absorbed the seed 1. But seeding doesn't matter in pools, but absorbed the seed 1 for pool 2. Do you remember the name of the player who got stuck in New York?
It was Jahzzo.
It was Jahzzo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Missed their flight coming down here from New York. Is a generally local player, but was in New York this past weekend and wasn't able to make it down. So in all of Wave A, pretty good looks for Anarchy. If Anarchy's able to play to how they expect to, kind of place if you do that little start GG show projected, if Anarchy keeps winning, pretty good side because he doesn't have to run into Jahzzo on pool 2.
Yeah, we are getting a little bits of information more as this production keeps going on. A bunch of players are filling out information forms trying to let us know a little bit about them, which has been great so far. I mean, like I said, players like Yosh are in pool 1, 6 ranked in Myrtle, but also we were seeing that this player, Yosh, started in 2024.
Okay.
I don't know what's in the air right now, but there have been so many players across multiple titles, not just in Super Smash Brothers, but in the go-to example I'm going to say is Street Fighter. Capcom Cup just happened. 15-year-old rolls up after playing the game for 1 year, gets second place. What's in the air? What is happening? People are starting to figure out the streamline. I'm not saying this game is solid. No fighting game is ever truly solved, but it seems like people are figuring something out to get real good real quick.
I had the opposite one where I was watching an Ultimate tournament, I think 2 weeks ago, and I saw Zachary, and I was like, I remember when this kid was 14 years old at Summit 1 for Smash Ultimate, and he's 23 now. I'm like, what is going on?
Oh man, no, don't say that.
Yeah, you might be as old as Zachary. That's crazy to me.
I am. I was going through high school, playing at my local, playing King K. Rool, going 2-2 and nothing more.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Oh, man. We are seeing that the players are getting seated for the next game, getting ready for that side of things. But I also want to talk a little bit about Camo Rex, who we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Ooh, fun fact about them. Apparently they make music.
Oh.
Yeah, they just kind of make their own music around here. They started playing in 2021. So we are seeing, again, newer players to Ultimate, in the last couple of years, which excites me.
Well, I think of the top 100 there, or the top 200, whatever it is nowadays. I think there are at least, I would probably say at least 5 to 10% of the players are under the age of 18 right now. I will say almost all of them are from Japan because of how vibrant that scene is right now. But a lot of young players getting into Ultimate in the last few years. I don't know, maybe they're preparing for the next one that's coming out soon.
I hope so, man. That would be great stuff overall. I mean, just in its entirety, seeing people still like try to find new ways to sort of like fill their own niche in this scene has been so much fun. Because like we don't see, at least in the collegiate, you know, I usually am talking over like collegiate crew battle shenanigans.
Yeah.
But this time around, like, we're seeing Ness, we're seeing Greninja, we saw Lucas.
Yep.
And those are 3 characters that I personally do not see very often in that sort of setting, which is just interesting to say that the playstyle sort of changes between tournament play and in the potential crew battle format.
Yeah, what do we got right now? I'm looking around right now. We have a
We got Joker. I'm seeing
Pokemon
Joker.
Trainer, Joker. Obviously, we have a Yoshi. Trying to see who's clapping in the bottom right.
That's K-Rool.
That's a K-Rool?
Yeah,
God.
we got the Croc.
We see a Sheik and a Cloud. Those might be friendlies, though. I don't know if they were like, maybe they were some of the people were fooling around. I'm not really sure.
So funny. All right, we are going to be getting into game here in just a second, but we will see.
Why are there so many Lucases here? What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, hey, Earthbound, man. We're getting plenty of representation. It's great. But we're also seeing, again, sort of a new face this time around. Lucky the Almond is playing the Robin.
Yeah.
Which, again, another character that I feel like I don't see super often, but definitely has this sort of strong playstyle where one L-Fire can really just disrupt an entire game plan.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting to see here, too, where I think the Lucas in this situation is the more potent one off stage. Like, I think Regalo is going to be able to do a lot of stuff that maybe one of the last 2 Earthbound players would have liked to have done against like Greninja, but it's just not viable in that matchup, where we're just seeing Regalo be super potent around this ledge, around the edge of the stage here. And any high recovery, you might get hit by that up B, throwing out some of those fires, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, Lucky the Almond able to get back onto the stage, but we're looking at a 0 to death to start things off at 155%. Lucky the Almond loses this first stock, does find an air to start things off for their own game plan, but that's definitely the way that this matchup is going to go. When you hop into a match, someone is playing their game plan. You have to play around, like someone is getting to play their game, and someone else has to play around theirs.
Yeah, and you mentioned that it was a 0 to death there. He was able to catch him at ledge there, gets the dare, gets a little bit of the gimp right there. And now we're seeing 3 stocks to 1. Only 21% has been taken off of Regalo here. That first stock you mentioned was a 0 to death. I don't know if it was more impressive or less impressive that wasn't just like a 1 single string combo. We're not talking about like a Luigi chain. That was a full minute of neutral play while staying at 0%.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful stuff so far. I'm loving what I'm seeing, but there is that L-Fire.
Yep.
Catching off stage off of a PK Thunder recovery means that, I mean, Lucky the Almond found a great spot there. Sorry, the multiple Thunder spells. That was Arc Thunder. It does does get 37% onto Regalo. Great stuff so far.
But there is some potential call out here for Lucas with the down B to maybe like try to get some of that back, but we'll see what happens here. He's able to go down, save a little percent right there.
Yeah, that was very interesting considering the fire was already out. Like, it was sitting there and still able to use the side magnet to get a little bit of health back. Just kind of an interesting sort of niche interaction.
With how much it lingers out there, I'm surprised it still worked. Oh, almost had the call out there.
Yeah.
This goes for a little down tilt and retreats back. Once Lucky was able to get back to ledge, and that boot is going to do it for the 3rd stock. Yeah, it really seemed like Regalo went kind of like deep down left, like real deep, where I think made it linear enough for Lucky to get the kill. Where otherwise that might have just been a 3 stock if there was I don't know what happened, like maybe it was a bad DI catch out down there to the left, but
yeah, I mean, great stuff overall. I do think that right now Lucky is definitely like finding a little bit of footing, trying to figure out like, okay, what can I get away with, what can't I in this sort of matchup. Whenever you're playing with a projectile character that's throwing it horizontal, you always need to have a good gauge of what's the distance for my opponent to jump over and then try to punish me.
Yeah.
So as we see, we move to a smaller stage this time around, which means we may see a little bit more of that sort of punish game. But for now, Lucky the Almond trying to take a bit of a back step, trying to disengage a little bit before getting their game plan online, as we do see a little bit of time before that Levin sword is online.
Yeah, you do get rid of the smaller platforms where a Lucas can really be a menace on like reading some of the mistech roll get up options there. But I mean, so far, I don't even think the platforms that needed to come into play there. Almost catches Lucky at the edge.
Yeah, this is definitely where Lucky the Almond had the best opportunities to really keep pressure on Regalo, was trying to do offstage interactions. But we do see Regalo using the side magnet saying, listen, you are going to have to get close if you're going to try to do anything. Or I can get close. I can control the pace of this game if you want me to, but that's a very dangerous thing to do in a fighting game.
It's just run down Lucas right now. Regalo is just completely running, just throwing out that fair on shield. Is able to like kind of fall backwards a little bit too to be out of punish range. And now we're just seeing the exact same link once again.
Yeah, Lucky the Almond, she's doing a great job of really keeping that pressure going, but does get hit by the Regalo reversal. Does get a little bit of hit damage in response, but both players taking a step back. Again, Lucky the Almond doing a great job of really trying to space out this game plan and tried to get Regalo to take just a little bit of an extra step forward, but when you have PK Fire, you could take a step back and still get your game plan online.
Yeah, is able to tuck the PK Thunder right there, get back to ledge safely, but we are still in this very scary situation of being edge guarded. Is able to get the reversal here. What are you going to do?
We do see trying to get the roll
back, maybe roll back grab option there, but Regalo's prepared for that, isn't going to get caught by it, and is just chucking out that boot once again.
Yeah, I mean, that forward air definitely has insane knockback on that sweet spot, but I did like what I saw from Lucky the Almond, able to go for a Thunder, trying to stuff out the PK Fires potentially and trade that out. Problem is that you still have to deal with that side magnet. You got to be real careful, but trying to keep Regalo off stage, potentially get the game plan online, does find an up air to secure one stock.
Yeah, and we kind of saw what Lucky, I think, was going for with this stage pick here, where she was able to kind of weave between below plat on top of plat to extend aerial combos all the way down to the ledge, but wasn't able to do anything once Lucas was off stage.
Yeah, great stuff overall. I'm liking what I'm seeing, sort of trying to slow down the pace of the game and finding opportunities to get around Regalo's approach once at that sort of edge-ledge situation, where you can sort of dance around it, but we do see trying to go for the down air, potentially throw the fire in response to a potential PK Fire, but Regalo going for the side magnet this time around means a little bit of health is recovered, but there's that there's that L fire, able to stuff out the approach. We do see trying to go for a landing forward air, but it's not enough this time around as Regalo is in an awkward spot.
Lucky is going for a lot of aerials on Regalo's shield that don't look very safe. I think fortunate enough that Regalo just rolls immediately after, but there might be a time where that just gets immediately punished with an option out of shield.
Regalo just regenerated like 20 health off of that. That's wild, because that went from kill percent to not. Like, we went from having one more potential interaction on this stock before losing it out, and that's not what you need in a situation like this, as one more forward air will be able to close it out as a solid win for Regalo.
I think she was holding out too, so it looked like the DI was leaning outwards, so I think it was like a dash back option. So unfortunate to get caught right there. Really good stuff from Regalo there, though.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw, again, at the end of game one, a bit of that, like, oh, hey, this is sort of the approach I need to take to this game plan. I love the idea of using like a light thunder spell to try and match the PK Fire, like in the middle, like stuff out the approach that way. It's just that side magnet was like, it's the one tool, if any other interaction against characters playing in a similar way, that would be ideal. You could slow down the pace of the game as much as you want. But suddenly, now you could potentially heal your opponent. You're feeling the pressure to approach as a character that is slow. Like,
yeah, that's the issue there. She wants to be able to try to hold space, kind of buffer movement options by placing various projectiles in certain places. And yeah, Lucas and Ness kind of just break that.
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, game plan aside, both players definitely found opportunities and tried to punish each other's game plan. Like, there were multiple opportunities for Regalo to, like, call out the roll-ins. Like, you had Robin on the side of the stage. Yeah, I could jump off, or I can try to roll in, potentially get a little bit of that game plan going. But again, we're starting to see some really dominant performances here. We're not seeing super like nail-bitingly close 2-game series, usually when someone gets that initial momentum, they snowball it hard.
Well, I mean, this was even more dominant of a performance than any of the other Anarchy matches we saw, where I think it was just straight 2 stocks here. We had the 0 to death for the full first minute of game 1. Like, yeah, this was a quite dominant performance that we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, great stuff overall. We are seeing the players are getting situated for the next match. But while we wait, I'm curious what sort of, like, if you are feeling the pressure as a Robin player, you have some good, like, get off me options. I know that up smash covers a ton of space to the side, like, you know, like Pyramithra, like Marth level of, like, scoop. But I couldn't really tell if it was close enough for this Lucas. It felt like the spacing was just barely off, where you could dash back and then PK fire.
I think it's also like easy to talk about like what moves are viable in a situation outside of the fact, but Regalo was just like rush down. Yeah. Like it was an option where like Lucky would roll away or dash away, and it's just Lucas just straight zooming after. Like, I don't know if there really was much situation to even try to use your get off me options because she was too busy running away from Regalo's pressure.
So as we see Anarchy taking the seat once again, going on to that Greninja, we see a new matchup, a new character for this broadcast this time around. It is a Sonic Greninja matchup.
Yeah, and now talking about some of those more meta characters, we finally get to see one of the more prevalent characters in the meta right now in that form of that Sonic.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the few characters who can probably beat out Greninja's speed in the ground game. So I would expect Ojutai to really keep their game plan going. But as we start things off, Anarchy's doing a really good job of controlling the pace of this match.
Yeah, but I think like with how strong Sonic can be on the ground and how good Anarchy is at reading grounded gameplay, that it might not be to the benefit of the Ojutai to like actually play grounded, because like one catch at this percent will just lead into an up smash.
Right, as we do see Anarchy very deliberately trying to get back to the center stage, saying, hey, I'll let you spin dash, go for it, but I want control. I want to have all the options I need to deal with your game plan once you start dashing in.
And then those platforms as well. I think that really will be where Anarchy's able to get a lot of his confirms. Get a lot of damage and try to link into that kill. So I think taking note of trying to like read what Ojutai is trying to do out of their options on the ground near the platforms. When Anarchy, so good at reading movement, hasn't been able to actually get the hit on it, but was like basically right there every single time Ojutai tried to recover.
Yeah, we do see trying to get that ledge trump situation, but it doesn't work out this time around. Ojutai able to get back onto the stage, using the shield to survive just a little bit longer, but in an up throw was able to take the stock. I wasn't expecting that.
No. Yeah, just the empty land into grab into up throw on that platform there. I mean, I guess that's like one of the tricks out of the bag, a little bit of a mix-up there.
Yeah, I mean, when you're sitting at a high percent like that, we do see Anarchy potentially going for water push off stage sort of setup, but opts to just get back onto the stage, not messing with that Sonic speed, as we do see Ojutai get back onto the platform, eat a forward air, sitting at 88, but is able to make it back to the ledge this time around.
Yeah, win out there, win for it all there. And that's kind of like what you're talking about with that risk reward we mentioned a couple of sets ago, where I think Anarchy realized, even if I do get reversals here at this percent, it's kind of fine anyways, but the reward would be I would be up 2 stocks while Ojutai would be on their last stock in this game 1.
Yeah, we do see the back air able to hit sort of on that ledge. We do see the down tilt into the forward air able to close another stock, as Anarchy is sitting nice and pretty at 124. Almost anything could take this stock, but a little bit of a patient game means that we could be seeing even more extra credit for the percentages.
Yeah, what do you got here? Yeah, Sonic really doesn't have much of an option there to get a kill, even though Anarchy is at over 130%, and you get the grab. Oh no, and Anarchy is just chaining Taylor. You're probably going to go out there.
Yeah, it does try to find the shadow sneak, but it's not enough this time around. We do see Sonic able to get back onto the stage, find the back air, and close out the stock. 66% in the pocket, but even so, it could be enough to try and even things out. We did see a very nice up air, but not much more. A very early air dodge, trying to not get hit by a potential forward air.
Yeah.
does get called out and does mean that smash attack will close out this game.
It was almost like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation there for them, where it was, okay, I know that Anarchy's going to go for the fair, so then obviously I need to air dodge out of this. But if I air dodge out of this and I air dodge down, what'll happen is Anarchy will be right there to clean me up right after. So,
I mean, it's a 50-50, and sometimes in fighting games, that is your best odds, and sometimes that is your worst nightmare. So in this situation, it doesn't work out this time around, but all the same, it does seem like we're seeing a bit more able to close out that one stock, but Anarchy once again just kind of showing how dominant of a presence, like going forward, this is the player that you need to keep an eye on.
oh yeah. Well, I think, like you mentioned it too, after taking their first stock, that Ojutai did look like a little more comfortable. We saw some more of like those combo strings being put together. Ultimately didn't lead to anything else, but I think it did look like they were a bit more comfortable in this game.
Yeah, trying to catch out with the up air. Ojutai trying to get a little bit more damage, but Anarchy doing a really good job of catching the spin dash. I feel like you can't always
and there
do
it
that.
is.
Great stuff overall. Able to find the side special once again to close out another stock off stage, only taking 8%.
Oh, and it's all our Anarchy right now. Is able to get a little bit of a combo there. What are you going to do? Oh, back to the punish option. Misses right there, but is still kind of in this situation. Oh, able to throw out an aerial to get off, but right back to the ledge again.
Was going for the forward smash, trying to call it all out. Does get a bit of a down air combo. Does get a little bit more damage. Tries to go for the shadow sneak again, but it doesn't work out this time around, as we do see the spin dashes trying to get a bit of momentum going. But Anarchy, again, doing a great job of sort of dancing around that game plan. The air dodge is used, but is not punished, as Ojutai is able to get back onto the stage.
Yeah, and what do you got here? I think a lot of it is, too, Ojutai is getting these options in neutral, like getting these raw grabs, and just like maybe it's like the weird percentage you shouldn't be going for it. Did Anarchy tech that?
Oh no, it was sent a little bit under. Just the spring has just enough knockback to be just a little awkward for now. We will probably see a tech situation a little bit later on, but for now, just kind of slowing down the pace. Oh, I say that and then the back air. Oh, man.
But yeah, I really don't know what Sonic has on the throw options on Greninja at these percents that we've been seeing, because it really just seems like, okay, I'm just going to chuck one of these throws, and like that's the follow-up. There's nothing after I return to neutral.
Yeah, I liked that idea of trying to use the neutral beat to get a little bit more damage going, trying to call out Anarchy for going off stage, but we did see a very nice close to that stock, as here comes the combo game.
There's the air dodge. Reads the air dodge out. Isn't going to go down for the air dodge down. Sonic might be able to recover here.
Yeah, it does have to go pretty low. Is able to get back onto stage, but at the cost of 47%, does find the forward smash to close out this stock. Could potentially find a bit of the combo game to start things off. There's that grab into a up air. The back air doesn't connect, but the spin dash does. As we see, that forward smash can hit as Greninja is trying to grab that ledge. It could potentially close out the stock incredibly early.
Yeah, and I think that's the big difference maker there, where I think in last game, Ojutai would have gone for that grab and instead just read where Anarchy was going to go, and I'm not going to grab you. I'm just going to hit you with an F smash, because that will confirm into a kill.
Yeah, we do see another forward smash charge. Again, trying to close out the stock at ASAP. Anarchy trying to go high. Does land on Ojutai, though, and they're not having any of that. And the up special does get pineappled beneath PS2. We do see a little bit of pressure game going. Does go off stage, both players.
Oh, platform read.
Oh, man. Caught on the platform, and I think the water had a bit of influence on that.
Oh, you might be right on that. Yeah, kind of a really interesting scenario too, because I was worried about Ojutai going off stage right there, because like Anarchy lives off stage. Like that's, if you're gonna have a situation where that risk reward might lean more into the risk category, that's your final stock. Anarchy could do the craziest thing off stage, get the kill while losing their stock themselves, and that's just a win right there. So I was worried there. Is able to recover, get back on stage, and Anarchy was ready for it and just hit off the platform.
Yeah, it'll be great stuff overall. I am very excited to see Anarchy play against the Lucas we saw in the last round.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Because while we saw Anarchy really control the tempo of the match against Anarchy, it was interesting that, again, like stocks taken, stocks lost, that sort of like ratio for Anarchy is, again, a little lower. It seems like the Lucas we saw before is a very dominant player, but I don't know if it's just by nature of Anarchy's game plan with Greninja, if it's just going to be too much.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Unfortunately for Regalo, Anarchy has already played a Lucas today, so maybe got a little warm in the matchup there. But yeah, I think that is what it is. I think that might be it for this first block. I know that we have kind of like hour by hour different talent, different people coming on the stream. So I think that might be it for this duo for now. It has been a great start to Smash at Boost on the Beach. I am Nikita Bear, joined by the one, the wonderful, way awesome Kevin, and I think we'll be back soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to our Boost on the Beach Smash Bros. Invitational. I'm Chris Clayton. I'm joined by my lovely brother, Kevin, because we have a pretty special opportunity here coming up. For those of you who may be caught the end of that BRB screen, you might have seen the coming up next. We've got Lucky the Almond taking on Elim. And if any of you know me and Kevin, you probably know us from that logo on Kevin's shirt, because Elim is one of the students at Shenandoah University that we are pretty familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an enigma of Shenandoah University, because it's a player that I believe we've talked a little bit on the desk, but one that I don't think the community has seen on stream, except for maybe like 2 events. And both times, you can see a lot of different potential, like, characters and playstyles. And, like, it seems like Elim kind of finds a playstyle, sticks with it until there's another opportunity to really try something else.
Yeah, Elim is an interesting situation, or an interesting character at Shenandoah because he's a dog at Rocket League. So he plays for the varsity Rocket League team at Shenandoah. They compete in NACE Varsity Premier. They're very good. But because of that, he cannot compete in Smash at the same time. So we don't get to see Elim on our broadcast back home very often. So this is a pretty cool opportunity for me and Kev, just selfishly. But we've got an exciting matchup because Elim is not the only person on our screen. We get to watch Lucky the Almond as well, one of the stronger players in the Myrtle Beach area, a very well-known Robin in the area.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch because I feel like Rob is going to slow down the pace of this game a lot. And the last time we saw Lucky the Almond, playing Robin in a fast matchup seems extremely difficult, so now going to see this sort of magic setups that we would expect out of the character, I'm really looking forward to seeing the wild sort of game plans they could have as they re-grab their book to throw it. Like, we're seeing already a much more sort of aggressive but pace-controlled playstyle out of Lucky the Almond.
Yeah, you've been here with Nikita for a while, and I'm sure you can attest the competition here has been very impressive so far and will continue to be very impressive. We've got some awesome players coming in today to participate in this invitational, and these two are no exception. So, Lucky the Almond now up over 100%, relatively even percentage game as we continue through. Nice little jab reset, can't get much off of it though out of Elim, so stock count remains tied.
Elim going for the down airs off stage, trying to get a little bit more of that game plan online, but the down throw into the up air will be able to close out that stock this time around. We do see a sour spot forward air into the nair. Going for the tech in place means that an L-Fire will get even more damage online as Elim with that big body is just eating more and more.
Yeah, something we know about Elim, you and I, is that the character pool is very deep. So that could be something to keep an eye out for between games, but we'll get there when we get there. We just might switch off the Rob if this game doesn't go how he likes it. And, I mean, you said it, Rob's got a big body, and with these Robin hitboxes, that can cause problems the longer this goes on.
Yeah, but I'm loving that interaction there. Lucky the Almond doing a good job of really controlling the tempo with the different magics, but the top was, the gyro was able to beat out and just cancel the L-Fire, which is an insane interaction. You're not always going to have the gyro in your hands, but that's kind of nice to know that that could be your tool to approach in any sort of given situation. But for now, Lucky the Almond doing a great job of really controlling the center stage, really keeping that game plan online as both players are looking for their next opportunity to approach, as Elim finds the opportunity to get a couple of down tilts online, but is going to get just a little bit of percent before we're back on center stage. The air dodge to grab the gyro. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, Elim has had an uncomfortable amount of opportunities to go for the down arrow off the ledge, and obviously they're not all going to connect, but the more shots you take, the more likely one of them's going to hit. So it's keep an eye on that. I'm nervous that one of these stocks is going to get stolen before we even really get to notice, as Elim strings a couple down tilts into a grab. Can he get the up smash? He absolutely can, taking a stock advantage now.
Yeah, Lucky the Almond not going for too much of a match there. I mean, when you're in a berry situation, you will see that sort of interaction. The back air, able to close it out, and I mean, that's the thing, right? You can play to this advantage right now. Lucky the Almond had such a great tempo throughout all of this match so far, so I imagine once they get back onto the ground, that may be the opportunity to try and equalize things. But Elim doing a good job of using the platforms this time around to play sort of this diagonal game rather than the pure horizontal, as we see a down tilt into the forward air, the PK, or the L-Fire, excuse me. There have been a lot of Earthbound characters on
yes,
stream recently. The L-Fire doing a great job of really keeping that pressure going, as we do see a ledge trump situation. But the back air hitting on Rob and not actually the fire, is able to close out the stock.
Yeah, good enough for Elim. So the Rob works out, and I can't imagine we'll see a swap after, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But good stuff out of Elim. Good stuff for both sides. This Robin player is very well-rounded. Did take the lead early, but just couldn't quite hold on to it.
Yeah, once Elim started playing again on that platform and using the projectile game there, it felt like it was a lot more difficult to deal with it as Robin. Like, Lucky the Almond definitely has the right idea for the game plan and definitely had multiple opportunities to get it online, but there were just a couple of small interactions that didn't work out this time around. Going into this match, I imagine we will see a couple adaptations to potentially try and deal with this robot.
Yeah, small battlefield to pick for game number 2 here as both players opt for their projectiles and they perfectly cancel each other out to start the game, but that's a lot of fun. Now, okay, the projectile game's still in play, but keep an eye for those offstage interactions, right? We saw Elim go for so many of those down airs. I said it last game, and it still applies now. He had a lot of opportunities, hasn't connected on one, but I'm no statistician, but I think that means he's about due for one.
Yeah, Lucky the Almond trying to find a couple of spacing, just trying to dance around Elim's game plan. She's definitely finding opportunities to really get her game plan online, but for now, it's these gyros and the neutral special that's doing so much, and the Elwind recovery just going up to the platform a little bit higher won't work out this time around.
Yeah, just got the up smash off the platform, caught the landing. Well done there out of Elim. So, Lucky the Almond a bit less momentum here in game 2, a bit finding less windows, but an opportunity now as they try to go off stage and punish that Rob recovery, but it's so versatile, he can make it back from just about anywhere. So, Elim stays safe, up to 80% now.
Yeah, we do see a very good Nair trying to get a little bit more damage online. Elim, again, slowing down the pace of this game, really trying to take advantage of that sort of diagonal game plan once again. The Arc Thunder thrown out, but Clanks with the gyro. That gyro just, frankly, stopping that game plan dead in its tracks is crazy as we see it. Gyro off stage, having to burn the double jump, does go for the side special off stage, goes for a quick spin. The tech, very hard to time in that sort of situation. You don't know when it's going to end, but it does end as Elim is playing the slow delay game.
Elim just waiting it out. I mean, he's got a 2-stock lead. The clock's still at 5 minutes, but I mean, I guess he is in danger of losing this first stock here soon, and he is unable to make it back from that one, so he does finally lose that stock after running away for a good amount of time. Back to low percentage now, as if we're in a new game, but with a full stock lead, Elim feels like he's in pretty good control right now.
Yeah, we do see the Levin Sword bouncing up, is able to get Elim off stage for just a little bit longer, but there's that gyro, able to set up into the laser, does throw it down to potentially get the neutral get up. There's that the L fire to get a little bit more damage online. We do see a bit of a slowdown pace. The book able to delay Elim's approach off stage, as we do see a good grab, but not going for the down throw this time around. We did see Lucky the Almond preemptive mashing, which would have been able to really break out of that. The up air call out on the jump won't be enough this time around, as Robin's sitting at 134, but one more good hit should be able to do it.
Yeah, dangerous territory now for Lucky the Almond. Not much room for error, up to 160% in the forward air, just goes and finishes the job. Elim takes care of business. 2 stocks left and a series in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, offstage forward air, it definitely has good knockback at that level of percent, but it's when I don't see the kill spark, like, I'm like, really? But I don't know. Ultimate's been out for how many years, Chris? It was the anniversary back in like 2018 of the trailer yesterday. So like, it's been a while.
Wow, that's kind of a cool stat.
Yeah, right?
that it was just the anniversary yesterday. That's fun. Well, yeah, strong showing out of Elim. We can take a look at his stat line here. Pretty simple stuff in a best of 3, right? He got all 6 of his own and only lost 3, so well done all around. And Elim's off to a strong start as being sort of a last-minute shoe-in into this tournament.
Yeah, that's been a big theme of today so far, is that we've seen Elim and players like Anarchy who have been having very strong performances, as well as like Camo Rex and players like that who are getting wins. They're not like, the stock count is much more like higher than you would expect. These games are usually 2-stock games. We haven't really seen like a last stock, last hit situation so far. And so I think that's just speaking to the level of these players starting things off. Once we get into the actual bracket side of things, I think that will really try to like equalize things, and we may see some real nail biters.
Heck yeah, we've got some awesome players here, and they are certainly evenly matched among each other, especially up at the top. So it's hard to say who might come out on top here, but I believe we're sort of winding down in our first block of competition, which means we should start getting some fresh faces here soon. I don't believe just yet on mainstream, but we'll have, our next 2 pools checking in here probably like as we speak. So pretty exciting stuff, but it does look like we're going to have...
Ooh, there it is.
Yeah, Sylex and Camo Rex making a return here for mainstream.
Yeah, both players are definitely strong. They had very strong performances and were able to sort of get their own game plans online, where this time around, someone's game plan is going to take priority here. I don't know which of the 2 players it's going to be this time around, but as the tempo of the game goes, it could be a relatively even match, a sort of back and forth as we see 2 Earthbound characters going back and forth on it. And that side magnet, I imagine, is going to have a pretty big impact.
This is a kind of fun canonical matchup. I don't actually know anything about Earthbound like as a game outside of Smash, so I don't know the relationship between these characters, but feels like a clash of the titans as Lucas and Nesco off stage both have to go for their recoveries, but only one makes it back. That was an awesome first stock just in this matchup itself.
Again, we talked a little bit about it earlier. Chris, we talk about it on the desk back at Shenandoah all the time. Comfortability off stage speaks to the level of the player. For both players to be in that offstage situation, Camo Rex was looking for a potential reversal, but Sylex was looking to really close out that stock. I mean, it's just insanity what these players are going for. Going for the runoff off stage into the Nair does mean that we will secure another stock as Sylex is at 92%.
Yeah, great stuff. Sylex, a very strong player from North Florida, has been ranked since 2021 and absolutely putting that on display. Camo Rex has only been competing since 2021, but does find his first stock there, here local from Myrtle, trying to represent the area, but so far, this Lucas has, or the Ness, excuse me, has been in full control so far.
Yeah, so that is the answer to the question at the start of this match. Who's going to be controlling the pace of this game? And it does look like it will be Ness for this matchup, at least this time around. As we see PK Fire interaction right there, able to get back from the ledge as we see going for a bit of a center stage control, trying to get a little bit more. Does get the forward air and a call out on the air dodge. Does mean that we do see an interaction. Oh,
wow.
An aggressive approach, trying to use the up smash to close out that recovery. Was practically like a couple of frames, maybe like 1 or 2.
This has been fascinating to see how these players have been playing around their PK Thunders. Oh wow, Sylex does just finish with the back air from center stage. A very, very strong throw. We all knew that, but yeah, it's been interesting to see these players play around their PK Thunders differently, whether they're going to overshoot the ledge or just go straight at the player, go straight at the ledge, because both players have that in their kit, and I'm sure use it differently. I'm pretty sure, does Lucas's go farther?
Both players, I remember right, both players go about the same. The big thing is that if Ness's PK Thunder hits, it ends. But Lucas's PK Thunder just lingers. Like, you will see the opponent just get hit over and over and over, where it's just multiple hits, and it kind of it hurts. Or I might be getting those two swapped now that I think about that out loud. Either way, it's a difference enough for potentially combo starting or potentially getting like a roll-in read where they will PK Thunder at the ledge and then try to loop it back. There's a lot of crazy stuff you can see with these Magic users.
Absolutely. Now, Sylex taking the lead in this series, representing Florida well, as now we find ourselves on a platform. A good little combo out of Sylex. This matchup continues to astonish me, as both of these characters can absolutely kill and die at very low percentages, and we see the platform come to save the day there for Sylex as he finds the neutral be off the stage. Very impressive stuff to get back on stage now as the percentages even out. We go back to no platforms and either player just trying to knock the other one off to start anything right now.
Yeah, we do see using the platform to get a little bit more control, trying to stay safe in that situation. Does go for the up throw, but Camo Rex will not have just enough percent for now onto Sylex. But I will say, when you are in this sort of situation, a good snake will be able to find the grab and does go for that little bit of a back throw. It won't be enough this time around, but a good run up forward into the back throw will be enough. Ness's back throw being just such a commanding force, you got to be ready for it a lot throughout this matchup.
Yeah, it has to be one of the strongest in the game, I would think. I mean, maybe not, but it's certainly a kill throw. So, Sylex, yeah, good timing there. And what did you see?
I mean, we're seeing that Sylex has a super low shield and yet has found 2 parries in a row. Like, that thing should be popping, but even still in these sorts of situations is finding great success. Does get hit by the forward air this time around, but at the extra credit cost of about 58%.
Yeah, wow. Now, Sylex with a clean slate on the percentage, but Camo Rex trying to claw back, finds himself back off stage. And I mean, I'm noticing that the combos from both of these characters just don't last very long. It's a lot of just random hard hits that just rack up percentage until one of these guys dies, and it's, I don't know, it's kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, we do see the roll in and the yo-yo call out potentially trying to hit the other side as well in that sort of situation. Does go for an offstage PK Thunder, does get a couple of up tilts into the dash attack, but not much more, trying to play it slow. Multiple down tilts thrown out, trying to get that combo continued, but it will be the up throw to start things off. An air dodge off stage, trying to get a little bit more of the game plan online. Does find a way to land, but does get grabbed in response. A couple more down tilts, and trying to go for a potential whip punish there as well. I mean, I think we're starting to see that Sylex has picked up on a habit and is really trying to punish him.
Yeah, download complete for Sylex. It's just, can he finish the job? And he absolutely can. Charging up the down smash on the yo-yo. Takes care of business. Sylex walks out 2-0, and a pretty strong showing to show for it, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it was a very strong performance overall because you're dealing with 2 characters that have you would expect to be a very similar game plan, but again, someone needs to control the pace of that matchup, and it seems like the tools in Ness's kit were doing much more on just keeping that damage rolling, and I just couldn't tell how Lucas was going to land.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the stats, this canonical matchup. Whatever the relationship between these 2 characters in Earthbound, Lucas unfortunately falling short. Sylex taking 6 stocks, only losing 2, representing North Florida very well. So, unfortunately, the Myrtle Beach locals will have to find a different answer for this very, very strong Ness play.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the players that you do want to keep an eye out for. Both times they've been on the stream, they have had a very strong performance already. It's been great stuff all around, but you just gotta be, like, there's a level of awareness that you need to have. This isn't your Wi-Fi online, like, I'm just gonna throw PK Fire and teabag enough to, like, annoy you into throwing your stock away. This is, like, this player's good and has, like, a real game plan going. It's a lot. You just got to be ready to adapt.
Absolutely. There's a lot to be excited about, and the energy in here is absolutely picking up. For those of you watching at home, you might be able to see our other stream on the screen behind Kevin. Oh, other direction. There you go. There's a lot going on here at the Hangout in Myrtle Beach, but we're just starting to, and there's plenty more to look forward to. But we do have a pretty sweet announcement from an event you may recognize. Well, that was pretty awesome. And guess what? You can sign up now for Honeypot Hall of Champions, which is taking place on Sunday, June 8th at start.gg/honeypothoc. You can also sign up now for Honeypot 7, taking place on September 19th through the 21st at start.gg/honeypot7. So, awesome stuff from them. Hall of Champions will be the final event at the Putnam Museum with a hard venue cap of 250 entrants, and it features an Ultimate Arcanian. So, Honeypot 7 and TBK Sports Complex will feature collegiate crew battles, a pre-local, and a whopping 270,000 square foot venue. Honeypot is a grassroots and scholastic FGC tournament brought to you by Run It Down, UGS, and Visit Quad Cities. They're doing awesome stuff. If that works for you, be sure to go sign up for that. They're going to have a great time. You will have a great time, and it's just awesome stuff to be a part of.
I mean, Chris, Shenandoah University has been incredibly lucky to be able to work with Chase Newcomb, like, in this sort of space, in this sort of field. To hear about Honeypot and, like, the progression and what all goes into planning that event, it's been crazy. And all of the other faces behind it, I mean, people like Albie do great work with stuff like that. And there are plenty of other names, I'm sorry, that I am not very good with, because Chris can tell you I've never been very good with names, but I promise lots of great people are helping out with this event, and it should be a great time. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty to look forward to, and including our next matchup here we should be getting into soon. I want to take another moment to shout out, we do have multiple streams live here from the Hangout in Myrtle Beach. We've got some serious action going on downstairs. If you're here looking for Rocket League, I believe Wichita State is taking on UT Dallas in Rocket League, and I don't know how much of it's coming through our microphones, but this place is getting active right now. So be sure to tune into that if Rocket League is your thing, especially while we await our next matchup here. But don't go for too long, because we've got plenty more exciting Smash here. And I believe that includes Camo Rex coming back to try to get some revenge on mainstream.
I'm fine with that. It means we get to see a little bit more of that Lucas action from what I remember, which is good, because I feel like that character definitely has a strong performance just overall, but you gotta be careful. Like, you gotta understand that now a lot of people are starting to pick up on this. A lot of people are seeing that you've been on these setups so far. So, understandably so, you gotta be ready for it. Also, quick note, if you have a player here who you saw in those pools earlier today, and you want to see their matches, there are recording setups as well here. Those VODs will be uploaded later. If you have a favorite player that you really like to follow, or just enjoy their play style, maybe they play a character that you really enjoy, that will be the approach. But Chris, I got mixed. It is not Lucas, it is a Zelda Joker matchup.
Okay, interesting stuff here from Gesta Pro, pulling out the Joker and requiring that Camo Rex swap off the Lucas and opt for the Zelda. We get a different matchup than what I think either of us were expecting, but should be a good one, as now these are two pretty well-rounded characters. Joker has spent his fair share up at the top of the tier lists, and Zelda just very unique in that playstyle, but I guess better than Lucas in the eyes of Camo Rex.
Yeah, Camo Rex clearly wanted this sort of character for this potential matchup, which I understand. I mean, you're dealing with a character who's super rushdown heavy, but doesn't necessarily have the damage to get through the Phantom unless they have Arsene online. And if that's the case, you see interactions like this. Into the forward air, trying to do a Phantom combo with it. That would have been insanity if that was how that connected. It didn't work out this time, but I'm hoping we see that again.
Yeah, it would have been crazy, but it leaves us with just a missed opportunity, and now Camo Rex is punished. Arsene comes out, finds the down air into the back air. Absolutely will take that stock, and Camo Rex now in a hole after finding that shield break. The up B gets a kill spark, but kill sparks are notorious liars. Now there's that Phantom combo, the jab holding Gesta in place for just long enough to finish him off.
Yeah, we did see. If there's one thing that I know about Zelda, it is I have learned it from 3DS, who has just shown that this character can get a very brutal from a distance, and even with the Rebels Guard, it's very easy for Camo Rex to really just control the tempo of this game. Gesta Pro doing a good job, though, of once Arsene is online, she keeps that momentum going, and it is all her to just try and close out the stock in this small window, as we see going from practically 20% now to 74%. But we are seeing a couple of good hits from Camo Rex, and the Phantom Slash to do enough to close out that stock means that Gesta Pro is going to need to find the next couple of hits to try and close things out. Yeah,
gonna have to dig deep, find a bit of a comeback here, but certainly not intangible, as Zelda is all the way up to 90%. I'm also realizing only now that it's... Oh, wow! Oh, wow! An offstage interaction goes disastrous for... I'm realizing it's probably Gesta Pro.
Yes.
But either way, for Joker, and unfortunately results in a stock lost at an extremely early percent, and also, unfortunately, their last stock. So, Camo Rex pulls ahead here.
I do think that Zelda pick was definitely the right choice this time around. And again, I think it's just by nature of the way that Joker kind of plays it. You can play it slow with Joker. Maybe you do play a little bit more with that Rebels Guard and like try to force more Arsene. But this time around, like, you want to get close to Zelda. Like, you need to. Her aerials are strong, but they're not necessarily like they're like a one and done. Usually you don't see like crazy aerial strings. It's usually just either the wizard's foot or like a fire up air.
Yeah.
Like, it's all of them are get off me tools, essentially. You won't see much more than that. But this time around, we will see a bit of a grab into the forward air. 36%, Chris, just because.
Yeah, wow. And that started with Joker parrying, I think, the Phantom and a jab, like, all at the same time. It was a really long-lasting parry, but unfortunately, Joker now unfortunately for Camo Rex, Arsene is about to come out as the meter has built up pretty much to 100%, should come out now. And this is where you need to be careful if you are Camo Rex, right? You get caught in one of those combos. That up air absolutely would have killed if it was not air dodged, well timed by Camo Rex, buying time, getting rid of this Arsene as the meter. Oh, wow. Oh, it doesn't even need to wear out. A down smash just finishes that stock off, and Camo Rex now with a lead.
That was a beautiful way to do that. That jab, if it was shielded, wouldn't have done too much with that with the down smash. That jab was done deliberately to stop the jump. It was to get Gesta to land back onto the stage and then go for it. Just kind of dazed, not being back in the air for half a second is enough time for the down smash to connect. Beautiful stuff so far, but we do see Arsene is back online. The down smash does connect. Will this be enough? Not opting to go too far off stage, and let's go up shield just a little early means that we will see the Camo Rex is able to get back onto stage and get the game plan back online.
Yeah, doing a great job of killing the Arsene meter, right? Not only hitting Joker, but just buying time in various ways to just wait it out. And before you know it, there were only really 2 interactions in that whole Arsene span, and Gesta walks out with basically nothing to show for it. Now, this throw will get Zelda all the way up to 170%, still on that first stock, but with no Arsene and a back air. Was that a back air? Yeah, back air to just finish it off. Gesta has to really dig deep now, running out of time.
Man, I'm loving it. We saw another jab to stop the jump. That, I don't feel like I see that super often, and yet that is an incredibly genius sort of way to deal with that. Because again, when you're in the air, Smash Bros. Is a game of landing aerials. It's not a game of rising aerials 90% of the time in most situations. I mean, to really stuff out your opponent in those situations is the way to go. As we see a landing aerial there, that's what you're playing for. The back air does connect, is able to close out a stock, but at the cost of Camo Rex now getting a little bit of center stage control. Arsene is online, and the Aegon lasts for just a little too long as the percentage starts to build up a little bit, but the TI read was able to get the up special onto the Joker as we go a little bit off stage.
Yeah, and the energy in this venue is going crazy. These players are having to deal with Rocket League right now downstairs, going absolutely insane. I'm not sure how much of it is coming through the mics, but Arsene, back to what's on our screen. Arsene is out, and this is where you're going to have to get a lot of value, up to 130%. This will likely be the last Arsene we see, and the up smash will absolutely finish the job. A great showing once again by Camo Rex, taking that series 2-0.
I'm loving the Zelda.
Yeah, that looks good.
That was nice. Again, people back at home, back in Ohio, you know, where the couple of Zelda players. 3DS is my go-to, but like that character can play slow, or it can, if you can dance around it, can really be hard to deal with. And like the little things, again, that jab stuff on the jumps is insanity. Like that's wild to think about. Obviously, if you're expecting it, you could just press jump again, right? But you shouldn't be in most situations, which means that you're waiting to do your next input. You're being very deliberate with what you're hitting. But this time around, I mean, hey, I'm loving the Camo Rex Zelda.
Yeah, and what a bounce back too from the Lucas. We can take a look at the most recent performance out of Camo Rex, way to find his way back onto this screen instead of the nest that he dropped that last series against the pride of Myrtle Beach, one of many Myrtle Beach talents here tonight. Today, it's, why did I say tonight? It's 12:30 p.m. Camo Rex, though, 6 stocks, only losing 2 along the way, and looking great on a character that we just didn't see coming.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, I do also want to talk Gamesta, did we say it was?
I'm thinking it's Gamesta.
Gamesta, that's it. I liked the Joker. And every time we see Joker, like, it's hard not to like Joker. Like, that character does a lot, and it looks good. They look good doing it. But when you're dealing with a character like Zelda, I do think you can play that matchup a little bit further back. Obviously, the Ihas are not going to break through that Phantom armor, but Zelda's kind of slow. And so I imagine just sitting at the edge of a Phantom, kind of waiting it for a second, like, oh, am I going to approach? Am I not? And then holding Rebel's Guard and just eating a full Phantom. Yes, you're taking a solid chunk of damage, but in exchange for having a majority, if not all, of your Arsene meter can be like brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we might be having Anarchy make a return to main stage to take on Luna, who I believe is one of the representatives from Coastal Carolina, one of the schools that's helping us put on this event.
Hey, great stuff. Chris, I don't believe you were on the desk
when
not. Anarchy was performing. You're in for a show.
Really?
This Greninja is a menace, Chris. And every time, with the reoccurring theme is that you can't land against this character. Keep an eye on that throughout this entire match, because Greninja dash attacks and down tilts are so fast. Like, there are very few characters who can really beat out that. And we even saw Anarchy playing against a Sonic, someone who should, in theory, outspeed. But the moment Anarchy got control of center stage, wouldn't leave, would just stay there, and Sonic's like, well, then I'm gonna spin dash. Like, that's the entire gimmick. Wow. Like, I'm gonna spin dash on the center stage, and then immediately get nared into string, into crazy stuff. So hopefully our Coastal Carolina, friend, will be able to have a game plan going into this and like try to really bring out something to sort of jump scare the game plan, really shake things up, potentially days. But this time around, I'm curious what we may see this time around.
Yeah, Anarchy is PR #1 in the state of South Carolina, so obviously an extremely strong player, and clearly you've experienced that to some extent. But represented with Winthrop, and has been competing for a very long time. I believe they said that they're ranked number like 68 in the world, or something like that.
Chris, that's absurd.
That's insane. That's a clearly very talented player. So we get to see that on display, and it looks like the Greninja will be making a return, like you said, and the response for Lunar here will be a Sheik pick.
Chris, I've talked about this on the desk a dozen times. I have my opinions on this ninja, and Sheik sometimes is not the best at closing out these sort of stocks, and Anarchy was really holding on for a long time in these matches. Maybe Lunar has the answer, but you got to be very deliberate with how you're dealing with this. Otherwise, you could be in a world of hurt. As we see, the dash back into the forward smash does get a solid amount of percentage, but the jab back from Lunar is going to try and match in response.
Yeah, Lunar just sort of struggling to stay on stage, and sure enough, yep, the up smash does confirm. You said it, Kev, not much breathing room, and especially not much time on your feet. Now, Sheik forced to spend most of that stock off stage, but finally gets some stage control of their own, as now we go back to center stage just trying to find any percent they can, and Anarchy getting hit by quite a few hitboxes, racking up some percent here.
Yeah, we do see Anarchy, yes, taking a lot of damage, but again, look how deliberate the control of center stage is. Ooh, the jab reset into the forward smash. It won't be enough, Chris. It's a Sheik situation where the forward smash is just not enough this time around, but all the same, we do see a couple of really good moments there. That grab was really long, Chris.
Yeah, 105% up on Anarchy. Lunar doing a great job of holding his own so far against the #1 ranked player in the state of South Carolina, but so far not able to find that first stock of going for another forward smash, and does get caught using the up B onto the stage, and just another up smash finishes it off. That up smash is so strong from Greninja, and it's finding its value so far.
Yeah, like, where do you land? Same deal. Anarchy trying to land on the stage, trying to use the counter to deal with the Deku Nut, but it was used just a little early before the explosion, and it does send flying off stage. All the same, there is still a stock lead. We see the Nair into the drag down combo, into the up air. No double jump from what I've seen, into the drag down. We keep it going, Chris. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that insanity? 80% onto this Sheik play. Lunar 80% without a double jump,
wow.
and gets forward aired. 92 off the stage, off to the left. What?
It's crazy to see you react this way with somebody who has seen so much Smash in your time, but I think that is a statement to the level of Smash we're seeing, right? This is clearly a very talented player. Trying to just showcase his craft, and it looks like we're gonna switch it up here from Lunar. Did not like the Sheik, and we'll be swapping to Jigglypuff and see if that goes a little bit better.
I like the idea of this. If he's catching my landings, then I just won't land. The goal is I'm going to play this puffball, and we're going to see what happens. But as we start things off, it does seem like Anarchy's doing a really good job of trying to use the up airs to really just keep Puff in the air, saying, hey, if you want to stay up here, I'll keep it going. Why not?
Yeah, a lot of success in that first stock from their last matchup on the Sheik. Wasn't able to take the stock, and then just not much to show for the rest of that game. And now Anarchy just feels like he's taken pretty much full control as we load into game 2 here, and it's a bit more of the same. But so far, not as true as it was 20 seconds ago, right? 88% basically both ways, but Jigglypuff is so light, and Anarchy able to steal the first stock at just over 100%.
Yeah, there is a great game plan going on here. I do like what Lunar was doing. We're seeing a very good percentage build-up, and we just need a potential last hit. It could be the back air, it could be a forward air string off stage. Whatever it needs to be, it can be found, but for now, Anarchy doing a really good job of just keeping the combo game. Again, sort of trying to take advantage of these landings, and Lunar playing it relatively safe so far, like really finding opportunities to land, utilizing that floatiness to try and get away, but these up airs into the forward air, Anarchy following all the way up, will be able to find another forward air to close out another stock. Oh. And that's crazy.
Just a straight up rest off the respawn platform, and Lunar able to secure their first stock so far, and now maybe with an opportunity to break a shield. Nope, gets parried. Anarchy in no danger for now, and Lunar, but just able to get a stock, something to write home about because this feels like it's getting out of control.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of play that you need to be ready for. We do see the pound connect into the nair, going for a down tilt, trying to get a little bit more game plan going. But we do see able to tech in. That could have been a very dangerous spot if Lunar was looking for that potential jab reset. Look at how look how confident Anarchy is dancing around that ledge, Chris. Oh, the back air lives? We did see Jiggly. It's Jigglypuff, Chris. That's a light character. I am shocked.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, good stuff so far out of Lunar, but just not enough as the players laugh it off, give a fist bump, and walk away. Anarchy still moving and grooving. How you doing? Keep it moving. Looking great along the way and just showcasing why he is the best player in the state of South Carolina.
I mean, we've seen Greninja do so well this bracket so far. In the past, I feel like Shenandoah had a assistant coach Greninja player who was very good at just really labbing out this character, and so I heard and I've seen, I've witnessed all the crazy stuff that Greninja can do. But I mean, it's insane how much Anarchy just uses the speed and the aerial momentum. We didn't get a chance to see it this game with the shadow sneak, the jump scare move.
Side B.
Yeah. Anarchy will go deep off stage.
Really?
And just teleport, jump scare, / get back to stage. There's something about this character that's freaky, dude.
No, that's hilarious. And I mean, we can take a look at that character that we just watched. I mean, these statistics are interesting. Am I crazy? I thought he only lost one stock. Maybe I'm wrong, but
no, he got rested, remember?
Right, I thought that was the one.
No, he lost another.
Did he lose one in game 1?
Yeah, with the Sheik, it was I forget what happened with the Sheik.
Okay.
Definitely lost something with the Sheik.
Okay.
It was the jab reset. It was a beautiful jab. No,
into the
jab
forward
reset
smash because it didn't kill. I don't remember. I'm gonna trust our production team. The fact that it's on screen, they're keeping track. But no. Point is, great stuff from Anarchy, right? Clearly an extremely talented player and showcasing his skills on one of the biggest stages here, right? We've got some serious talent in this building, and we've got more coming in to keep up, right? We've got these 4 different groups that will be competing for a little while longer here. We can take a look at these groups as well. 2 different groups, 4 different pools, I should say, round robin within each pool. And let's see, where is Anarchy? Pool 1 there, obviously. Look at blind little me reading from the right instead of the left. But
there you go, Chris.
Yeah, Anarchy so far looking very, very strong in Pool 1, and I believe we should be moving to Group B here somewhat soon. But, well,
hey.
I think that's at the end of the hour, ish. So
okay.
We're making our way through it. Shout out to these guys behind us. This is a live venue, right? This is a restaurant. Some of you guys might be able to see the tables and chairs behind us. There's a lot going on here, but it's been a lot of fun so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, if you're local to the area, you know the hangout.
Hey.
Stop by.
Yeah, come on down.
This place is a open venue. If y'all, again, are interested in any of these players, want to see their matches, you can just kind of walk in here and watch, or, stick with us here. Again, this video, this stream will be uploaded later. VODs of most of these matches will be uploaded as well. Everything will be available for you to enjoy later on.
Yeah, and I want to welcome in all of our mainstream friends. It looks like they are taking a big break to create that bracket, so they will not be continuing for a good amount of time. If you're here for Rocket League, but you're just watching along, hi, welcome. I'm Chris. That's my brother Kevin. We get to talk over some seriously talented Smash Bros. Players here today because Rocket League is not the only thing that happens at Boost on the Beach, and we are upstairs. You may recognize quite literally over our shoulders.
No, wait,
can't quite see it.
Yep.
But yeah, the stage that you all are used to watching is right behind us. So very live venue. We were just talking about that before the mainstream joined us. But we should be getting into our next game here soon. We're still just in group play as the groups do a round robin before we get into bracket later.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen some really talented Smash Bros. So far, Chris. Boost on the Beach is trying to expand its reach even further, trying not to focus only on the Rocket League side of things. We've got high-level talent here today, and it's been insanity. If you are just joining, go back 3 minutes and you'll hear me gushing about Greninja. Like, that character was doing some really cool, funky stuff. And I am willing to gush about these two characters on screen as well. Ojutai on the Sonic. Gesta. Yes, nailed it. Is on the Joker once again. It is going to be interesting to see how they play with this matchup. Sonic is such a strong force and will be outspeeding Joker. So it's going to be interesting to see how we answer that as Joker, as the persona is fully invincible on the spawn, which means that the jab that Ojutai was looking for won't connect this time around, but Arsene is online, 75% in total, and finding a spring recovery to get a quick back air. There's those jabs again, Chris. I feel like I don't see that a lot in the crew battle setting.
Yeah, maybe not. And I mean, this is another big opportunity for revenge here on mainstream as Gesta Pro is coming off a loss and looking to bounce back. Ojutai standing in the way, but as this very strong, I mean, this is a high tier on high tier. This is quality Smash Bros, baby, as we get to watch Sonic do Sonic things. What does he do? Well, he runs away and he buys time and he deals damage when he can. So look at these quick strikes, the side Bs, the small windows, and able to capitalize on that one. The tilt attack just able to straight up take the stock and take a lead for Ojutai.
Yeah, we do see one up air connect, able to stay on that platform for a little bit, use the spin dash, get a little bit of damage, holding down the Rebels guard, hoping that the combo would continue, but it doesn't. This time around, going for the up special real quick to get back onto the ledge. We do see a quick jab, and would you look at that, it's everybody's favorite persona.
Making an appearance once again. The bar is full, and you have to think that this is going to take the stock before it's gone. 130% would be hard to survive just about any Arsene hit, but it will survive that dash attack. And what does Sonic do? He buys time. I mean, he might be able to wait this out, and an unfortunate recovery there out of Gesta does go overshoot the ledge, and Arsene's gone. So this matchup is working out more or less how we expected, but wow, just a straight up forward smash from center stage, taking a stock way earlier than I think we ever could have expected, and now Gesta is on their heels.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff so far. I'm loving taking the approach of really just letting that forward smash rip center stage, able to secure it with that little bit of rage knockback increase. I mean, it's great stuff. Arsene should be back online, but we're noticing that it takes just a little bit, and now we're at 80%. Does find the back air to close out that stock, but this time around, it came at a pretty expensive cost. You have one stock remaining, you're sitting at 70%. You're most likely not getting another Arsene use, which is why we see going off stage for the down air, trying to secure as much as you can, playing aggressive, playing a hard reward, high risk, high reward play style to try and close things out. But this time around, the forward smash hits below the ledge, and it will be enough to secure game one.
Impressive timing there out of Ojutai, and yeah, securing game one in a strong fashion, but Gesta was right there for most of it, and unfortunately just coming up just short in a couple interactions and losing stocks at probably the earliest possible instance means that unfortunately they do go down. But with an opportunity to strike back still, this series is not over. I'm gonna warn y'all. There's a factor that we have to take into account here at the Hangout. There's a show every hour on the 45. If you check your clocks, that's what time it is. Here we are on the 45, which means there's about to be a lot of loud noises, a lot of loud music, and sirens and horns as everybody in here is going to start dancing in a couple minutes. I don't believe that's going to stop us. As far as I understand, we're gonna power through this. But in case you hear noises in the background, nothing's wrong. We're having a great time. But that's something that the players are going to have to deal with as well.
Yeah, so while we wait here for a moment, I want to talk a little bit more about that matchup real quick.
Sorry, they asked for a drum roll.
I want to talk a little bit about that matchup. I do believe that the players are asking to actually hold off for this, which I don't blame them. It's loud. There's a lot going on.
Very loud.
We had, if you watched yesterday's finals, we were the show happened in the middle of it. We kind of Chris and I had to cover our mics a little.
Yeah, we were literally. Yeah, if any of you were able to watch that yesterday, we had an awesome high school showcase, like show match, and the grand finals were on main stage. But we had to cut it off a little bit early, and we were literally standing off to the side with our hands over our microphones, trying to protect from any noise pollution. But it does look like we're gonna play through as. I mean. They're just feeling it out. It looks like trying to deal with the noise. I'm not, again, I hope not too much of this is coming through the microphone, but we appreciate you all putting up with it. The players have to put up with it, so here we go.
Yeah, we do see Ojutai able to get a lot of percentage built up. We did see Gesta able to get a very... Yes, Gesta, sorry. Able to
I
get,
could be wrong.
No, you're fine. No, I just want to make sure that I'm consistent. The big thing is that so far, it's been like we kind of started off grooving to the beat, but now we're getting into the game side of things. We do see the back air off stage able to secure a stock 57% onto this Ojutai Sonic, but it will still keep momentum going for now.
Yeah, so stock down for Gesta as they continue this revenge tour on main stage. Not quite going their way so far, as Sonic has been able to install this Sonic game plan. Now up to 80%, but still, I mean, a slow game, and you have to factor in slow games, you're going to have Arsens come out. So a big opportunity here for Gesta if they're able to take this first pesky stock that has eluded them so far. A good down air, but unable to capitalize just yet. Ojutai clinging to life so far, and Arsene is about to say goodbye.
Yeah, we do see that Arsene is gone as Ojutai is able to get a little bit of control on center stage. We do see the dash attack coming out from Gesta, but it won't be enough this time around. Does get a little bit of lead. Ojutai opting to drop through the platform, but the back air does connect from Joker. Won't be enough this time around as the spin dash does hit off stage, sending both players onto center stage, but playing it slow, going for the back air. The air dodge comes out, is able to prevent the back air from connecting. We do see Gesta able to get the down tilt. Sonic going for the up smash, trying to secure an even harder lead, but it won't work out this time around. Down smash connects, one quick jab into the grab. Won't be enough, but the grab the second time does connect and uses the spin dash to go all the way off stage for the back end.
I was literally just about to say that Gesta was doing such a great job of holding on to that stock, because we've seen Gesta lose stocks so early throughout this series, and that was looking so good. But right as Arsene comes out, they do unfortunately catch an aerial off stage and go down. But not before, until swiftly taking a stock in return. So pretty much a perfect one stock deficit as Gesta just trying to claw back, but unfortunately it's so hard to do that against Sonic as a character.
Right, exactly. And we do see Ojutai at 41%, able to secure a lot. Even so, Arsene online, going for the back air. It does get hit. Ojutai doing a great job of really controlling the pace and has no fear of this persona. Doing a great job of really keeping up with the pressure. Going for the nair. Does get a little bit, but not much. Arsene is now offline. Going for the forward air. Drag down potentially into the down smash. But Gesta does a great job of reacting and trying to hold on as long as possible.
Yeah, clinging on for dear life here. One stock separating Ojutai from taking this series, and sure enough, forward smash from center stage will absolutely do it. Ojutai taking care of business and walking out with a 2-0 win in that series.
A strong performance, and I loved the confidence. Gesta had a moment there of being at kill percent. Like, anything's going to take that knockout. So what is the... We saw Ojutai really take advantage of the default defensive option. The spot dodge was getting a lot of value throughout that series, and then that moment right there was enough to basically say, hey, like, I'm just gonna sit here for a second, see what you do. Saw the spot dodge, reacted, one quick fist to the face. It's enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can take a look at that performance out of Ojutai, able to snuff out the comeback, the revenge tour for Gesta, but taking 6 stocks and only losing 2 along the way. great showing out of that player, and I do believe that is our last matchup of that group. So that should have settled out, and when we moved to our top 16 bracket play, the top 4 from those groups will advance. So we'll keep you updated with all that. But
I believe it's top 4 from each pool.
oh, I'm using the wrong words. You're right.
Yes.
That's what I meant. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yeah. So good stuff out of the first 2 pools wrapping up there. I believe that's going to do it for us here. We're going to take a quick break while we wait for the next group to start. I believe the next group will be starting within the next 10 minutes or so. So we're going to take a small break, probably change up our lineup a little bit, but don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with some more Boost on the Beach Smash very, very soon.
Welcome to Block B, everyone, of Smash Ultimate at Boost on the Beach. I'm Avery Giesemann, and joining me today is Chase Newcomb, a last edition on the desk here for some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Chase has been doing an incredible job at running this event, TOing it, building it from the ground up, and now here on the desk. Chase, how does it feel to see everything come together?
Oh my gosh, it is a dream come true seeing the fruition of our efforts being bared right now. We did have a couple of folks DQ out of the bracket today. However, we've moved along business as normal. So we got some Myrtle Beach players subbing in, and it's been a phenomenal bracket thus far. Just finished Wave A, and you know, after this, we got top 16.
Yeah, I mean, the PR showing up to this event from all over the country, really, when you think about it. A lot of distance traveled for these players, but yet South Carolina showing up in spades. We see a lot of Winthrop University players coming to play. We see a lot of Myrtle Beach PR, as you mentioned, come through to play, and I've gotten the privilege of getting to play some of those players, and it's really exciting to see the talent that exists here at Myrtle Beach. You know, you don't always think of South Carolina as this big Smash state, but really there's a lot of players here, and it's going to be exciting to watch them put their talent on the floor.
Yeah, it was really cool seeing you play some of the players as well as, you know, the coach of the Smash team. You got the sauce, so showing that off a little bit was really cool to see.
Yeah, I don't know how many Virginia players are in attendance, but certainly not as many as we have South Carolina representatives. Well, I would like to look at Block B, the actual pools that we have to show you guys today. We just saw Group A, which is pool number 1 and 2. Some amazing talent over there, but we are getting into Group B over here. Pool number 3 is what we're going to be starting with, and you know, we have those amazing players coming out. Chugs not going to be able to make it today, so No Tag going to be taking over that number 1 spot here. Twitchy from Winthrop as well as No Tag, both great players in their own right. We got Radias on the Sephiroth too, and then we got someone you may recognize if you're a South Carolina Smash fan is Tako down there at the bottom, a local TO and a great player in of himself.
Yeah, it was the beauty of going to every new scene for me, Avery, is learning how that scene develops, and it was so cool to hear from Takio all of the work he's put into the scene come to a whole new head, because he's started so many new games down here, and obviously Ultimate's the most popular, so it's been super cool to watch that pan out. As well as, you mentioned some of the Winthrop players, we got CJ Frozen in the house as well. TO turn players, so stoked to see him in the space.
Yeah, one of the players to watch out for as we move later on in the bracket is definitely Anarchy that you saw in Group A. Certainly one of the favorites to take this whole event, going undefeated in his pool as expected. So yeah, those Winthrop players are here to play, you know, putting on an absolute show in Collegiate Smash Bros. They can compete on LAN as well. We're going to get into our first match here. We have a Myrtle Beach edition DJ Whale Train versus Jose Mitt. And yeah, DJ Whale Train is definitely a player I'm going to watch out for. A Coastal Carolina player, as I was talking to him before the match, and he's going to come in on the Sephiroth.
Yeah, that's really cool. Sephiroth and Rob. This is an interesting matchup for sure. I mean, Rob definitely has the distance, but Sephiroth has that sweet spot in his area. So it's gonna come down to who's able to regain stage control quicker, I think.
Yeah, definitely Sephiroth is going to want to keep Rob at this mid-distance. If Rob gets in close against Sephiroth, those down tilts, those side Bs, they're going to be big trouble for Sephiroth, as he does not have easy ways to get you off of him, other than maybe Nair, and Rob, his buttons are just too quick.
Oh, they're so fast. And speaking of fast, some of these players are moving a little slow. We partnered with the Peanut Invitational yesterday, and that ran a little long. The local TO Budwar was over there, so it's super stoked to have him on the game as well, and helping out with the event. Speaking of helping out, DJ Well might need some help getting back to stage. Gonna use the cross slash, get back up, forward smash, gonna whiff, not hit anything mid-stage. Rob, though, laser into top, trying to regain some stage control, regain this neutral. Down throw, guessing into, I thought he was going to go in the up air, but thought he was in the percentage for the up smash. The air dodge will allow Sephiroth safe recovery.
That is a fun little mini game Rob can do. He can throw you into the ground, and you essentially have to guess how much the player is going to mash. Basically, press the buttons as fast as they can on their controller to get out, and the Rob, can punish any amount of mash with different amounts of moves. But what you can't do is you can't get hit by those shadow orbs from DJ Whale Train, or you're going to find yourself off the stage. Sephiroth, finding a nice stock there with his shadow orbs.
Yeah, the Shadow Orbs are an interesting mix-up too, because you got to know the timing for that. And if you're unaware with the matchup, it can be pretty dangerous, especially if they hit you into a combo situation, get you offside at the stage. You're just going to find yourself in an unfortunate spot, similar to DJ Will right there.
Yeah, another big side B from Jose Mitt here. That's the second stock he's taken with Rob side B. And when you think of stocks taken with Rob side B, you think offstage. Why not just catch their neutral get up with it? I mean, that works too, right? Such a strong move, super buff from Smash 4, and Rob spins those arms around, and you go a-flying.
Ooh, that was interesting. Thought they were safe landing on top there, but unfortunately fell right on top of it. The air dodge didn't quite come through, I think, how DJ Well was hoping. DJ Well now on their last stock, 71% in game 1. To note, this is a best of 3 in pools. So it will be best of 5 when we get into top cut, but it's best of 3 right now, meaning DJ Will really has to not do that.
Unfortunately, miscounting the jumps there. I'm wondering if something with the wing happened there at the bottom blast zone. Maybe he had one less jump than he thought. Very unfortunate there from DJ Will, but Jose Mitt showing off while he was previously ranked number 9 in Myrtle Beach. So, showing off here on the Rob, showing off here on some sort of pseudo box controller as well. I'm not really sure what it's exactly called, but it's one of those like digital boxes, not like the traditional. But I was seeing him warming up the Aegis earlier, and it's interesting to see the character diversity here, playing the Rob here, round number 1 versus DJ Whale Train, and showing off very well. Maybe so.
That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't see him warming up on the Pyromancer earlier, so cool that they are now playing Rob, and 2 stocks took that game very convincingly. So going into this next game, they're going to want to rinse, repeat, so they can make it out of pools into top cut. But we're running right into it, starting off with a dash attack. Going to send Rob off stage, but a safe recovery will land them back. Going for a nair. Gonna instead find the recovery from Sephiroth, gonna catch offside of the stage, and that's what we saw at the end of last game, Avery. That recovery, unfortunately, getting pineappled on the bottom of PS2 tends to happen, but you hate to see it in game 1 of pools.
Indeed, and the ledge trap from Jose Mitt has been so fun to watch. You can see how he just locks down DJ Whale Train when he's in that disadvantaged state, when Rob has more stage to work with than Sephiroth does. Those are the kind of spots in Smash Bros. That you can make stocks go away in a hurry, because Rob has those very powerful moves that send you off the side of the stage. You see Jose Mitt going for these back airs, going for these side Bs when you're at the ledge, and you don't want to get too close to him because of what we were talking about earlier when Rob has these such scrappy buttons. DJ Welltrain trying to figure out that game right now as he makes his own ledge trap happen with a Rob that has better options off ledge than he does.
Oh, it was so funny. He said trying to make that happen right now as Rob is just down tilting shield relentlessly. But I'm loving how DJ Whale is able to regain the stage control, like you were saying. They are being a lot more patient, going back to center stage, waiting, but it's not allowing any volition from this Rob. This Rob is relentless.
Yeah, and DJ Will, I was talking to him before the cast here, and he does have 4 years competing on this game, whereas Jose Mitt only been playing for about a year and a half, so a lot of experience here on the side of DJ Will. Maybe he's going to figure out the set as we go. A lot of experienced players like to utilize that game 1 to get that data, and utilize this games 2 and 3 to just pick apart the game plan of the opponent and disable it. And that's actually something I've seen from DJ Will. You can see how much this match has slowed. We're going to see our first stock taken at about 2 minutes in if the Rob can find the down throw mix-up, but it's actually a mix-up from DJ Whale Train. The mash mix-up coming through and able to get a down air.
This is why I love having player cams, Avery. You can go back and watch the reactions of them.
Indeed.
They were not ready for that. Definitely, Jose was trying to get an up smash out of that, but the up tilt came out. But that's all right. We are now going to reset.
Hands up like,
whoa, okay.
Fantastic there. And we got an even game number 2 here. And like I said, yeah, that timer going down here. Sephiroth definitely playing a much slower game here. And I really like the game plan, forcing Jose Mitt to make these approaches happen a little bit more rapidly. But Jose Mitt adapting to the situation very well, going for aggression on these ledge traps so hard to get around this falling nair from Rob when he does it at the ledge. And it wants to connect into moves like that side B that do such crazy knockback off the side. You know Jose Mitt loves these lead traps, and he's bringing them out in spades. Sephiroth already at 83.
Yeah, now at 90, trying to get back. They do have the one wing, so that option that they didn't have in the first game, and how, honestly, they probably lost the game, they now have that option now. So if they can hold on to the stock, find the recovery, they're going to get a nair into an up tilt, going for another nair, not finding anything off of it, unfortunately. Rob, grab, down throw. Are you going to see an up smash? We are, but instead DJ Well going to get that down air through. and that is a long sword from Sephiroth. Has enough coverage. That is the second or third time as well we've seen the down smash pressure the shield on Jose Mitt. So if DJ Whale's able to actually break that shield, we could see a quick reversal in this game.
We certainly could, and one of the tools that Sephiroth has in his kit is that down smash that does incredible shield damage, but DJ Whaletrain right now is using it when Rob has full shield. If he is able to land something like a back air on shield and then a down smash, we might just see that shield pop, and Sephiroth has some incredible setups that can take stocks at 0 with his Giga Flare into smash attack, and that forward tilt sweet spot going to take it at these high percents. So yeah, if we see one of those shield breaks with DJ Whaletrain is certainly looking for, it could spell disaster for Jose Mitt.
Yeah, DJ Whaletrain is actually doing a phenomenal job as well, playing around top, grabbing it, landing and with a nair to grab it so that it's not causing as much pressure as Jose Mitt is trying to put out. But at 67 and 18%, this could be anyone's game. DJ Whaletrain getting a quick dash attack off, landing mid-stage. You can definitely see a little bit of nerves coming through for each player as they are both on their final stock of this set.
And we get an up tilt from Rob, can't quite find the jump into the up air that would have sealed the stock, and going for these side Bs on ledge again is Jose Mitt. It's what's been working, it's what DJ Whaletrain has not been able to get around, but we see the counter for the first time coming out of DJ Whaletrain. If you end up side being into a move like that, it could spell disaster for Jose Mitt, trying to get around this ledge trap. DJ Whaletrain finding some stage control for himself, but attacking the shield unsafely. Jose Mitt now in the advantage state, and DJ Whaletrain in a tricky spot. You can't quite roll past the side B, understanding the roll distance that Rob goes and placing it, Sephiroth goes and placing the side B perfectly as Jose Mitt. That side B has worked so well for him in this set, making so many stocks happen with that move. I mean, it is tricky to get around. It can catch nearly every get-up option if timed correctly. You understand when your opponent wants to get off the ledge, you space it correctly. Jose Mitt showing off that move in spades.
Yeah, it was great. You know, something that surprised me is Rob back air is incredibly strong. And Sephiroth, one of the tallest characters in the roster. Surprised that we didn't see more back airs just in the neutral play.
Yeah, he actually did go for it on a couple of the ledge traps, but I would agree with you. It has some uses in neutral, but, you know, Sephiroth's sword, you know, it outranges back air, which Rob is not used to. Characters like Rob, characters like Corrin. I mean, you see those characters with these back airs that space themselves because they push back away from the opponent. Sephiroth's sword doesn't care about your spacing, it's so long. And so instead, Jose Mitt, understanding that, playing this really scrappy game, holding down Sephiroth at the ledge, utilizing that weakness of the height to keep him at the ledge, that's what won him that set.
Oh yeah, for sure, and convincingly, 2-0 fashion.
Indeed.
Which, that's what pools are for, right? Pools are for getting the nerves out, get ready, you got a couple of games that you can shed, so maybe it just was a warm-up factor.
Yeah, I mean, and DJ Whaletrain, you know, getting the call that, you know, he needs to play Smash Bros. Today. You know, he hasn't had, you know, weeks to warm up for this incredible event. So maybe, you know, getting the games on now, and that's been incredible to watch. I believe we have a graphic to see Jose Mitt's performance in that set here. We can see the Rob, you know, previously number 9 on the Myrtle Beach PR. And, you know, I got the privilege of playing against some of the Myrtle Beach PR players, as I said, and, you know, that's been a great experience. This Myrtle Beach PR, even though you may not have heard of it, certainly has some talent there. And yeah, you know, as you said before, convincingly taking that game. We see that stock ratio coming out, you know, getting that 2 stock average is really, really strong. Oh, incredibly strong, especially for playing out-of-state players as well. Folks that they're not ready or not normally going to play. You know, we come from areas, you know, Virginia and Midwest. You have people all around you can play. When you're on the coast, it's a completely different type of environment. You're on a peninsula, right? So you can't just go play out in the sea. That's not how it works. You got to drive up or out. So it's a little bit harder for some of those other scenes like Rock Hill to get down here sometimes. So super stoked. I know the Myrtle Beach PR players were talking about it earlier today. They're super stoked to have folks come visit the scene and see what they have to offer. Yeah, for sure, and I can see some of the players sitting down next to play. It looks like we are going to have Twitchy versus Radias coming up next on the stream. That should be Isabel versus Sephiroth, and this is definitely 2 players to look out here for in this pool number 3. We just saw some Sephiroth gameplay from DJ Whaletrain, but I want you to look out for this Radias player because they definitely have a lot of sets to their name. As I was researching them, they just placed 33rd at Peanut Homecoming, so certainly not a placement to scoff at there, and 13th out of 129 at Redshift Singularity, a D tier. I was very impressed with that placement as well. The Sephiroth certainly knows what they're doing, and when you're playing a character like Isabel, Isabel, who, you know, has that slingshot, sure, but doesn't have, like, aerials to contest Sephiroth's range, I imagine this is not a particularly an entertaining matchup for Isabel to make this range game happen, because Sephiroth does it so well.
Yeah, I mean, you have zoners like Isabel that can do zoning. Whoa, pause. Maybe not Isabel.
It'll be Isabel.
Okay. They were messing with me there for a second. But yeah, when you have zoners like Isabel going up against a Sephiroth, it's a completely different game because it's a completely different distance than what they're used to. You also, real quick before we get into the game, you brought up Peanut, and Peanut, event that we had partnered with yesterday, and we're so stoked and happy to have done that and see those players come out. If you haven't, go to the Peanut Start GG. They are supporting local youth and raising money for multiple foundations, so highly recommend you check that out. With that being said, let's get into this game.
Absolutely. I'll have all the Peanut Homecoming stats for us as we go throughout this event. And we already see a lot of aggression coming out from Twitchy here, playing this Isabel so scrappy. And maybe that's what you have to do. You don't want to keep this Sephiroth at that mid-range distance. You have to play with moves like the broom that combo into the up air there. Definitely a nice tool in Isabel's kit that hits behind her. Certainly a tool we'll see very often here for Twitchy when we're in the scrap zone.
Another tool that we see, interestingly enough, that we saw with an interaction just a moment ago is the drop-off stage into slingshot back air to try to stage spike, right? But when you do that, what we saw the Sephiroth do was recover, get a slash up. That's going to now send you into the blast zone as to sending you toward the stage, because now you've turned that character around as they're trying to recover. So that is very interesting. Both those stocks evened up already. 35% sitting at Twitchy, going to throw out the fishing pole, try to get a little bit of percent, but now they have Dark Orbs on him. And as we saw earlier, the spot dodge!
Yeah, very nice spot dodge there from Twitchy. Going for the up smash there is Radias. If you hit that up smash there, that is definitely going to be a shield break, so something that Twitchy is very aware of, and that's something that Sephiroth can do so easily, is cover these PS2 platforms with something like up smash, and cover that Isabel trying to swing off the ledge uncouthly with counter, which is such a strong move that if you are on the ledge like this scenario, you could be sent to flying.
Yeah, and it's covering the whole platform, by the way. Not just part of the platform. If you're positioning it right, it's covering the whole darn thing. So, the fishing rod gonna catch, going down at the up throw will take the stock. Now at 32, trying to recover in this mid stage. Gonna get a nair, couple of dash attacks, trying to fish out this slingshot combo. Not quite finding it yet. We talked about height earlier and how high Sephiroth is because he's such a tall character. So those slingshots are much easier to hit with Isabel and Villager.
This is a very scary scenario, Chase. Look at Twitchy trying to come back with only balloons to their name, and you just can't find the fishing rod that snaps to the ledge. Sephiroth getting the sour spot on that back here, but it's just rinse and repeat, Chase. This is a matter of execution. There's nothing Isabel can do if you just keep hitting the Isabel to the right side. If you hit the Isabel to the left side, then she can tech, and you're in a different scenario where you're back in the neutral phase, Chase. What an incredible recovery from Twitchy.
They are scrapping back and forth across the stage, Avery. They are going one fin to the other, non-stop hitting. That is crazy. The down smash tried to drop the shield to be able to parry. The parry will not go through, and that will be Radias taking game one.
Yeah, you could see the shield slightly low there from Twitchy. Doesn't want to get popped there. Of course, that would spell certain doom. So going for the parry there, as you said, and that's just going to be slightly off on the timing. And it's going to be Radias taking that game number one. And I believe Twitchy is the higher seed here. Yes, only by one seed, Twitchy higher. So
it should be close.
Yeah, very close. This is the 3 versus the 4 seed here in this pool. We're expecting this to be a very good match, and we can, see how good it is. But I mean, I'm very impressed with Radias's edge guards here versus Isabel. You may not think that, Sephiroth is a edge guarding character. You may think of him as more of a lead trapping character. He has tools like Giga Flare. He has tools like F-Tilt.
Yep.
But when you have Isabel, a character with no hitbox on her recovery, only balloons, what is there to not gain from going out there and throwing your sword?
Yeah, nothing. And oh my gosh, look at that. The pocket into throw back. Have a taste of your own medicine. Now 107. Twitchy with an insane turnaround.
Twitchy aware of a very unique interaction there, Chase. Going for the side B is Radias, and that side B would have only put 3 orbs, I believe, onto Isabel. But because Isabel pocketed it and then threw it back, it was 5 orbs onto Sephiroth, and that is an immense amount of damage, and it's going to lead to the point where down smash will kill. Twitchy takes the first stock.
Yeah, Twitchy coming back in full force now, saying that back air is not going to work this time. Catching with the dash attack, going for the slingshot, not catching it on the stage, and now we're pseudo resetting to neutral.
for sure, but Sephiroth is now down a stock, gonna find the forward air right there, and you may see the one wing onto Sephiroth, and that's gonna come into play when Sephiroth is losing by a certain amount a little bit quicker, and that gives him super armor on his smash attacks. It gives him an extra jump. It gives him a lot of very useful tools that Sephiroth will very much like to have, and he will have it as long as he's losing by a certain amount. That's something that Twitchy has to look out for as they contest some of these smash attacks, but they throw out a smash attack of their own. They say, "Halt, Sephiroth, you're going off the top."
Stop, listen up, you're out. Yeah, Twitchy doing a phenomenal job right now on this Isabel, definitely coming back strong from game one. I can tell you as a former Villager player myself, this is a comfortable matchup for a lot of Villagers and Isabels, just because you're sure the distance of Sephiroth is incredible, but you have a little bit more distance, and if you microspace properly, you're going to come out on top like we're seeing. Now you do not want to sit on the ledge with your shield. That up smash like we were talking about earlier coming through, and it's going to even out the stocks, but it's sitting at 87%. A sneeze can blow Radias into the blast zone.
That's such a tricky scenario, Chase. You can see Twitchy aware that the shield was ready to pop, going for a tricky setup here with the Lloyd Rocket. I hope we see that later in the set. But yeah, Twitchy aware of that scenario and playing it very well, but or Radias rather, with that up smash, because you can't jump out of that situation because the up smash clips you.
Ooh, now at 155 as well, the Sephiroth is in the danger zone, going for the Nair, gonna find the other end of a slingshot, trying to make it back, doing a great job getting back into neutral, but now we're in a mix-up. Isabel, Twitchy, looking to finish this out, going to find it. So now it is 1-1 in this best of three.
Yeah, and I want to compliment Twitchy here on the amount of awareness that they have on these ledge trap scenarios. We see that Sephiroth is going for a lot of these like landing nairs near the ledge. Think of that like Rob nair where it combos into Rob's side B. It combos into things like back air, things like forward air. But Twitchy understands the DI and the timing of it. You can get out in a lot of those scenarios. So like things like back throw back air, things like nair back air aren't always true. You can DI away, but you have to react to knowing when the Sephiroth is going to go for those setups and DI preemptively. Hold away from Sephiroth, hold closer to the blast zone. It's an inintuitive thing to do, but something that Twitchy is doing very often, and it is holding them stocks.
Yeah, absolutely, because when they hold the stocks later in the set, like we saw that first time in that first game, it's a lot harder to maintain control of the game, especially when you're worried about Sephiroth dropping off stage, back airing.
You get into a world of trouble off stage.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So doing a great job maintaining this neutral game and playing that first stock a little bit slower.
Yeah, we're going to move over to small battlefield. This is the counter pick of Radias, maybe feeling like the space of PS2 wasn't working out in his favor. Let's see if he can find a couple more of these edge guards that has been working for him very well. But Twitchy, starting off with the scrappy playstyle with those up airs, is going to put Sephiroth at these high percents where the wing is going to want to come out soon. But Radias coming back right away in a hurry. I mean, these players are scrappy, Chase.
Yeah, Radias also noting, you mentioned earlier, doing a great job of recognizing what, or Twitchy recognizing what Radias is doing.
Watch out!
There it is.
Yeah.
Radias taking the stock, but you'll see that the Isabel is actually putting Lloyd Rocket underneath the platforms to cover the up smashes we've seen all set coming out from Radias.
Oh, and a great back air there from Twitchy is going to take the stock.
Wow.
The lightness of Sephiroth, so deceptive. You would think this character would be a midweight, but no, he's closer to Kirby in weight than a lot of the midweights. So that back air will take it at 90%. Sephiroth gonna get the wing here at 2 stocks because Twitchy is dealing so much damage and under so much pressure. Is Radias at this ledge? How do you get away from this? Isabel is gonna be able to DI away from that up tilt up air, but such a scary scenario trying to find the down smash with that fishing rod. So tricky. You can send your opponent up and it kills another offstage scenario. Twitchy with the ledge trap.
Yeah, Twitchy is doing, when Twitchy is oppressive like this, it is so much, when they're in advantage, it is so much more oppressive than Radias's advantage, I've noticed. Now at 135, that rage factor coming through, and Twitchy going to be on their final stock of the set.
I mean, you just gotta think about that up smash sometimes, Chase. I mean, think about the space that Isabel likes to play in. You know, that if you play in that space, you're gonna be fine versus up smash. But if you play slightly away from Sephiroth, that up smash is always such a threat. The fishing rod from the Lloyd Rock coming out, great setup there from Twitchy, and you know, it's just always a threat you have to keep in the back of your mind. But if you keep getting these special setups that can get you that damage rather than the slingshots, which have been getting called called out. Maybe you can make something work here, but finding yourself off stage, are we going to go underneath? We will, but we only have balloons. You have to watch out for the down air chase there. It's still such a scary scenario.
Yeah, it can still spike through the stage if you time it right, and it will go straight through those balloons. It will not parry.
It certainly won't chase, but the Lloyd Rocket up air, that is a true combo coming out from Twitchy there, aware of the setup. So much trouble coming from Radias on those platforms with that up smash, but Twitchy's saying, I can control these platforms too with something like Lloyd Rocket. You know, you might not think of it as a Snake C4. Oh, I have to avoid this. You get hit by that on a platform. That turnip that Isabel throws up, it will KO you very, very early because you're already so high in the blast and you can't SDI out of that rocket as you go up.
And it's going to hold you, it's going to hold you up. And it's not going to blast until later. That setup that Twitchy was using to counter Radias earlier. Noticing the up smashes Radias was throwing out underneath those platforms, said, let's put a Lloyd Rocket down. And to your point, Lloyd Rocket is arguably harder to see than C4. C4 at least blinks, right? With a stage like Smashville or the stage like Small Battlefield like we just saw, it is very difficult to see the Lloyd Rocket if you're not looking for it.
That's a great point. You have to look for Isabel as she brings out her little green shovel. You know, not something that's easy to see. Let's look at some of the stats there from that game. What an incredible Game 3 to start our block chase. I mean, such incredible Smash Bros we have here at Boost on the Beach. Number 3 in South Carolina, by the way, is Twitchy. Recently committed to Winthrop University. I'm excited to see how they perform there. I believe on their academy roster. Such a strong roster. I mean, I love those players over there. And I mean, look at this taken loss ratio, only 1.1. I mean, this series that we saw here was down to the wire every single game.
Yeah, it was very, very close. And like I said, the advantage state was nuts on either side, but when you looked a little bit closer, Twitchy was just adapting a little bit better than Radias throughout the set consistently.
I would say, like, if you were off stage, like, Twitchy was finding these little mix-ups that were able to save a few stocks in scenarios where Radias was, like, hoping that Twitchy didn't know the answer. Like, there is no answer when you're recovering from super low and you're getting back air or you're getting forward air. You're just gonna die. But there's these scenarios that start from the ledge that can cause those scenarios. Those initial scenarios are the ones that Twitchy is aware of, and instead of ending up in an impossible to win scenario, now you end up in neutral again, where both players have the same amount of advantage state. And in those scenarios, Twitchy, as you said, just performing slightly better on those combos, slightly better on the execution, slightly better on the KOs. That's going to win them a Game 3 set, but I expect very great things from both those players going forward.
Yeah, fundamentals were solid in Game 1, but the adaptivity throughout the set just went to Twitchy on that one. And we're actually getting ready for our next set as well. Some players you might recognize if you're from the area or familiar with the area.
Yeah, maybe so. This is going to be Sybil versus CJ Frozen, I believe is who's sitting down right now. And what an interesting matchup this is, because this is going to be Falco versus Snake. And, you know, if you are familiar with the Smash Bros scene, this is a very interesting matchup. I mean, Falco having the reflector to his name to, you know, throw the grenades back at Snake. I mean, what a powerful tool to have in this matchup. Laser is a very interesting tool in this matchup because, yes, it's very annoying for Snake. It can even blow up his grenades when he's trying to camp you, but there's some fun counterplay where Snake can crouch underneath the Falco laser and move in and out of Falco's space. What an interesting thing to think about, that counterplay. And then, of course, that ever so powerful Snake up tilt is so good at catching what Falco wants to do. Falco loves being on top of the opponent, loves doing these big aerial combos. Up tilt stops you from starting any of that. Grenade gets you out of the big Falco combos that we all know and love. That's what Snake wants.
Snake says, come at me. Come on. Come at me. You're going to take more damage than I do.
Now, I do think that CJ Frozen is a slightly more aggressive Snake than some, so we may see some scraps out of them, but we'll just have to see how they play this particular matchup. I'm sure they're very experienced in it. Here to Small Battlefield we go.
Some folks really hate Snake just because he's a zoner camper, some might say. I think this matchup right here, Falco versus Snake, is one of the most exciting matchups in Smash Bros. Ultimate.
I would agree, yeah.
It's very nice. I mean, like you said, once Falco gets in, the combo game is very bread and butter, but it's knowing when to get in, when to avoid, and when to reflector. That was a phenomenal dodge from the up tilt and able to get a good conversion off. Going for some sauce, down air, down air.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a true combo chase.
Yeah,
I mean,
right?
that just gets the job done. And if you hit the opponent off the ground, you can hit them with another aerial. And I mean, what a very tricky down air to tech. But what a very tricky scenario this is. Falco only having 2 moves to recover, alongside that very high jump, which is very useful.
Yeah.
Which is the side B. and the up B, which both go in very particular directions that are easy to see. That Nikita missile is going to snipe it out.
Yeah, something else interesting hearing from the voice of God in my ear right now. This is 3 and 4 seed in South Carolina on the PR. So this is as close as it gets. And when they're reviewing PR, they'll likely be looking at this set.
That's a great point, Chase. I didn't even think about that. I mean, and what a fun matchup to have as your 3 versus 4 in your state. I mean, look at the counterplay coming through from CJ Frozen. I mean, I thought Sybil was doing a fantastic job at working around these grenade setups with the combos. It was very interesting to see them as they hit Snake in the part where the grenade isn't standing. That will allow you to combo him very well.
Yeah.
But now, CJ Frozen slowing down the game and playing to make sure that Sybil understands all these little mini games. And CJ Frozen living to 180 for it.
Yeah, mini game is such a great way to put it. And, you know, this is the issue with Tako. Tako has a problem killing sometimes. It's very difficult to get that out. So going for a couple of these up smashes, going for these up throws, but CJ Frozen doing a great job of DIing right and left, missing that laser. That's another great point. The recovery, you have a very hard time getting a down air off on that because you're going to hit his
Cypher.
His Cypher, thank you. Yes, his Cypher.
I've watched this matchup a lot, Chase. I really have. And one of the things I see in it consistently is Falco's kill percents. Falco kills you at either 100 or 200.
Yes.
And
No in
that's
between.
what we're seeing with Snake here, because Snake can end up in a scenario off stage where, like you said, he gets hit by something like a Falco back air or a Falco down air, things that break his Cypher because they deal enough damage. If Falco can only find things like forward air or neutral air off stage and can't find these up tilt combos, that kill at 100, it's so difficult for Snake to ever die.
And the up B straight into the stage, when you do that, you don't go snap to ledge. And because of that, was able to avoid the rocket launcher at ledge, the down smash. Run up, gonna get a nair off, but had the grenade in hand. You gotta be careful.
The rocket launcher is certainly an interesting tool, because if Falco chooses to go for that side B instead of the up B, watch this tricky setup, Chase. Almost got it, gets the remix. I don't even get to talk about forward smash because CJ Frozen forward smashing in the other direction than you normally see Snake forward smash. Let me talk about that whole scenario. I have to steal the mic for a bit,
Chase.
Please do. Typically, all right, let's say you're Falco. I want to forward smash you this way because you're trying to recover with something like side B horizontal. I would obviously forward smash you because if you even go slightly above ledge, or if I get a very particular timing, you are going to explode at 40%. You are going to lose a very, very early Falco stock. What CJ Frozen just went for there is sure that forward smash didn't quite get it, but Sybil ended up off stage again. I put a grenade at the ledge. I forward smash the opposite direction. Why would I do that, you ask? Because the grenade blows me up, and it sets me up in such a way that I can perfectly be set up for a back air. Sybil understands this. Air dodges the back air, doesn't matter. I go for another back air, which ends up, you know, Falco doesn't have a lot of options after air dodge there. I went over earlier how he only has up B, side B. If he goes for up B there, he gets caught by the back air. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that back air was just a true setup from CJ Frozen. That's the kind of things you understand when you're right next to each other on the PR.
Oh my gosh. Great analysis, Avery. I completely agree. It was really cool to see the back and forth micro play going on. Now in game 2, it's a scrap, and we've seen a couple of times Sybil get these setups, the drag down nairs, but you know what? Snake is a little snake, and he can pull that grenade whenever he wants to, and so it's disrupting a lot of these drag downs.
One thing that he can't disrupt, though, is that up tilt setup into back air or up air. Because it's only a 2-piece combo, but you don't even need a 2-piece as Snake, that up tilt, taking the stock at 100 after the hit. That is what you see when you play against Snake as Falco. I mean, you lose stock so early that up tilt, you have to play such a tight-knit game.
Yeah, and we saw CJ Frozen going for the tech chase there. Not going to find themselves instead in disadvantage, and that'll be Sybil with the up air into the, or up throw into the up air there.
Yeah, I mean, that up tilt setup or the up throw setup both work in your favor because, again, that grenade can't disrupt it. But CJ Frozen going for a lot of these stickies when Sybil's on the platform there, that'll go through your shield, and then Snake can throw you and blow it up. Going for a lot of these. CJ Frozen must have an understanding that Sybil likes to shield. That is the only reason you would go for these walk-up C4 setups.
Yeah, because as soon as they drop shield, regardless of if you're in there or not, that C4 is hitting.
Yeah, I mean, Snake can blow it up at any time if he attaches it to your body, and that just makes you so scared, makes you want to shield more. But Snake, I mean, just living here, great. Sybil gonna, oh man, another stock to the up tilt. It's so difficult for Falco. I mean, you have to scrap with Snake to some extent. You can't just laser camp him. It doesn't work. But if you don't find these edge guards with back air, if you can't find a way to push Snake off stage, playing him on stage, it's just so hard to avoid that up tilt. Catching the landing there, that is one weakness that Snake does have, is it is easy to kind of understand where he's going when he's coming from the sky.
Yeah, and the up smash, we finally saw it come out, connect for Sybil. The greatest thing to happen to Falco in this game was the update where they fixed the up smash. Thank God for this character, because it needed some kill options. Beforehand, only killing above, now catching a little bit in front, especially for tall characters like Snake.
I will shout out my Falco friend AJ, who says that Falco up smash hits better when you turn it around than in front of him.
Interesting.
So one of those moves where you have to kind of aim it or hope that it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of moves where you don't have to hope it works, the back air into I'm going to down smash now.
The back hit of down smash. Did you see how CJ Frozen spaced that in a way where his second kick went past the ledge? Falco was not able to grab the ledge there because Snake's leg was past it. Maybe you're able to grab invincibility and then wouldn't actually like catch you as you're grabbing, but because it was extended and actually off the stage, that's going to be another early kill for CJ Frozen. I mean, what a great showing from Sybil, but just dying at 100 so often. That's exactly what we talked about in the matchup. And you know, when Snake's going to win, that's what it's going to look like.
Yeah, exactly. And a very close game, albeit CJ Frozen was able to take that one 2-0. Let's look now at the stats. 6 stocks taken, 3 stocks lost total. That's a 2% or 2
stock ratio.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. 2 stock ratio. Number 3 in South Carolina. We mentioned they were 3 and 4. That is the ranking. CJ Frozen showing why he is number 3.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and you know, quite an impressive stock ratio, I may add. I mean, that's going to be, you know, you're averaging that you beat them by more than a stock, which is, you know, quite impressive when you're playing someone so close to you on the rankings. I mean, I bring up Peanut Homecoming Sybil placing 33 at that event. You know, a great showing there. CJ Frozen, I was really impressed with his placement at Luminosity Makes Big Moves. 65th out of 792 entrants. What an incredible Snake player that can really do some damage on the 6.
That's awesome. And these Winthrop players, super stoked to see them come into bracket today. They're phenomenal. We shouted out Honeypot a little bit earlier on stream. That is my event that we run in Davenport, Iowa, and we will have collegiate crews this year. So who knows? Maybe you'll see some of these Winthrop players out in Davenport, September 19th through 21st, 2025.
Maybe so, and I love
maybe even you. Maybe we'll see you there.
I would love to compete there at Honeypot Chase. You know, playing for Shenandoah University and you know, getting to be in the Smash team for a long time. I always love seeing the collegiate talent that comes through for those. Recently, there was a major Cavalier clash that had a collegiate crew battle bracket. We have some players from UNCG that have been around the space so I hope to see them at that event too. You know, it's great to be in the collegiate space and see them competing at LANs as well.
Yeah, and East Coast and Midwest forming that relationship even tighter and tighter throughout the years. We're seeing a lot more East Coast players come out to Midwest and vice versa. Midwest players come out to the East Coast. None today at Boost on the Beach, but who's to say next year we won't see more of the hashtag cornfield Midwesterns out here?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised at that at all, Chase.
Actually, we do have Wichita here, to be fair. We do have Kansas in the building, but I mean, that's for Rocket League.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, the bracket for Rocket League is being made right now. The group play is over, but, you know, typically right behind us, right, we have, you know, the best collegiate Rocket League teams, you know, some of the best in the country to come out here. I mean, Concord, an incredible Rocket League team. Davenport looking so strong. Those are the ones that are at the top of the groups right now. But, I mean, if you enjoy some collegiate Rocket League competition, definitely stick around for the rest of the day. But we got Smash Bros going, too, and this is going to be more of that local talent. I see Tako stepping up to the sticks right now on that Piranha plant that I got to play in friendlies earlier, also pulling out the DDD and the King K rule. This guy has a lot of characters in his pocket, a lot of games in his pocket. He loves different forms of platform fighters. He loves running tournaments. If you've competed in the South Carolina area before, you are probably familiar with Tako.
Yeah, we were talking about Shrek Super Slam earlier, and how we started a scene for Shrek Super Slam. Shout out Tako, doing the most for the Myrtle Beach community out here. Really trying to pull it together. And look at that. Piranha Plant now going up again. Oh, wait, you don't see it yet. Maybe Piranha Plant, maybe not.
It is likely going to be Piranha Plant versus Ike. That is what I have as the likely matchup here. And what an interesting matchup this is, because Piranha Plant, his entire game revolves around his Patui. How am I going to hit the opponent with this spike ball that does a lot of damage? That's really all Piranha Plant can do. His game plan has to revolve around that. It's such a good move.
Not to be confused with DDD Gordo.
No, you cannot hit it back like you can DDD Gordo. It has much more priority. And Takio plays this kind of style where he likes to play the smoke screen, where he hides in this poison cloud and does either Patui or down B in the cloud. And you have to kind of play it a bit of a guessing game around it. But what I was going to say about the matchup is Ike doesn't have to play the guessing game all the time because you can space around it with a sword.
Or go straight through with that side B, right? You can just get right past it. I come from the Minnesota scene prior to this. The #1 Piranha Plant in the U.S. Lucky comes from that scene. Lucky and Loaf, the Wario and the Piranha Plant. So very, very familiar with the North Star sets, watching, commentating the Piranha Plant. It can be a very tricky character if you're not ready.
Yeah, and again, here, pools are only best of 3, so Nico does not have time to adapt to these sort of ledge traps that Piranha Plant goes for these sort of puzzling neutral interactions that he goes for. You have to figure it out within 3 games.
Yeah, and that spacing can be pretty difficult to get around the Patui if you're not ready for it, like we saw on the ledge. Takio at 106, gonna play this safe, getting back to stage, just telling Nico, come on. Trying to push him in. Ooh, we're gonna get the reset, jab reset, not necessarily into a forward smash. Instead, trying to get more conversion off that. Unfortunately, they're instead gonna find the blast zone. Now with 2 stocks, that's gonna be Nico now trying to reset back to neutral with this Ike down throw and the up air, trying to get a forward air off, push him off stage, and the tried and true up B coming out when all else fails.
Yeah, the up B for Ike, a great tool to get someone off of you, a great tool to kill even, which is very strange that Ike has that in his toolkit, but it very much helps him secure some of those stocks when Piranha Plant hits your shield wrong. But Piranha Plant, he's not really a hit your shield character. He's a figure out this puzzle character. I mean, he really stands around his poison cloud, and you have to figure out, all right, how am I going to hit the plant? Nico figuring it out right now, putting Piranha Plant at the ledge.
Yeah, Nico doing a phenomenal job of spacing out this Piranha Plant now that we're on the second stock. And that first stock maybe took him a little bit by surprise. That's another tool Piranha Plant has to a great point, is that back air. We were talking about back airs that space earlier. That's another back air that spaces, but you're not going to be able to space a down throw into a, I couldn't tell if that was a nair or an up air coming out.
It was a down air into an up air chase. That was a Pyra combo coming out from Nico here on the Ike. I mean, you know, you don't, I can't say I've ever seen that kill confirmed from Ike. I think might have caught Takio slipping there. But, I mean, this Ike recovery, very, very similar to the Falco recovery, where you only have horizontal distance or vertical distance, and Ike is actually even more limited in his mix-ups in that potential. I have not seen Takio yet go for any specific edge guards against Ike up B, but he is familiar with the Ike side B and edge guarding that. So Nico, I would advise caution going for up Bs. I would not be surprised with Takio, with his many years of experience, if he knows why that Ike up B is very exploitable.
Yeah, I mean, it is exploitable, and we saw earlier Takio put the Poison Cloud at ledge, but hasn't really been doing that since as a tool for ledge trapping. So maybe later on we see that coming out, but as you said earlier, hiding in the Poison Cloud, throwing out the Patui, that working in the neutral phase for Takio for that slight moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't... Oh, great nair into up air there
it is.
From Nico. That setup used to be very prominent in early Ultimate for being a very wide window where Ikes would... This setup specifically would be so strong that Ikes are known for only nairing at these kind of percents because it leads into up air kill confirm. They nerfed that setup so it's a much tighter window. Nico, understanding his window there, gets the falling neutral there, understanding that is going to kill Piranha Plant at a quite early percent. Piranha Plant is a deceptively heavy character with that pot. Gonna find the kill confirm there. Nico taking game number 1, showing off, you know, the Ike here. Not a character seen very often.
Yeah, not anymore. I mean, very early in Ultimate, you saw a lot of Ikes. Leo was going through and playing all of the sorties at one point, so Ike found some popularity. One of the better Ikes, you know, like I said, Midwestern, Raven King out of Chicago, so we see him play quite a bit as well. But Nico doing a phenomenal job keeping this Piranha Plant Takio at bay, and now only needing to take one more game to finish out the set.
And I definitely got to talk about an interaction we saw at the very beginning of that of the neutral here chase.
Yeah.
When Ike neutral aired through the Patui with the Ike sword to hit Piranha Plant. The Patui did not interact with Ike. What an incredible tool that this sword gives you versus the plant. You don't always have to play his mini games. And Nico just not messing around. That forward tilt, it's not Sephiroth forward tilt chase. It hits like a truck throughout.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, phenomenal spacing we're seeing from Nico to even be able to pull off these setups in the first place. Takio playing with that Patui, gonna catch Nico, slipping a little bit, trying to jump from the other ledge, finding the other side of the Patui once more. Takio looking to take the first stock of this game. Now that's gonna be the up B out of shield, the tried and true classic for some of the players or characters on this roster, including Ike.
The South Carolina TO is going to have to pull deep here as he gets super armored with that Ike up B. Is going to find the up throw, but not quite going to do it. The Piranha Plant, it does not play well from behind. You want the opponent to play into your game. You want them to get scared. You want them to not understand what to do. But Nico, just so fluid. I mean, like you said, with the spacing, with the speed, Nico just has no fear.
Yeah, and you saw Nico there trying to go for a down air at ledge, but Takio trying to use that Patui again, which could be dangerous like we saw earlier with the back air. If you space it right, that sword's going to go straight through.
Yeah, watch out here as Nico does get the back hit of neutral air through the Patui there. That might have confirmed into the back air here with maximum rage. That could spell disaster. Takio gonna get that rage off the board, but find themselves at 83%. It's a scary spot to play against an Ike. We know those neutral air confirms are coming soon.
And there's a tool we've not seen used quite a lot in the set, the Nair coming out from the Piranha Plant. Once you're in, does a great job of setting up some conversions, and we're seeing Takio using that more and more, trying to play around Nico, playing very aggressive.
Yeah, Nico controlling the stage here very well. Takio attempting to control these PS2 platforms, but Nico's movement is just too smooth. That Ike dash attack, another powerful tool to close space in a hurry and can also take stocks in a hurry. Gotta be careful at the ledge here. So scary there when you're facing down that Ike forward tilt. You just want to hang out and just not do anything. But Ike getting that dash attack off, such a scary tool there. I mean, and take stocks as you saw. I mean, incredible.
Yeah, and now Takio on potentially their last stock of this set. Playing around this platform, playing the neutral well, getting one hit, going for a back air, not quite finding it. The grab's going to whiff. Playing around neutral, trying to play around this snare, but like you said earlier, Avery, a very useful tool in Ike's kit and very difficult to play around.
Oh, but a great jump call out there from Takio, understanding that in order to get this neutral air, you have to jump first. If I hit you on the jump, you don't get to neutral air. Takio understanding that mechanic and finding a back air there, but is it too little too late as they find themselves at 100%?
Yeah, 100%, and a prayer will not save them. Nico taking that one with 6% left on their final stock.
That was fantastic there from Nico. This entire set, he has been chasing the Piranha in the air with up airs, going for a different catch here on the ground with like up smash. That's going to catch air dodge instantly, which, you know, up air would be the counterplay for. So incredible awareness there from both players, but it's going to be Nico who's one step ahead. I want to dive a little bit more into Nico before we look at the results graphic. He placed 49th out of 170 at Piedmont Homecoming. I want to bring up some of his wins. 2 wins over CJ Frozen from Winthrop that we saw earlier, and a win on XT Diamond, who won Boost on the Beach last year.
Wow. Where's XT Diamond this year? Where are
That's
they?
what I'm saying. But let's throw it over to the graphic. I was impressed with those wins from Nico, and he certainly put on a show here for us against Takio. Looking very good. I mean, stock taken loss ratio at 1.5 and currently unranked. But, I mean, that gameplay spoke for itself, right? A very seasoned player, you could tell, understands the neutral very well, understands the games that Piranha Plant likes to play, and just chose not to play them today.
Yeah, and it'd be like that. You know, I mean, it was really, really cool to see them scrap it out. Unfortunately, Takio not able to take a single game that time, but that's what pool play is for.
He'll come back for sure.
Exactly. I mean, we're taking the top 4 out of 7 in each pool, 28 players total for a top 16 cut. And right now we got Budwar on the floor TOing. You might see him behind the desk a little later. We've been swapping in and out. But now, we have a very sweet announcement from an event that you may recognize at home. Avery, we're back! We're back! We're back! It's happening again! Honeypot is returning in Davenport, Iowa. We are so stoked to be back. You can sign up now for Honeypot Hall of Champions at start.gg/HoneypotHOC. You can also sign up for Honeypot 7, taking place in a new location, the TBK Sports Complex. 273,000 square feet. I don't know how we pulled it off. I don't know how we did it, but it's there. Start.gg/Honeypot7. We're open to see tons of folks out there. It's ran by Run It Down, UGS, Visit Quad Cities. Obviously, I'm one of the head event organizers, so I'm ecstatic, but we are partnering and we are stoked to be presenting Honeypot here at Boost on the Beach.
Yeah, you're going to want to register early for such an incredible event out of the Midwest. Chase's home turf there over here in South Carolina. We're both a little foreign over here, so you're definitely going to want to check that out. That is going to be an incredible time.
Yeah, it'll be great. We'll have some of the crews, hopefully, that are out here today at that event. Collegiate crew battles are coming this year. We're hoping to hit around 600 attendees. So all over the Midwest. For those of you that don't know, Honeypot had 31 states represented at Honeypot 6. We're hoping to hit 50 the next time. Really represent the Midwest in the best way we can. But now let's take a step back, dial it down, because we got some more Boost on the Beach action for Wave B. It's looking like it's going to be Krono and Sybil coming up.
Yeah, and I'm very excited for this match, Chase. I want to talk a little bit about Krono, the #1 player in Myrtle Beach, Chase. This is going to be the favorite coming out of Myrtle Beach. So, you know, many Myrtle Beach PR players here. We just watched Tako on the Piranha Plant. Krono holding that #1 spot on the Cloud.
Yeah, and this is also a very interesting matchup. We talked about Snake, or we saw Snake and Falco earlier, but we could see the Cloud Falco, which is also a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud doesn't quite have the tools to edgeguard Falco while he's off the stage, but he does keep him at the ledge quite well with tools like that back air. I mean, Cloud's presence is so strong, and I got the privilege of playing Krono a little bit before in this event, and he is a player that plays very well with platforms and does very good job at juggling you with that massive Cloud up air. So when I see a character like Falco, I can definitely tell you both these players are very comfortable here on small battlefield to utilize those platforms to extend their advantage states.
Yeah, we'll see how Sybil does. She is nailing it right now, catching all of these recovery options. Like you were saying, if you get Cloud off stage, he's going to have a real bad time. So it's coming down to who can get advantage in the neutral state.
For sure, and the neutral tools that are better, I'm going to have to give to Cloud. I mean, better range, utilization of that cross slash to catch your jump ins. But if Falco can stay scrappy, stay out of the range where that up B out of shield comes through, an option that I haven't seen much out of Krono, what I have seen out of him though up close is these grabs. If you shield too much versus Krono, he will certainly grab you. And that's something that Sybil got caught with sometimes versus CJ Frozen with those stickies on shield. So you're going to have to play that movement of Falco, that air game, if you're going to want to work around this Cloud strike.
Yeah, and now Cloud has the limit break. Something can come through. Oh, and then lost it right there. Unfortunately, the laser probably catching an option. Probably the cross slasher threw something out last second. But playing around this very well. There's a side B into the back air combo.
Yeah, that is the setup right there that takes those Falco stocks at 100.
Yeah.
If you get something like that, something like up tilt back air, those are the stocks that win Falco games. When you can take those stocks, those percents, and those stocks are consistent. You hit the first part of that combo, there's nothing they can do. They just get hit by the second hit. And that's a certainty that we're going to see right there is Cloud back air at the ledge. A very difficult tool to get around. These Falco combos certainly coming out in spades. Chase, loving the drag down neutral air.
Yeah, that drag down was pretty schnass, I'm not going to lie. But
Forward
now
does it
forward
too.
air, into the up tilt, into the down air, into the up tilt, into the back air.
You can see, Chase, how you start one thing and it just piles down like dominoes. You can see you drag the Cloud down, you raise him in percents, you get him to 90 or 100. You get that kind of setup that just kills him if you get the first hit. Sybil lands one of those, doesn't quite do it, but sets Cloud up for an edge guard, which is a layup as well, Chase. What incredible play from Sybil.
Oh my god, Sybil doing phenomenal. She said, I don't need the after image combo. You can hold shield if you want to. I don't need that into the back air. I'm gonna hit you with these drag downs and see how you react. Krono now doing a great job. I love the empty hopping right here under the platform, Avery. It's a good tool. It's a mix-up option saying, yeah, it's safe, come on in, and then you get hit with the back air before you know it.
Certainly, and Sybil putting on some incredible pressure here. Krono has just not been able to get his game going, just under so much pressure from the bird. I mean, just incredible.
Yeah, and now with Limit Break one more time, we'll see if Krono's able to pop something out here. Oh, but it's coming. It's going to get reversed, sent back to the Krono. Krono now at 111, going for the up throw option, going to charge that limit one more time, maybe finding something in the pockets.
Yeah, I mean, gonna have to dig deep here, both at high percents, but Falco with an entire extra stock. Falco, a lighter character though, gonna find the ledge trap here. Incredible ledge slip there into the down air. That's the kind of steps Krono's gonna need if he wants to catch this Falco upbeat safely, something that Cloud struggles to do.
Yeah, that was a really, really good premature ledge trump into the back air, going to kill very early. Now we're seeing, once again, limit online. Cross slash not coming through. Sybil just waiting, being patient, dropping off ledge, going for the nair option. It's not looking good for Krono here, but going to make it back to ledge nonetheless.
Yeah, barely going to be able to grab the ledge there, and a lot of rage here onto Krono. This is not unwinnable spot. Doesn't have the limit quite yet, but if he can find the way to get Falco off stage, it could spell disaster, but the spot dodge into the down tilt is going to do it. An odd move in Falco's toolkit to take stocks, but it is certainly there. Does a lot of knockback, sends you straight up. That's going to do it for Sybil here in game number 1, but a bit of a scary scenario at the end from Krono, an adaptive player that very well may figure this out.
Yeah, and we talked earlier, you mentioned quite a bit. Falco, you're going to kill at 100 or you're going to kill at 200. Down tilt is one of those interesting moves that if you catch him, you're going to catch him in that range and it will kill off the top.
Yeah, it does work for Falco in that range, but you do have to be quite close in order to pull that off. And, you know, Krono finding themselves just slightly too close to the Falco in that case scenario is going to find the down tilt. So, yeah, Cloud wants to play in this mid-range. Falco clearly wants to play in this close range, and that's what happened in that game number 1. But to your point, Chase, I mean, Falco has a much easier time edge guarding Cloud than he does Snake.
Yeah.
So, although, you know, Falco, if you get past that 100 range, you may struggle to kill. It's easier to have moves that send you off stage that lead to death.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and oh, look at that. Now we're seeing a forward air drag down into an up tilt conversion. That's why people play Falco. They love their conversions off of that up tilt. Now getting back to stage, we're actually seeing Sybil this time a little bit more on the back foot as we start this game too.
Yeah, I said it once, I'll say it again. Krono played very adaptive when I played him before this tournament. He definitely figures you out, tries to learn your habits, and that's what it takes to be number 1 in Myrtle Beach. You have to understand that it's a set. It's not a race. You can figure out what the opponent wants to do. But Sybil and Falco are race characters. I mean, the Falco plays off of speed, off of making sure you don't have time to figure them out. And that's exactly what Krono doesn't want to happen. He wants to play that mid-range. He wants to understand what Falco wants to go for in these scenarios. Sybil playing fast and making this comeback happen in a hurry.
Speaking of seeing what they want to play in these scenarios, Avery, it was interesting to see Krono use a falling up air for the first time. Falco, a very light character that likes to jump around a lot. We've not really seen the Cloud use the premier move of Cloud, which is the up air.
I mean, how are you going to land a falling up air on Falco when if you enter that space, he always instantly up tilts? I mean, that is Falco's main combo tool. That's his main kill option. So it's definitely a scary thing to go for in the scenario. But if you do land it, sure, it could be devastating. But taking the first stock is Sybil. Very impressive. After that start, they will certainly take that reset here. I mean, amazing to see 2 stocks even for Sybil here because she was down very early in this set.
Yeah, she was, but she's playing a little bit more patient now. Gonna get the grab into the up throw, drag down conversion. Krono doing all that they can to get out, trying to air dodge out. Finally gonna find themselves out of that, but with 63% to show for it.
Look at the slowdown from Sybil, understanding that Krono had limit there and that she had a big lead. Don't want to interact with Cloud in that spot and take an unnecessary cross slash.
Speaking of spot dodging that cross slash,
yeah, back throw
nice
or down throw cross slash was a true combo in Smash 4. Not quite in this game.
Thank God.
Yeah, that was a very powerful setup, I will say. But a huge down air here. That's going to take the stock very early, Chase. These ledge slip down airs from Krono are going to get him right back in this game.
Yeah, that was incredible catching that. And to be fair, we could see the same from Sybil, but it is 1-1 now. Final stock. Krono needs this stock to stay alive in this set.
Certainly so. I mean, this is game number 2 here. Sybil only needs one more to get the clean 2-0 here on the score sheet, but throwing out a lot of aerials here. These are things that Krono likes to see. He likes to see that Sybil is getting a little bit anxious, a little bit more shield heavy here, and Cloud is just such a great character at catching those kind of options. You can see the mix-up on the recoveries coming through from Sybil. Definitely wants to take this game. Does not want Krono further figuring out these recoveries and these ways to secure these Falco stocks. The limit coming on board from Cloud. What an incredible tool to have, a chargeable comeback mechanic. That cross slash might just do it at the ledge, but scared of the cross slash you're gonna get grabbed. Goes to the side, be high. If Krono catches that, it could spell disaster.
Yeah, and that shield is not looking too hot, Avery. Sybil gonna have to be careful as she does not have much defensive options left. This Krono cross slash is relentless.
I am so impressed with Krono's play right here. Just being so patient in the spots where he needs to be patient, yet being aggressive. In the spots where he needs to be aggressive. The Cloud up B barely not being spaced correctly. It's going to be Sybil taking that. And I said, if Sybil's going to take this, it's going to be in a hurry. He doesn't want Krono to figure this out. That Cloud up B, it's something that's easy to figure out. If you don't space it right, you're just getting spiked to the bottom blast zone.
Yeah, there's so much empty space if you don't space it right and you go above the ledge, and definitely Sybil recognized that, got the down air off, similar to what we saw in the previous stock with Krono doing basically the same exact thing.
It's one of those things where, like, for Falco there is no risk and all the reward. You go for that down air and it misses, you go back on stage, you're still in advantage, you ledge trap. You hit that down air, you take the set 2-0.
Yeah, and that's it. But we could see them come back again if they make it out of pools in top 16. Let's throw it over to the graphic we have for Sybil. She has been doing phenomenally. As we mentioned earlier when she played CJ Frozen, she is number 4 in the South Carolina PR. She took 6 stocks that set and only lost 4.
Yeah, very impressed with Sybil's play here. A great understanding of Falco's advantage state and how to secure these stocks. You know, when you're not playing against Snake, of course, it's a little easier to secure those stocks. But, you know, Cloud, nothing to scoff at in the neutral especially. I mean, able to find these edge guards where they're at. But, I mean, the neutral playing it very fast and able to keep the advantage states. I mean, that's how those edge guards start. So, very impressed with the play from Sybil there, keeping the stock count, the stock ratio quite good as well. I was impressed with that, too.
Awesome. Well, we are going to throw it to a quick break. We got some other folks that need to hop on the mic pretty soon, so it's been a phenomenal afternoon hanging out with y'all. I've been Chase Newcomb, joined by Avery, and we will see you potentially in a little bit.
little past 2 p.m. here local time in Myrtle Beach, and we are back with more Boost on the Beach Smash Bros. Invitational. I'm Chris Clayton, and I'm joined by my lovely brother Kevin once again. We've got plenty more Smash to go through, so we're going to get into it here pretty soon, and we're kicking this little block off with a banger with a capital B. We've got some seriously high-ranked players. We've got the number 2 player in the state of North Carolina against, I believe, the number 3 player in the state of South Carolina.
That writes itself, Chris.
I know. This is going to be a ton of fun.
I mean, we're talking about this entire tournament has been a lot of top-level talent across the board, both in the local scene and at the scene at large. It's been so much fun to see, just even while Chris and I were taking a break, seeing all the different characters that people are trying to bring to the table and their game plans in these sorts of situations. I mean, people are definitely sort of getting a good idea of how everyone's playing in this sort of setting. And so, hopefully, as we get into game shortly, it should be a ton of fun to see this Game & Watch versus Falco matchup.
Yeah, Sybil taking on Endothia here. Correction, South Carolina's 4th best player taking on North Carolina's 2nd best player. So, exciting stuff on your screen as we are getting into game here. We did just watch Sybil take on the number 1 player in the local area here in Myrtle Beach and take that relatively soundly. We're coming off a very, very strong performance. So we will see if Sybil can maintain that momentum here on the main stream.
Yeah, we will see a couple of good up tilts trying to deal with that Game & Watch, but trying to catch a Game & Watch on their landing is extremely difficult. As we're seeing, a lot of nairs, a couple of down airs, will be enough to really keep the Endothia pretty safe. Now, as we get a good nair hit in, we will see a bit of damage building up on Sybil, but it will continue as they jump from ledge and eat just a little bit more percent. Caught running off the platform, having to use the side special, still eating a little bit more. Once caught in this juggle, Endothia could keep you up there for a really long time.
Yeah, absolutely. The aerial game is where Falco thrives. And, I mean, you see how high up that jump goes, right? It just makes Falco what he is as a character. And the Game & Watch is starting to, or has had a meteoric rise in the Smash Ultimate meta, but it does lose that first stock here to kick this series off. But Game & Watch finding more and more success as a character in recent memory.
Yeah, and just like that, a quick forward air means that both players are set back at 0%. I mean, purely off of just how this game plan is going so far, I do think, despite the percentages being even there for a moment, the Game & Watch combo game right now is looking really good, where you could just keep Falco in disadvantage for a really long time. I mean, look at this. It's so difficult to get your game plan going when Game & Watch is just covering so many options.
Yeah, and that neutral air is such a safe move there in any picky situation, sticky situation. Endothia does have such a safe option to protect themselves as well as go on the offensive. We see that Endothia only just now took their first damage of this whole stock. Sybil has been struggling to find really any moment to capitalize, and sure enough, they lose basically an entire stock without getting any production on offense.
Yeah, and we saw a good nair there into a couple of back airs, having to use the side special, trying to get back to the ledge, but the Game & Watch back airs are just too much, using the up special to go as Falco is able to make it back. I thought that would have been it. Oh, but the down smash into the judge, Chris. We could have seen a very dangerous situation just there.
Yeah, very, very sticky situation for Sybil, but so far, I mean, again, this has been a suffocating playstyle by Endothia. We've seen little to no combos out of Sybil to really build up anything. Now, finally, we see an opportunity to really string a gorgeous combo together there. Falco finding the down air to continue that even longer, but we all know these Falco up tilts. Wow, just straight up kills from the down tilt, but not for long as Endothia able to drop right down off the respawn platform, find an up smash, and finish the job.
I mean, that matchup looked so even at the start, and that's kind of been how this pool play has been going this entire time, is that both players start off the series kind of feeling out what each other's game plan is, and then once they find one habit, they run with it. It is crazy the snowball potential that all of these players have had, and so with this Game & Watch in particular, it was off of one nair. But then after that, calling out the rolls out, calling out the texts in place, I mean, everything was just like on top of it. It's beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it's a high-level Smash, and we've got plenty of that in the building here today. As now Endothia trying to continue this momentum. Sybil just trying to make a statement and try to come back, maybe claw back from this deficit. But we take it one step at a time, and we load into game number 2. Good percentage going both ways. Sybil going a little far off stage, just trying to land. But Endothia again with this suffocating playstyle.
Yeah, I do like that idea, though, of since the landings had been getting called out in the last match, why not take the approach of going straight for the ledge? It does seem like Endothia wasn't expecting that time around, and so we do see Sybil able to get back onto the stage, but now we're seeing Game & Watch going for the back airs, getting a back air in return, and so with all of that, I mean, Tako is definitely just doing what is needed for now to really keep this momentum in their favor.
Yeah, not a single stock taken, and just as I say it, Sybil able to find a landing and catch with the up smash. That will kill every single time and is able to take that stock. So Sybil, for the first time, finding herself with a lead in this matchup, and we'll see if she's able to maintain it. But so far, Endothia has started to build up, but wow, clanking the up smash and not finding much from it. Sybil just staying somewhat neutral, staying safe, holding on to this stock, but not finding much offensive pressure in a while.
Hey, and that's okay. A lot of the aggression from Endothia the first time around is the reason why Sybil lost the first stock, or lost the first game, excuse me. Now we're seeing it, playing a little bit slower, trying to go to the other side of the stage before going down to the main platform. However, Endothia there, ready with the steel chair, basically slams it down and makes sure that this is a stock evening game. But now here come the combos. A couple of good aerials. Here we go. Just keeping that damage racking up. A couple of good nairs, a couple of good up airs. How do you get out of this juggle?
I'm not sure what I was expecting, but I just noticed that if Falco reflects the Game & Watch up air, it goes down? That's crazy. That's pretty quirky, but I guess something to keep an eye out for. That's an interesting interaction between these characters. And Falco with that reflector comes out pretty quickly. Not, this is no Fox shine in Melee or anything, but but a good reflector nonetheless. But we'll see. Sybil now well over 100% even stock count, as the lead that Sybil had originally has somewhat dissipated. But I mean, it seems like little windows are really all that Sybil needs to find good, just solid, well-rounded combos.
Yeah, but it always starts on the main platform. If Sybil goes anywhere else, it seems as though Endothia finds the opportunity to close out the stock, as we see situations like this. Now, going for the nair strings, Sybil able to hit the ground and catches the landing with an up smash. Means that the stock count evens out once again. Has to wait out the invincibility, but is caught by a nair. Will they be able to land? Yes! So that means we will see a first grab into the combo starter.
Yeah, good stuff here. Even stocks, and this is dangerous territory for Endothia on the back foot. Again, for the first time in a while, but Sybil finally getting some momentum, but not for long. Endothia with these very dangerous aerial combos. Both of these characters thriving in the air, but need the opponent in the air. Still with a jump. Well timed there. Just a miss from Endothia trying to punish that recovery. So we find ourselves back onto the stage, but percentage game certainly favoring Endothia so far on this last stock.
Yeah, Endothia's looking for this closeout. We see 2 bombs into the down smash, maybe to break the shield, potentially the shield poke even. Does get hit by a grab before the up smash comes out. I don't believe that would be enough to knock out Sybil at this point, but it will be close. The down smash will be enough this time around, though. Does connect, and the forward smash with it means that Endothia walks away with the win.
Yeah, the state of North Carolina comes out on top in that matchup, and a strong showing, certainly from both states, as we've got some seriously talented high-ranked players here making appearances. But that one did not disappoint, and unfortunately for South Carolina, they are geographically and in the standings on the bottom. So,
Dang, that's rough, Chris.
But or at least,
at least
below North Carolina. So we'll see if that trend continues. This is still groups, so nothing too much at stake, but only 4 players from each pool advance to our bracket, which we will get into later. But ultimately, yeah, Endothia coming out on top. We can take a look at that performance out of the number 2 seed, I guess, in the state of North Carolina. Very, very strong showing.
I mean, that entire matchup could have been turned on its head with just a little bit more time. I think Sybil had the idea, found the game plan, and was able to sort of find their landings. But when dealing with Game & Watch, moves come out so quickly, and you can't always get a good read on what the opponent may try to do in any given situation. So that down smash from Endothia right at the end, I mean, it connects, it works, and frankly, at that point, you just kind of have to say, all right, GG.
Yeah, yeah. And in that state in the series, we hadn't really seen many of those come out, right? That was somewhat of a mix-up. Endothia did go for a couple, but none of them were really landing, but Sybil just unable to get away from that last one, and that's a classic. You're in the ground, and that sweet spot forward smash from Game & Watch will kill a lot of characters at a pretty low percent.
We also saw a judge. Like,
yeah, that happened too.
We saw the two hammers go down.
About that.
I was like, oh yeah, maybe you do up smash, like maybe you do something. Nope, going for the hammer. 1 and 9.
Hey,
Let's see what happens. Bonk gave us a 6. I'm like, all right, well,
yeah.
Congrats. You got a little bit of fire damage.
Yeah.
Good on you.
Hey, good for you.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So we should be getting into our next match here. The players are starting to sit down. We'll get into it shortly. The goal is to be done with this group, these two pools, by about 3 o'clock local time here. That's in about 45 minutes. And then we'll take a little break for the bracket to be created, and then we'll go to that after the break. So for those of you looking for the high-stakes elimination matchups, those will be coming shortly as we are still resolving groups. And for those of you maybe looking for Rocket League, you might see the stream behind Kevin's head. We've got a lot of stuff here going on at Boost, and namely a massive Rocket League tournament here that just entered their bracket play. So if you're looking for that, both the Shenandoah and Syracuse YouTubes should have multiple streams up for you to find it. So if you can't find it, go to either one of those YouTube channels and look at where they're live. You should have 2 options, and if you're on this one, go to the other one. If you're looking for Rocket League.
Chris, we got to see the character
You saw
selection.
what I saw.
Chris, the Gerudo Valley theme plays in my head every single time we're in a situation. Like the first couple of notes, it's like, whoa, this is going to be crazy. Flames Range playing the Ganon up against Krono's Cloud.
All right, so Krono is the best local player we have here. Number 1 ranked in the Myrtle Beach area. Has been competing since 2016. So tall ask for any Ganondorf to go into a player of that caliber, but Flames Range looking to change that narrative and establish, maybe dethrone the head of the local scene here as Krono loads in on the signature Cloud, and so far has had a very strong start with a full limit break ready.
The Ganondorf has a very interesting history in Myrtle Beach because we have seen players appear out of nowhere and really rock people with this character. So in situations like this, you gotta give the character the respect it deserves, but also understand what you can get away with. There's a reason why Ganondorf is slow. There's a reason why he hits hard. You gotta be aware of it. So with the dash attack parry into the up smash, we will see a very strong hit to start things off as the limit is online.
Yeah, limit is a dangerous place to be, just at least standing across from, as Krono does have the stock advantage. But so far, Flames Range looking great, finding some good credit for himself, building up quite a bit of percentage on Krono here as now, wow, the down two just kills off the side B. That's crazy to me, but even stock count is the result as now Krono looks to pull ahead a little bit more, try to, I don't know, separate himself from a scary Ganondorf, but Flames Range looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, I'm liking how Krono is moving around this Ganondorf right now. We're seeing a lot of dash forward, reverse up tilts, really taking advantage of Ganondorf's sort of range and how if he wants to hit far away, it takes a pretty big wind up on a forward smash. So we see the flame choke there, but it doesn't connect as now Krono has a very solid lead, only at 32%, and is going to be earning a lot of extra credit this time around. A couple of up airs, but will get hit by the Wizard's foot.
Yeah, it does look like Flames Range is getting just a little uncomfortable too with how much Krono's been able to string together some of these combos, throwing out a lot of those heavy commit options from the Ganondorf, and sure enough gets caught going for the down B a little too far off stage, and Krono's ready to take advantage and find the first win here, but Okay, so through one stock, it looked pretty evenly matched, right? Flames Range looking pretty good on a character that is inherently pretty limiting. I think a lot of people would agree. But those last two stocks, Krono, I would say, left no doubt.
Oh, yeah. I think, again, same situation as we've seen in the entire pool. Players are giving each other the respect that is deserved when you are invited to tournaments like this. You give each player the time to sort of feel out what they like to do, what they're willing to commit to. And then once you have a solid understanding of that, foot on the gas, don't let them get away with anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And Krono put that on full display as now we load back into game number 2 of this matchup. Krono looking to assert himself as the king of the local scene here in Myrtle Beach, not willing to let other people come and ruin the territory. But Flames Range looking pretty good so far. Does find a side B with the opportunity, misses the dash attack, well shielded. That's going to be a big punish from Flames Range. Massive up smash is there. So we return back to relatively even percents here as Krono finding good combos, looking to go off stage again. Can't quite punish that one just yet, but does punish the regrab with that dash attack.
Yeah, we do see Flames Range is able to grab the ledge one more time. Goes for the Wizard's Foot, trying to potentially catch Krono shielding near the ledge. It won't be enough this time around, but we do see Limit Blade Beam go out, and a quick up air in return means that Flames Range's Ganon is evening out the percent, but is still in these offstage interactions.
Yeah, no stocks taken yet, and that's the second time I've said that, and it promptly led to a stock being taken. But I guess patterns are patterns. Krono is able to take that first stock, but now Flames Range just looking to get back on the board as 140%. You don't see opponents live to this percent very often against a Ganondorf as he hits that hard as he keeps finding these down Bs out of combos, but none of them sending Krono just high enough to kill him, and that absolutely will. Does scoop with the down smash, ties the stock count, but not without taking a good amount of damage along the way.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the flame choke there, using that side special, immediate 31%, but in return, another side special from Krono, able to get another good chunk onto this Ganondorf. A very strong back air to potentially send Ganon off stage pretty far. One more sweet spot back air will do it, and we're in a very similar situation to last time, Chris. Krono's lead is kind of insane. One forward air into the down tilt. Ganon has no jump, but did land there. Should have the extra jump, opts to just use the up special. Will get sent off stage. Krono going for the up special. If Ganon was there at the time, that would have sent him flying to the bottom box.
Yeah, I think we really are starting to see the difference in these characters. Ganon just struggling to keep up with the speed, the mobility, the options that Cloud has over him, and Krono is taking full advantage and making some good just player reads along the way. Good, wow, good catch there. Can't tech that any day of the week. Krono takes that series 2-0, and a strong showing out of the local hero here in Myrtle Beach.
Hey, and that's what you want, right? This is a face that everyone in Myrtle wants to really, make a name for themselves, It's kind of the fan favorite of the people who are truly, in this sort of area. But there are a lot of big names in this tournament, and so you just kind of have to be ready, because at any point, a lot of people could be like, well, I just really like this other guy. I don't know. Suddenly I'm a Sephiroth fan, maybe there's a Sephiroth, I don't know. There's some other superstar players.
Who's to say? But for now, the number one remains at number one. We can take a look at Krono's performance in that series, taking all 6 of the stocks in front of him, only losing 2. Again, 2 very similar games that looked pretty evenly matched for the first minute and a half or so, until one stock was off the board for both players, and then Krono just taking over the game, taking over the matchup, and punishing every little misstep that he could. So strong showing from the hometown kid here, and that'll do it for him, I think, for this group.
Yeah, the big thing is that, again, Myrtle Beach has a weird history with Ganondorf.
It's true.
In the last 2 years that this event was run, it was a high school exclusive sort of deal. It was a high school invitational, or it was a high school open tournament, and then it was a high school. Was it also another open tournament?
I believe so.
I believe so. Okay. So 2 open tournaments, and out of the blue, we got the privilege of watching probably the craziest Ganondorf we have ever seen. And the weirdest part is that he doesn't compete. Like, he just showed up to this tournament. We interviewed him. We talked to him, and he's like, "Yeah, no, I don't play online. I don't do any tournaments. I just saw this, thought it would be cool." And yet, I mean, like, he's doing down B cancels off the ledge. Like, he would maneuver around platforms disgustingly. He was beating Pika players.
Yeah.
Like, it's clear that character has a lot of tools. We didn't see all of them. We saw a good amount of them. Like, that Wizard's Foot definitely can do a lot. But there's like an extra element when you like really dig into that character. Suddenly the intimidation factor can like skyrocket.
Absolutely. And we mentioned it even during that matchup. I said that, you're just somewhat inherently limited by the character of Ganondorf, but you might not be as limited as we make it out to be, or as the community sort of makes it out to be, because the good Ganondorf players make it work. It can be art to witness, and it's a lot of fun when it works out. And this, yeah, you're right, this region does seem to just have a weird history with it, but not sure. I don't think that player is here today, unfortunately.
I wish, bro.
Yeah, would have been a lot of fun. But anyway, with all that behind us, with a good matchup between those two players behind us, it sounds like we are going to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon with more Smash Bros.
Welcome back, everyone, to Boost on the Beach, the Smash Ultimate Invitational. My name is Avery Giesman, and joining me on the desk for the first time is Budwar. Budwar, would you introduce yourself to the stream?
Yeah, of course. My name is Mikey Costello. I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. It's been a great time helping out with this event. It's running great.
Yeah, I mean, Budwar Mikey's been here running the bracket for us, hopping on the camera for us. I mean, what more could you ask for in a presence here at Boost on the Beach? And we couldn't be more excited to bring you the top cut. So what you saw before was the round robin pools. Now we're in the final bracket. Let's throw it over to the bracket. Let's take a look at what we have here. This is going to be the final phase for the Boost on the Beach Invitational bracket. You can see these are the top 16 players that all advance. You can see some big names there. We got Anarchy there at the 1 seed. We got Regalo at the 2 seed. I mean, some great talent all around here. Some of the best players from South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, North Carolina. We've got a lot of representation here, and I couldn't be more excited to get into it.
Right, and a couple of guests as well with Sylex from Florida. Fantastic player. You might see him popping off at a couple of regionals really all across the country.
Yeah, I believe Sylex is going to be our first match of the day. Could be, or we might be seeing Nico versus Anarchy. I see Nico going up to the stream setup right now. We'll have to see what our first match of the day will be. But yeah, I mean, now that we're in this final phase, this is where you really got to lock in. You got to put all your cards on the table. You can't hold any punches, because in the pools phase, you could certainly lose a couple matches and still be fine. You could still advance, but now you only have 1 or 2 lives in this bracket, and you have to make the most of it.
Right, you know, in that round robin pools, you got to play to qualify. You have to win a certain amount to make it, but at some point you're just playing for that seed. Now, you lose twice, you're gone.
Yeah,
there's no safety.
Yeah, it's definitely not. I mean, that losers bracket is gonna fill up fast, so you definitely not gonna be a place you want to be. But these players, they have that experience and they know what it takes to go far in a bracket. You know, we got some great talent here from some top collegiate teams. Great talent here that just play, you know, for fun online, but all have made themselves very good. And teams with a lot of in-person tournament experience. I know you run a lot of different events on the East Coast. I mean, what's that like, you know, traveling to those different events and doing what you do?
It's a lot of work, you know, early mornings, late nights. If you don't know, we are partnered here at Boost on the Beach with Peanut Homecoming, which was a formal Smash tournament. Everybody was wearing ties, sweaters, suits, dresses. It was such a great event, right? It basically looked like homecoming, but we were there to play Smash Bros, right? We got in early, like 9 a.m., not too early, but we got out last night 1 a.m. You know, long days for these kinds of events. But, you know, it's just kind of, you do it out of passion. It's a good time.
Yeah, I mean, this scene is such a passionate scene. I don't know if you can see the Rocket League behind me. We have here at Boost on the Beach as well. So make sure you're tuning into all the streams here so you can catch all the action. We're in, I mean, such a passionate scene. I mean, the Rocket League passion is here. The Smash Bros. Scene passion is here. The Rocket League tournament just moved into their final cut as well. They also played a groups phase. They had 2 groups instead of 4. A little bit less teams here, but all of the teams have been invited and compete at a very high level. So we're excited to see them go into this final phase of bracket. And their phase of bracket, I believe, is also double Elim. So that will you'll also have some chances there to come back. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing the Rocket League and the Smash Bros. Begin to develop here as we will hop into Smash Bros. Very soon. It looks like it is going to be Anarchy and Nico as our first match, and that should be a...
Nope, they're walking away.
Oh, they were at the stream setup.
It looks like we are getting Radias Sylex. So that's going to be Raleigh, North Carolina. Radias plays Sephiroth versus Sylex, which I believe is North Florida Nest player. We have quite a few Nest players in Raleigh, but none that are of the caliber of Sylex. So let's see if that like Raleigh Nest practice is going to be enough to help Radias overcome these obstacles.
Yeah, I mean, Sephiroth is definitely a character that can keep Nest at bay. Definitely not one that Nest wants to see in his bracket path for sure. And that experience will certainly help you know, I've found in my many years competing that even if you don't have a representative that is as good as someone you're going to be fighting against, just understanding the kinds of things that kind of character wants, the kill moves especially, what to look out for, the sort of gimmicks that these players might go for, that can help you a lot. Their recovery routes are very important to study, and those are things that any level of player can learn. So that matchup experience certainly does translate into a higher caliber set like this one. And when you're traveling up from Florida, that certainly plays into things as well. I mean, that's going to be definitely one of the farthest travelers we've had for Boost on the Beach this year. Definitely excited to see that Florida representation. I'm hoping that this event just gets more and more states to bring players out, because it's been amazing.
Right. Yeah, it's always awesome just to have multiple regions, even if it's just 1 or 2 players, just to kind of give a little taste of like what does that region play like, or what kind of characters do they have, right? So this is going to be pretty exciting. You know, as you said, even if you're not fighting someone as strong at the character, you know, in this matchup specifically, Sephiroth thrives off edge guards. You got to see, how does Ness move? Ness needs to avoid the edge guards, so he needs to know, how is Sephiroth going to swing his sword? So, you know, I'm excited to see, what do these players have? What do they know about each other's character? And I think we're actually about to find out.
Yeah, I believe you mentioned the recoveries. I believe Sephiroth's counter breaks if it counters Ness up B. I could be wrong about that, but I hope we see that interaction at some point, because that is one of the very few times that Sephiroth's counter may not be as useful as we think, depending on what hitbox the up B interacts with it. But certainly in the neutral, Sephiroth is going to be looking to have the advantage here, because Ness's hitboxes, they certainly don't have the range that the sword gives you, and that disjoint is going to be very difficult for Ness to work around. But he does have the speed, he does have the combos, and Sylex, certainly the player that can make it happen.
Yeah, and one problem that Sephiroth seems to run into is that he's not as heavy for how big he is, and Ness is known for having some pretty explosive KO power. So we're going to see maybe some Sephiroth stocks disappear earlier than you're anticipating, but again, with the sword, with the spikes, I think Sephiroth can actually do a fantastic job as well, taking early stocks on Ness.
Absolutely, but I mean, Ness, known for these Magnet and PK fire subs. Radias accidentally fast falling there with the back air, trying to put some pressure onto Ness as he recovers. Not going to make it happen. That's actually a setup we saw from Radias earlier in the day in pools. Radias loves these up smashes on PS2 platforms. They just cover the entire thing, and it's so difficult to get around because you can't quite jump. It just covers too much space.
Oh, and countering the wrong way. Radias kind of maybe showing nerves, or maybe not retaining the warmed up hands from playing in the pools phase earlier. But just another
maybe neither of them are.
Yeah, maybe they're both kind of trying to find their footing here to, you know, make their way back to stage here as they're brawling it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a rambunctious venue, certainly a lot to consider here. There's Rocket League playing right above the players, so yeah, they may have to take some time to get used to the environment, get used to playing again. They have had a bit of a break after the pools phase, making sure that all the bracket was reseeded, and now we're in this final phase, and they're getting used to the game again. Sylex playing very aggressive here, trying to keep the pressure onto this Sephiroth. Definitely don't want to play this sort of mid-range game against him. Radias has been thriving in that environment, has been thriving in the environment where Ness is above him. Ness is definitely going to want to stay lower than eye level, as Ness does get a lot off of being short here. But here's the offstage. We're talking about Budwar. Oh, and there's the counter break.
Counter breaking. Yeah, and so the thing about Ness using his recovery is that he's very susceptible to getting two-framed, which is when you're grabbing the ledge, there's 2 frames where you're vulnerable. And Sephiroth has a huge spike hitbox he can use to exploit that interaction. However, Sylex, while the edge guard is behind us, finds the dash attack, takes that stock center stage.
Yeah, and there's, to your point, that lightness of Sephiroth coming into play. You know, midway may not have lost the stock due to that dash attack, but here is an offstage scenario utilizing the PK flash to make sure that you don't quite get hit by that down air that you were talking about, and is going to find themselves safely back on stage, and a huge PK fire there is going to rack up the percent. Radias finds himself at 100%.
Right, this is just so much damage. You're going to be finding yourself losing your stock to just fast moves now, and that's really not what you want. Usually when you're at that 90% range, Ness is looking for that back air, very telegraphed. But right now, you're going to come off this Angel Plat with invincibility. You can just throw out whatever move you want. You're going to find a stock.
Yeah, and there we go. We see Sylex going immediately down with the down B, the magnet there, wanting to, combo that into an aerial or whatnot, and then just calling out the out of shield option there from Radias, catching the next option. Sylex putting on the pressure early here in this first set, and it's going to be up to Radias to figure out what's going to be the counterplay here. We saw some of those amazing edge guards that you brought up earlier, dipping down nice and low with that forward air, but yeah, that counter may not be that useful of a tool. We may have to go for more down airs. We may have to go for more. I've even seen side B work as an edge guard to like snap Ness out of his up B animation. Maybe that's something that Radias may attempt, but going to a stage like Kalos, certainly trying to get more stage and space away from this Ness.
Right, and I think also we've been seeing those edge guards. Radias is finding damage, but not finding the stocks the same way that Sylex was finding both damage and stocks very efficiently. Already up to 84% on Radias, but the one wing online may be able to answer back fairly quickly.
Yeah, Sephiroth does have that comeback mechanic that gives him that extra jump, as well as some super armor on his smash attacks, but he might not have it for long as the back throw will take it. Sephiroth dying at 101 to that.
It's just the kill power here is about even, but I think that because Sephiroth needs to be utilizing the sword and finding those edge guards, where I think Ness can create situations kind of vertically in the air with the back air, with using that neutral air, as well as threatening the ground with grab. There's just so much presence.
Absolutely, and those PK Thunders to creep above the ledge have also been getting a lot of mileage here for Sylex. Definitely a mix-up that Radias has not been familiarized with, and that's really catching him on the ledge trap, which is where Sephiroth gets a lot of value, and Ness getting these recoveries here and getting back to the stage and being able to utilize this such fast pressure. Oh, catches the roll there, but doesn't quite react to it. That's definitely what Sylex wanted there, but didn't quite get the punish.
It was one of those situations where as a player, you're like, I'm going to cover the roll, but you maybe aren't ready for the timing, so when it happens, your brain's fried. You're like, oh, whoops, I missed it.
I think Radias might be feeling the pressure here as Sylex, just bounces back and gets punish after punish. And now when you have the one wing, you certainly need it to make this comeback as you try to juggle this Ness, but he safely finds the floor and a counter punch off stage on Kalos is going to find the late hit of that PK rocket is going to be able to be countered. But you're so down at this point, you do still have the one wing to your name, so that will be helpful. But Sephiroth can't get a lot of damage quickly without some scare tactics here.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those stocks where you're going to have to find yourself hitting Ness pretty deep off stage, maybe with a combo throw, and then you're going to have to hit the edge guard. You're really only going to get one or two more chances at this 103%. But finding hit after hit, finding the stock, you are in a good position right now if you want to mount a comeback.
What a great juggle there from Radias, just keeping this Ness in the air. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Ness not having a lot of great options to land, especially versus such a large sword. And if we see one of those edge guards that you're talking about right now, Radias might just take game number 2.
Oh, I don't know if you make it out.
It's going to be close. It's not going to happen. To the very corner of Kalos, that lightness of Sephiroth is going to come out once more, Mikey, and that is going to do it. Man, even on Kalos there, 127, Ness back throw is just too strong.
Yeah, and even going all the way to the corner wasn't enough to maintain the stock. Like, I was thinking, oh, wow, look at the angle that Sephiroth is going at. Looks like Radias has the DI down to survive these throws. But between the power of the throw and the weight of Sephiroth, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, it's just not enough. And top cut of bracket here. Best of 5, it looks like, so that is exciting. Glad to see some more Sephiroth gameplay. We really saw Radias come alive, especially in the juggle game at the end of that game 2. I think they might have something to say here at the start of game 3.
This is interesting because Radias has lost both games, which means this last game and this current game are both stages that Radias chose. I'm curious as to why we went away from Kalos. Was this something that Radias saw and wanted to change, or was it that Sylex decided, oh wow, I don't want to go back there. I'm going to change one of my bands and get rid of Kalos myself.
That's a great point, and that might be the reason that we're going to such drastically different stages here in games number 2 and 3. Looks like Radias is going to use some of the planking potential that Sephiroth does have to create some pressure on Ness, make him not want to lead trap as aggressively, because Sylex has been great in that spot, and forcing him to play above is going to be the game plan. Radias following this Ness, beautifully going to force the air dodge here. It's going to be the counter. Yes, it is. Radias takes the first stock.
And this is maybe the first time we've seen Radias have a lead this set. So I'm curious to see how that's going to change what the set looks like, because, you know, as when you're playing from behind and when you're playing from ahead, you're going to have 2 different game plans. Finding 50% before losing the stock, this is still a healthy lead.
Certainly so, and Ness now has to play a different kind of game. You know, he has been doing a great job of executing this pressure, but he's not allowed to sort of wait for Sephiroth to make things happen. He has to make things happen himself, and Sylex doing a great job of that, mind you, and is clawing back this lead very quickly, as Radias has not been able to get this Ness above him just yet. Staying at that eye level is going to be a winning strategy for Sylex, and he's doing a great job at it, and is falling with a lot of these nairs, is catching Radias on these follows, almost takes it with the up air. I mean, these Ness aerials are just so strong on Sephiroth. Almost gets the double magnet. Radias counting his lucky stars on that one. Big down smash there. Gonna follow this Ness off the stage. Gonna go for the flash to stall a little bit. These creative recoveries from Sylex are great. Radias executing a lot of patience here, though.
And suddenly we find ourselves in a even position. Wow, making a huge gambit. Sylex very patient, waits for the option after to find a big punish, but still surviving. One wing online, finding the burst dash attack to surprise Radias, getting the stock. But usually during this invincibility is where you're gonna find the counter stock.
Yeah, I would argue this burst has been what has been winning Sylex these games here, not only with the nairs from the sky, but with these dash attacks, with these PK fires, we're not expecting them. But Radias showing off some burst of his own, dealing 75% to Ness. Sylex knows he has to up B, but not quite getting the timing on the down air. Sylex is happy with getting back to stage on that one. They're going to have another chance at life here. Goes for the 0 to death there on the PK fire. Doesn't quite find it. Looks like we're going to finally return to a neutral state. But for how long? Double PK fire. Back air doesn't quite do it. Radias off stage again is going to try to find an answer.
This is stressful. We're talking about back air taking it. If you can get around Sephiroth, that back throw is going to take it with all that rage. An up air. Ness is just walking with these boxes that are going to KO so early. The dash attack not quite taking it, but edge guard opportunity with the extra jumps.
Will Radias go for a big play here? Does go for the counter. Does get the late hit. It will do it. Radias takes his first game of the set. And yeah, that counter is so specific. If you get hit by the strong hit of PK Rocket, it does break. Seems like the late hit is pretty consistent. It does hit Ness, and that's going to be an edge guard for Radias. The first real successful edge guard that Radias is able to get. We've seen a lot of the pressure, but we haven't seen the stock actually get taken, and it makes it happen in the last stock of game number 3. I think Radias is really finding some footing here.
Right, and I think a big thing we saw was that maybe Radias wasn't familiar, is that when Ness uses PK Rocket, hitting himself with the PK Thunder, he's actually invincible for the first little bit of it. So even if the counter didn't break, you're not finding a hit on the Ness because he's invincible. So now, with Sylex taking the first 2 games of the set, these next 2 games, if we see a Game 5 situation, will be on his choice of stage.
Yeah, and it looks like the choice of stage is going to be Town and City. I know Sephiroth not minding the stage either. Those back airs certainly a core component in Sephiroth's toolkit to take stocks, but one of Radias' strengths has been keeping this Ness in the air. So maybe Ness going for that higher top blast zone to help Sylex live a little bit longer, but Sylex liking these back airs to KO as well, and likes holding Sephiroth at these ledge traps. Town City definitely going to be a volatile stage, but messing up the recovery. Sylex trying to cover himself with the PK Thunder there, but not going to happen.
And I think this is one of those situations where you're seeing a game 4, you're up 2-0. Maybe you want to try some adaptations early before suddenly you're in game 5 and the set's out of control. And we'll see if maybe that was just a one-off mistake or if this is just something that Sylex is, I'm going to try this and see what I can do while I have breathing room.
And Sylex has even upped this game here. We're at a very even game, number 4 here on Town City, catching the roll with the PK fire. Got to be careful where you're going against this Nest player. But Radias still with the sword on his back, trying to keep this Nest away. But it's just so hard to jump when this Nest has such potent forward airs that cover in front of him. And these flanking attempts have just not been working for Radias. Sylex just has the answers.
See, whenever Ness is using that yo-yo, the answer is to get up attack. That is a written law. And Radias chose to neutral get up there, finding himself getting caught in the yo-yo and losing his stock there in a position that, you know, he shook his head. He's upset. And now we need to make sure that you stay alive in the set if you want to see a game 5.
Yeah, you do get to peer into the souls of the players with these amazing player cams. Love having those to watch while we watch the set, to see their reaction, see what they're happy about, what they're not. And what Sylex is certainly happy about is that they have max rage, and a Sephiroth at 70% on Town and City. Moves like that forward tilt are spelling disaster for Radias, keeping him off the stage again. The longer Sephiroth stays in his position, the closer he is to the blast zone. The jump call out with the back air is going to take it for Sylex.
Right, 3-1. I would say that's usually a pretty dominant win, right? Sure, you lost a game, but you're playing at most 5 games. You have to win 3. It would be pretty crazy if you would go through a bracket without ever dropping a game, right? But 3-1's usually pretty, I would say, pretty dominant. You lose a game, but you had all that time to collect data, think, what do I want to do different next time I'm in this situation? And we can see, even with Sylex losing that stock, KOing himself early, was able to make the adaptations, even out the game, and close it out with a very strong lead.
Great point. I forgot about that unfortunate SD from Sylex, and still able to win that game quite strongly. That game number 4 is certainly one of the more strong games we saw out of him, just keeping the Sephiroth at bay, just not having any issues really once they got their pace down. And the pressure from this Nest was very fun to watch. Definitely has that Florida aggression in the veins, and I love to see that.
And I'm not sure what our next set is. I think it should be that Nico Anarchy set that we were thinking maybe that would be the first one. So if we can see them come up, that would be super cool. Those are actually 2 students at Winthrop. So that's going to be some Rock Hill, South Carolina players. Anarchy, fantastic player, actually from Canada, going to school at Winthrop. And Nico has been up and coming, Ike player. Fantastic to see these players grow. Anarchy's getting better, Nico's getting better. Just awesome, the things that Winthrop is doing for the scene.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching Nico's play in pools. Looked very good versus the matches that we saw. I mean, versus Tokyo, the Piranha Plant, it looked very good. We'll get to that match in a second, but let's roll over to the graphic for the match we just watched. Sylex putting up a great performance here. Like you said, number 3 in North Florida. Quite an impressive placement, I must say. Florida, a very, very strong Smash state. So all around, so you know, you might not think a region is strong, but when you're looking at Florida, this is quite an impressive placement, and the stock ratio there, 1.4, definitely nothing to scoff at as well. A lot of strong finishes here, and looking really good moving on into this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you know, obviously, if you're going to be taking the set, your stocks taken will be over your stocks lost, but 1.5 is basically every other game you probably are having 2 stocks left, which I think is an extremely strong stat.
Yeah, it's definitely a good performance from Sylex. I definitely expect some great things out of him. I mean, if you can win a matchup like Sephiroth, I think you're looking really good. I don't think it's, you know, unwinnable for Ness or anything, but I do think that a lot of people would say that Sephiroth has the upper hand there just with the range that he has over Ness. And Ness has to make the plays happen, has to get close. And Sylex was able to find those scenarios and make for a very strong performance. Anarchy and Nico did just sit down, so that is going to be the match we're going to be bringing you guys. Anarchy coming into the top cut as the number 1 seed, has not dropped a game in the pools phase. No one was really expecting him to, I must say. Definitely one of the strongest players, if not the strongest Winthrop player in attendance. Putting up some great numbers. Like you said, has been around for a while, has been competing in tournaments for a long time. but great to see him at this event.
Yeah, and you know, I'm really excited to see this because I know Anarchy is obviously a starter on their main team, and Nico has done a lot of things on their academy team. So we're gonna kind of see the strengths of their two teams as these two play each other, and I'm sure that they have both played together, taught each other lessons, and we might see some things in this game, whereas Sylex and Radias have probably never seen each other play prior to knowing they were going to. And these two know each other, right? They might be doing things that might not be traditional, but they're like, I can do this to beat this guy.
Yeah, that is quite true. And, you know, one thing that comes to my mind when we're thinking about Greninja is maybe that Hydro Pump has some nasty angles on Ike recovery. I can't imagine that's quite fun for Ike to deal with that. And I wouldn't want to play Greninja that knows how to utilize that to gimp me. So I hope that Nico is able to find those recoveries. But, I mean, this Winthrop Academy team is so strong, like you said. They play with each other all the time. It kind of reminds me of a bit of, like, racquetball type deal where if you want to play, like, higher on your team, you kind of have to challenge them. And then if you win, you get to, like, play higher for that week. Maybe this is like Nico's challenge. Like, you know, I could start for the Winthrop team. Challenge Anarchy. And, you know, what better way to do it than at a land like this one?
Right. Yeah, that's actually a super cool concept where you kind of battle your way to figure out what does your roster look like. That's very interesting. I actually didn't know that about racquetball.
Yeah, that's a
Rocket
fun one.
League racquetball. It's
a little similar.
Hey,
guys, make sure you're checking out the Rocket League action in the background as well. That is on our A stream. This is the B stream, so make sure you're checking that out on another tab. Keep us open though, because the Smash action is not stopping. We are going pretty similar length to Rocket League. I don't know which one's quite going to end first. We'll have to, you know, take wagers on which one's going to happen. But, I mean, this bracket has been running very smoothly, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're done before Rocket League. But, I mean, there's a lot of action going on. Rocket League matches are honestly pretty fast, so we'll have to see. But Ike Greninja, I expect to be a very fast matchup as well. Obviously, Greninja, one of the fastest characters in the game, has so many tools to get in your face, so many tools to set up into kill confirms consistently. Such a fun character to watch, I might add as well. Ike, a character that's a little slower and more deliberate. A lot of commitment to these attacks that Anarchy is going to try to stuff out with speed.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be one of those cases where Greninja can overpower Ike in such a dominant way. But if Ike is able to find stocks first, he'll be able to slow the game down to a crawl and just take the lead by force, right? So we're really going to be seeing Anarchy trying to control the pace and keep the speed up, while Nico is going to be trying to slow it down and prevent Anarchy from running over it.
That's absolutely true. And we're already seeing some very flashy setups from Anarchy here. We saw him try to catch the Ike up being the forward smash. We saw him go for the footstool down air. We're seeing these adaptations from Anarchy that only come from knowing your opponent so well. And look at these parries come out as well, and those Ike attacks are deliberate, and sometimes that can mean that the Ike player has to try really hard to mix up their timing. Anarchy, knowing the timing that the Ike likes to look for, punishing accordingly, that's going to be something Nico's going to have to figure out, and I imagine it's going to be difficult when you have an Anarchy that's just moving all over the stage like this.
And this is one of those situations where, you know, you have to pick as Ike where your kill confirms don't last forever. Am I looking for a kill confirm, or am I looking for a stray hit? And struggling to pick an option, switching between these nairs and these dash attacks, Anarchy is just running over, finding percent until we find the stock eventually.
Yeah, speaking of kill confirms, Greninja, one of the most stable characters in the game at having multiple moves that string into moves that kill. There's that stray hit you're talking about, that Ike back air. Greninja not having a lot of stray hits that kills. He has these two pieces, really, that confirm a lot of his stocks. As he goes for one of the stray hits that he does have, that Shadow Sneak, a very unique tool, where he sends out a little shadow and then suddenly appears there and attacks you. Very fun move there in Greninja's kit. You can see Nico feeling the pressure of needing to take the second stock. Right. They started to rip some Ike forward smashes, and Greninja going to show off a smash attack of his own. That should be it with the Hydro Pump. It sure is. Anarchy takes game number 1.
I'm not even sure the Hydro Pump was necessary, but
Probably
Anarchy
not.
really making sure that there's no questions asked on you know, what's the decision of that recovery?
Certainly, and that's one of the advantages to being a stock up in that scenario. You don't have to worry about the Ike up B accidentally hitting you and then you trade, and who knows who's going to die first. It's not a scenario that Anarchy wants to play, and you know, Ike certainly cannot go for some of those up B gimmicks against Greninja. Anarchy's just too experienced in the matchup to fall for those, and certainly his character having the tools to certainly punish Ike for that. Going to be a more stable game plan, like you said, from Nico is going to be the only way he's able to win, and it's just so difficult when you're playing a player of this level.
Right, and I think we just saw to start this game, Ike using some of that side B to kind of give himself some of that speed to battle Greninja, but that's also going to be one of those options where if you get caught using a side B when you're not allowed to, you're going to find yourself in a painful situation.
Yeah, I actually thought that was such a great plan to go for that side B, but once you end up off stage, I mean, you can see Nico in the player cam just looking like, I don't have any options, man. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And I agree. I'm looking at this gameplay, and I'm like, man, once Ike gets off stage, he is just in a terrible scenario.
Yeah, and I think that is a part of the fact that Greninja has this strong forward air that can threaten high, as well as the Hydro Pump, where if Ike is going...
Oh, no!
Oh, wow. If Ike is going low, he can use the water box to pressure the low recovery. So this is just a character that I think has everything he needs and more, maybe, to battle Ike. But maybe we can see Nico find some damage, find a stock using the tools that Ike was given.
Yeah, I mean, Ike does have that sword, and he does have that up B to try to contest the recovery of Greninja with no hitbox, but he has to be careful there as well. Doesn't want the water to push him the wrong way. Anarchy with these aggressive back airs, but is going to find himself off stage here, just opting for the high recovery, making Nico think about where he's going to edge guard here, and if you think too long, Greninja's just already in a different spot. He is the master of stealth, and you can't quite find the Nair confirmed there. Will Anarchy find his? Can't quite, but you know, with Ike not taking the stock here, Anarchy is looking to take this set very quickly. Ike at these percents where a lot of the confirms will start to connect, and going for these shadow sneaks as well. Nico needs to find a ledge trap here.
Oh, and just going for the dash attack, trying to close it out, but also trying to close it out with the up smash and missing. We're kind of seeing these players, it's weird because I feel like that they're not feeling the stress. You know, we just saw them laughing, but they're kind of picking these big buttons, these big explosive buttons, like, I want you to explode off the screen. And Anarchy ending it with a fair there, trying to seal out that kind of mindset.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Anarchy playing a very intentionally ultra aggressive game, like more so than you would typically think of as aggression, and that goes into that confidence level. Anarchy knows that he can play at a faster pace than Nico can, both at a character level and a player level, and that's just a bad combination. I mean, Greninja has such speed to get around these Ike hitboxes. He can just kind of react to what Ike wants to do, and you can see Nico's really only able to get things started when sometimes off stage. In the neutral, he's just in such big trouble, and when he's the one off stage, even bigger.
Yeah, and I think that when Nico finds these hits, he's actually finding quite a bit of damage, which is really helpful. And also an important thing to note is that one of the weaker parts of Greninja as a character is his block. His shield is one of his weaker points, and that is probably your best tool to beat Ike. So if he can find a way to put Anarchy into his shield and he uses this proper timing mix-ups, like look at all this damage he's finding on hit, but it's when he's doing these linear timings, getting parried, he's finding himself in a very bad situation.
Yeah, and Nico was looking in a really good situation there, keeping Anarchy in disadvantage, but you get hit by the wrong Greninja move at around 90 to like 110, and you're just going to lose your stock, and we saw it right there. Your Greninja up smash connecting all the way, but Ike up B going to send Greninja flying off the stage. Will Nico find the stock here? Anarchy is going to miss the ledge.
Down. And I think that something I have been noting here is that we haven't really been seeing Anarchy open up Nico as much these last... Wow, that was almost a crazy stock. But it's more so Nico picking one of these big buttons, that up B, that dash attack, or like maybe a smash attack, and that's the opening Anarchy has been using to hit him.
Yeah, we get to see trying to pressure the ledge here is Anarchy, and using these big upbeats to try to armor through the pressure is Nico. Just, use the move that even if I do get attacked, I still win the scenario, and trying to put this immediate pressure onto Anarchy, not waiting for the option,
nice
just
stock.
using the hitbox. Yeah.
Finding a lead here for Nico, again on hit, doing so much damage, threatening stocks with that Nair up there, the classic Ike confirm. In all this rage, you're really one combo into maybe one cheeky Nair to find the game, staying alive in the set.
Yeah, I would argue Nico's starting to play with some speed here. Look at how he's moving into Anarchy's space and just not afraid to contest him. Maybe that's the key for Nico here, is just this supreme confidence. I mean, going for these big down airs, going for these just blatant approaches onto Anarchy, and it's working out quite well.
Wow, I am so surprised we're finding these starters, but just the confirms are not finding themselves to hit. But Nico saying, I'll hit my confirm this time, finding the closed stock, closing the game, staying alive in the set. And this is a very similar situation to what we saw in the previous set with Radias and Sylex, right? The player goes up 2-0. The losing player finds themselves a winning game 3, but this is a mountain to climb. 2 counter picks you have to win on now, as well as, defeating the giant that is Anarchy.
Yeah, and we saw Nico able to use the power of Ike there. Back hit Nair, back air in that scenario, kill Greninja very early. If you can find those kind of stocks with the rage, maybe you can find yourself clawing your way back. But like you said before, Anarchy is not going to want to find himself in a game number 5. He's going to want to finish this set right now. And he's going to try to do it on the home field advantage here, PS2. It's going to be the stage pick where he has a lot of space to run around and weave through Ike's hitboxes.
And I think something that's really interesting is that while Ike using the rage is going to be able to find the stocks so easily, it's also a point in time where Greninja doesn't really have the kill confirms to find the stock. However, even at low percents, we might be able to hydro pump and find something silly at any percent.
Yeah, that Ike up B is just going to get pushed off the stage by the water there. Brutal setup by Anarchy, and if you commit to that up B as Ike, you just might find yourself in that scenario. And it's going to be much tougher now because Nico is playing with a deficit, just trying to land versus this Greninja. Almost gets shadow snuck at that, trying to find a big edge guard here. You certainly need something like a neutral get up, Budwar. Charge the down smash at the ledge.
That's one of those situations where you're like, oh, this is going to hit me if I do nothing. I need to do something. And then you accidentally do the one thing you're not supposed to do. So I totally feel Anarchy there. Nico is charging that smash attack, saying, I need to hit something, and graciously finding the stock that he was looking for.
Yeah, able to find that one, and that's exactly what Nico needed. Still behind in this series and this game. Does get hit by the forward air there, doesn't quite lose his stock for it. Yeah, the water creates some crazy interactions.
He literally looked like he was floating on like horizontal line for a second. I can't move like that, naturally.
Oh, and there is the kill confirm, even at 130. Gonna get hit by the sword there and find himself off stage again. This could be trouble. Doesn't quite get the Hydro Pump that time. Nico gonna find the stage, but is going to get lapped in percents here and may need to find another one of those big smash attacks if he cannot keep this frog in the disadvantage.
Oh, Shadow Sneak. Oh my gosh, almost taking the KO. Oh, getting a little too greedy. I think if you utilize the Hydro Pump, you can put Ike in a worse situation and find that forward air or find a back air just to finish out the stock, game, and set. Shadow the counter. That was the counter, actually. Substitute that time Anarchy used to close out the set.
That was actually the first time we saw Substitute used from Anarchy. I was actually expecting that move more so on Ike's up B. I know if you hit it from up top, I believe Greninja will spike Ike straight down with the Substitute there, but able to just find the edge guards with the Hydro Pump anyways. But
right.
the Substitute works on side B as well, as we just saw, as a high recovery option counterplay. So able to utilize both of those tools to keep this Ike in the disadvantage and take those stocks.
Yeah, it might be one of those situations where the Hydro Pump can set up for these edge guards using that back air or that forward air that is quite strong. You can find stocks just as easily, where the Substitute might be inconsistent. Maybe Ike grabs the ledge before you get there, or maybe even in some crazy situation, you go to spike the Ike, but you get caught in the sword and suddenly you're getting spiked. It just might be a consistency thing. I don't play Greninja, but that does seem to make sense. You can use Hydro Pump to reset, find yourself in a better spot, rather than trying to take what is in the current spot.
Yeah, and let's look at what Anarchy's numbers were able to put up in that series. I mean, what a great performance. Currently the #1 player in South Carolina here. 1.7 stock ratio there. A lot of strong performances from Anarchy, but with Nico able to take that one game, and the one game that he took being a 2 stock, mind you, that'll hurt his ratio a tiny amount.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Anarchy, like you said before, cleaning it up in Game 4 very cleanly. No need for a Game 5.
Right, he was looked very prepared. Ike's one of those matchups where it's kind of like riding a bike. I think if you have learned it at one point, you might forget for a little bit, but you should be able to come back very strong and, you know, kind of know what you need to do. And it's not that I thought Anarchy looked lost at any point, but during that Game 4, he looked very prepared.
I completely agree with you. I always say Ike's kind of are forced to play in similar ways, but Ikes can play with very different speeds. Some Ikes are, you know, very slow, but they go for, you know, similar setups. But some Ikes are, you know, much faster. But when you're playing against Greninja, maybe it really limits the speeds that you can play at because this guy is just all over the place. Looking at the future here, let's throw it over to the graphic. It looks like we are in top 8 now. We got many of these sets played out here. You can see Anarchy moving on to play Sybil, the Falco player. In the top 8 here, we have Endothia versus Twitchy. Twitchy was on my commentary block on the Isabel. Definitely hope we get that match on stream versus Endothia. I feel like that could be a fun one to watch. Regalo, Sylex, definitely get some Onet Boys conflict there. The Ness versus the Lucas. That could be a fun set to watch as well. And at the bottom there, we have another Winthrop matchup. We have No Tag and CJ Frozen. Looks like the Winthrop players have to take each other out here a little bit, but that's going to happen when you're all so good. We're seeing a lot of our Myrtle Beach players, unfortunately, dropping to these higher level out-of-region talent. Let's go to the lower bracket here. We got Nico, the Ike player that we just saw, taking on Elim. And then we got Potley 18. I believe that is the Aegis player, if I remember correctly.
Aegis.
Taking on Camo Rex. And then we got Krono, the #1 player in Myrtle Beach, unfortunately dropping to the losers bracket to play Radias. What a tough draw that is. That's going to be Cloud versus Sephiroth. And
classic.
That should be a fun one, man. That's a shame that that's in the losers bracket. I feel like that could be a very fun match. And then, you know, we will take you through this bracket as it goes through. It looks like our next match is going to be Sylex Regalo, so we are going to see that Ness versus that Lucas.
Right, and I think that this is a set I'm quite excited to see. I have watched Regalo fight many Nesses. You know, it's a funny matchup, right, because of the 2 PK kids. You're going to see a lot of big hits taking explosive stocks, and you're going to see a lot of stocks where the player just kind of falls because they got absorbed or they hit the ball, or just some shenanigans is going to happen. And it's usually fun for us. I don't know if the players are having fun when they play it, though.
Maybe we'll have to get an interview with one of them, ask them how fun the Ness-Lucas matchup is. Probably not one they play too often. You saying Regalo has some experience in it, so maybe we'll see some tricks of the trade. For some people who are new to Smash Bros, what would you say is the differences between Ness and Lucas? Because on paper, they look like such similar characters.
Right. In action, though, when you are fighting them, when you are playing them, you don't feel like you know. you don't play Ness and be like, oh, my Lucas is better. You might think that, but once you start hitting the buttons, you'll realize very quickly these 2 characters, they share a series, they share, you know, stature, and maybe move names, and that's kind of where the similarities end for these 2 guys. But here we are going into Game 1. You're going to be able to see these moves. Very pretty animations, pretty moves. Let's see how they use them.
Yeah, Regalo starting off with the aggression here with the Nairs and quickly pushing Sylex off the stage. Are we going to get an absorb? Already, Budwar, we are, but it hits Ness
Right,
and is
the
able to
hitbox.
save the stock. And we're going for blood, Budwar. What am I watching?
Right, just 3 back airs. The funny thing about Lucas back air, while that spike hitbox is quite inconsistent, the weak hit can find itself. Not a true combo, but very, very tight. If you're not ready, he can just keep throwing out those back airs, and eventually it will spike and take your stock extremely early.
What a joy these two are to watch. Sylex has already pushed Regalo off the stage, and that's going to be it. Budwar, they just trade 0 to death.
They're just 2-stock game, 50 seconds in, and this is what I'm saying. It's just silly how fast the stocks on these characters can melt. The spike feeling like an explosive hit, while Ness was able to knock Lucas so far he didn't make it back. Choosing to close out with the back air, maybe for himself, maybe to demoralize Regalo. But here we are, back in a more sane, neutral gameplay that you might see more traditionally here.
I don't know how sane I can call it. Look how aggressive these two players are playing. I'm not seeing any PK fires. I'm seeing very little Zair trains from Lucas. I'm just seeing straight running aerials from these players. We see Regalo finally starting to establish some sort of range game versus this Ness. But Sylex finding these such strong ledge traps as well as Regalo. They have to play in the middle of the stage, but they're pushing each other so well to the corners, like that Lucas forward air and forward tilt to move this Ness off the stage. Luckily, he has that magnet to try to get around the magic, but is going to get caught in a little bit of a tussle there. Regalo not quite able to find the edge guard. He's going to lose a stock of his own.
Yeah, and just like a little bit of a mistake was made there, and that's all it takes is for you to lose your stock, especially when you have to worry about if I have to use my PK Lightning or PK Thunder, I can get absorbed, I can die at any percent. That is something that is so stressful. You might find yourself accidentally doing an air dodge you shouldn't, or maybe jumping in a spot you shouldn't, and then you're going to be losing your stock in a much worse way.
Absolutely, and that's going to eat at the mental game. And I'm so impressed with Sylex accuracy on these PK fires on Lucas Tether. I don't know if you guys have been seeing that at home, but I mean, he has been landing those in spades. And just like that, even the percent's up as Ness, you may think of as having a couple more kill options than Lucas with this very potent back throw, the strongest in the game. This Lucas player, Regalo, has the kill options of their own with 3 different kill throws, not quite as strong as Ness's, and also the aerials killing slightly earlier. It's caught on the yo-yo, not quite going to connect the whole thing.
Wow.
Lucas finding himself off stage is going to have to up B, but
And
cannot
the
quite magnet going to get through it.
Yeah, able to find the hit on himself with the PK Lightning, going invincible right before the forward air hitting. Also just doing a silly amount of damage. Suddenly now Ness is in the air, a very floaty character, struggles to land. Lucas just needs to find one hit to close it, explodes him off the top. Closing out a game that looked back and forth, explosive, out of control. I don't even really know how many more words you could use to describe it. There's just so many.
Yeah, I don't think these two ledge trapped each other a single time. I think it was all when someone was off stage. All right, I'm a coming, and you're gonna die or I'm gonna die. We're playing this PK game, and it's a fast one. To Town and City we go.
And something that's so interesting about this Town and City pick is that compared to what we just saw, where typically somebody is getting edge guarded and finding themselves not making it back, these side blast zones are so close, you're going to find yourself hitting them much earlier than on other stages.
Yeah, absolutely. That Lucas forward air is certainly one that comes to mind. That's going to deal some damage here on Town City. Ness back throw, certainly a throw that benefits from the narrow horizontal blast zones of Town. That Ness forward tilt, certainly going to kill much earlier than before, but doesn't need it to charge. Yo-Yo at the ledge. Sylex going to find an early lead here, and a strong one at that.
And we saw last game, though, finding yourself a stock at 0 right away doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a lead. Sometimes these stocks just disappear. You're at 95, double jump gone, resources gone on Town and City, but finding your way back to center, an impressive feat, especially against a player of Regalo's caliber, using a character like Lucas that can just cover so much space. Look at these guys throwing out moves, trying to get someone to overextend.
Man, I'm just not sure. I'm watching Smash Bros right now with just how much these two are just so relentless on each other. I mean, they're just going at it right now with such creativity. I'm just absolutely loving this set right now. Sylex putting on the pressure, and Regalo just seemingly swinging out a disadvantage every time. These two are just not scared. They're playing such quick Smash Bros as the magnets from Sylex are keeping these PK fires from causing any sort of zoning. Like, he just keeps the pace up. And Sylex with this lead here, did find themselves in a big combo at the beginning there, but now has established the first serious lead of this set, and is going to fall out of the up tilt as they live that forward air, and Ness finding himself at 145, and the reversal out of disadvantage. These two just swing each other, and someone loses a stock.
Right, and finding the up air here, you're really going to have to find and complete that 0 to death you were hoping to get earlier this game here, close out this lead that Sylex has created, but just stretching his stock with absorbing those PK fires and just barely living and finding an early reversal is really stretching this game in Sylex's favor.
Oh, almost gets the home run there out of the PK fire. That would have been an early stock there, as Regalo does try to claw back here. Is not going to stop the aggression pushing Sylex to the edge here again. We are on Town and City, is the narrowest side blast into the game, and we finally see the PK Thunder get absorbed. That is what you were talking about before the set. Such a strong edge guard there. If Ness's Thunder goes into that big blue circle, it just goes away and you fall to your death.
And look at this even game basically here. You're actually threatening your stock on a stage like Town and City, losing your jump, and suddenly the situation is reversed, but that was almost another one of those 0 to deaths that we were seeing from these two players, just taking and dealing so much damage, so much explosive kill power.
Yeah, Regalo certainly almost took the stock off that one bridge there that we saw, and has already managed to even up the percent. Sylex still swinging with these back hit of neutral airs at a disadvantage. Regalo can't get hit by too many of those, especially at the ledge. Gonna get the front hit that time, is gonna send Regalo off the stage, but able to swing so that you don't get ledge trapped that time. You don't want to get caught with any of those nest moves off the stage, especially here on Town. But Town is going to help you in finding this stage, this KO nice and early. This is a dead even game, despite the percents. Look at how far Ness flies to just a forward air.
And this is so stressful. A grab, I think, from either player will do it. And this is one of those situations where you don't want to be the one to lose this game. You want to push your advantage as Regalo. You don't want to let the other player go up 2-0.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You can see no more shields coming out from these players. If they do, it's just a flicker. They don't want to get caught in shield too long before they will get grabbed. But the option of grab is dash attack. A burst option there from Sylex is going to catch Regalo on the retreat there. And that is not the way I expected that game to end, but it is certainly a kill move in Ness's arsenal, and one that Lucas has to commit a little bit more to. That's one that Sylex is going to find, and we are going to find ourselves in that 1-1 scenario. Now Regalo doesn't have to win one more game to win the set. They have to win 2. Same for Sylex, but we are at an even playing field.
They started playing the siren mid-set. Looks like Sylex is dancing along a little bit, maybe feeling good after the win, but hopefully we can all stay locked in, playing out this set. Game 3, our first 1-1. We've seen in Game 3 we're playing best of 5s, but every time it's been a 2-0 lead, someone on the back foot. This is equal footing.
Yeah, you're correct in that one. It looks like Sylex is going to be the one to come out on top here first. A low recovery from Regalo. Is it we're going to get a PK fire here? No. Going to follow him high. Waiting not to go low there from Regalo. Going to make sure we at least don't lose a stock, even if we get hit again. But, I mean, Sylex just starting off a lot of these games by just simply not getting hit. Almost another 0 death from Sylex, Budwar. I mean, it's consistent at this point.
And it's just one of those things where when your recovery is so easily exploited, you're going to have to do things to avoid using it. And when you're avoiding going off the stage, you're going to find yourself taking more damage, putting yourself in spots where you can get hit by harder hitting moves. And that's just the kind of thing that is happening here. You're getting juggled. You're getting, every time you go back to stage, you're getting hit back off stage. And then you get to answer back with your own on the next stock.
Yeah, I mean, Regalo not being phased by this early deficit, just doing what they can to swing back, to take the early stocks if they can, is able to push Sylex off stage here, able to find the stock as well. The forward tilt is going to make it happen. It's a dance party here, and these kids are on the dance floor with how they are slinging these aerials onto each other, just trying to find these stocks. Ness still in the lead here, though. Sylex is able to then maintain this advantage, keeping this Lucas off the stage. How are you going to recover this time? The PK Fires do miss on the tethers. Regalo finding the correct angle there to be able to make it back on stage, but it's going to have to recover this deficit, but they certainly know how.
That's true. I feel like that was a backer. You could have threatened the stop, and you do that time, but we're going to see what Regalo is going to do to regain this lead. I mean, you had a 1-0 game lead right now. Suddenly you're finding yourself down in game 3 in a 1-1 set. It's one of those things you don't want to win game 1 and suddenly find yourself in game 4 at a deficit. So how are we going to make changes here to find ourselves maintaining that lead that we earned first?
Certainly. I mean, winning game number 3 earns you a counter pick in game number 5 if you end up going there, and that is what these players are playing for right now. And it's an oh so important game when a match like this, stage could mean a lot. We go from something like town and stage to something like a small battlefield. Those two very different stages with different blast zones and platform layouts, and you want to have the advantage. You want to be in a place that you're more comfortable, and a place that you certainly cannot be comfortable is off stage versus Regalo. A forward tilt is going to take the stock, and Sylex finds himself in an even game.
Yeah, and forward tilt is just so consistent at hitting people coming up to that ledge. It's nice and big. It lingers just long enough. You can find yourself timing it nicely, as well as a good amount of kill power to really take those stocks when you need it most. But look at this damage is racking up. Somehow I feel like they've taken 100 damage combined, but I haven't seen anybody find a solid hit yet.
No, it's a lot of stray hits. And when they get those strings, they're like 90% strings. But until then, we're just trading blow for blow, and it's just a absolute fight right now with how these two are scrapping. I mean, look at the yo-yo play. Regalo is going to find himself off the stage and lose a stock there to the yo-yo. I mean, so many recovery options have just been stuffed by Sylex in such unique ways. The tether with the PK Fire, the low recovery with the magnet, and now the ledge trap as well, looking strong. That yo-yo, like you said earlier, maybe you can get up, attack it if you're at the right spacing for it, but that time catching just the get-up option that Regalo was going for. He loves going for these swing backs when he's off stage to just get this opponent away from him. No more ledge trap, but yo-yo is going to beat that option in that scenario.
Yeah, and here we are going back because Regalo was the one that counterpicked here to this stage. And just right off go, going for some damage here, getting a combo started, finding 40, 50, just going to keep getting more, why not? And we're going to see who is going to close out this stock, but we know that they can go at 0 too.
Absolutely, and Regalo is happy to find himself in advantage, has lost the advantage early in the past 2 games, but gets a charged forward smash there off an untimely air dodge and a big low recovery here from Ness. Regalo is going to go for the ledge trap. This time doesn't have the positioning or the timing to be able to go for a big edge guard quite this time, but you don't quite have to just yet. I mean, you do still have the advantage state here, and we know that Sylex is looking to claw back and take it, but Regalo is able to play this zoning game, able to keep this Ness away, is trying to magnet there to 2-frame, but can't quite find it, just ledge trapping this Ness to great success, but these PK Fires are just completely ineffective as the magnet there stuffs that option.
All right, and just kind of letting the gameplay speak for itself. These players don't want to be the first ones to let a stock go. Sylex wanting to close the set, Regalo wanting to force this game 5, and I think taking that first stock is such an important step. You get to start taking risks, and that is looking very, very good for Sylex here, but you still have to deal with an invincible Lucas coming off the Angel Plat, almost finding a stock immediately, but answering back with some damage.
Yeah, despite a nice start from Regalo, it's going to be Sylex who ends up actually taking the first stock. And I mean, that's just such a momentum stuff for Sylex. Has had the momentum now for the past 3 games. But, I mean, this one looks like Regalo was able to get the, first advantage, the first mover. But now Sylex having this stock lead and no free way to take the stock for Regalo because of just how much pressure Sylex has been putting on. Going for the low recovery there, not able to find the down smash 2-frame. And yeah, Regalo has been doing much more patient ledge trap now. Does not want to find himself in a reversal scenario. Sylex has just shown a slightly more adept in those specific spots.
Yeah, and we're just seeing so much of Sylex's game plan here being, I'm going to throw this PK Fire in a spot I don't think I can get hit, and then I'm going to cover myself with my huge back air. And we have seen so many times, one of two things happens, where Sylex finds himself hitting that PK Fire, pushing lots of damage, or missing that PK Fire and covering himself with a nice big launching back air.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. Regalo only be able to find the up air there at 160, but I mean, that's just such a late stock to take here. You now have 120% to your name. You die to grab, you die to many nest aerials, those big back airs that you were talking about, but you're able to find some swings here, trying to gain some damage on this nest. A big bridge here is going to push Sylex off the stage, and in a big disadvantage scenario, Regalo trying to find a way back into this game is going to find big damage. This is big momentum, Budwar.
And this is where you're actually not so upset anymore to be at all that percent, because with this rage, you kind of are putting Ness in a similar spot to yourself here, and oh my gosh, barely not hitting the blast zone. If you are from NC, you're happy to see that. That was a crazy way to pull Ness off the stage, but getting reversal anyways. Regalo on potentially winner stock.
Yeah, Regalo is bringing out the tricks, trying to find new creative ways to recover, as that has been a very difficult spot for him. But Sylex still finding himself in the lead despite it, just adapting to every scenario. And when we're at these critical turning points where it seems like Sylex is at this high percent where he dies any hit, it seems like he's always finding a way to build up a decent amount of extra credit. Regalo says, all right, you got 26%, but that is not a lot for me to claw back from. I can certainly swing out of this corner and I can get that 40% for myself, and he is going to do so with this neutral air. A big comeback here for Regalo is going to even this game up right away as we enter the final stock of game number 4.
And this is just tense here. We got these orange percents. You're not quite in pertinent danger, but you don't want it to get much higher. Last stock here. This is going to be a situation where someone's either kissing their lead goodbye or someone is going down to the lower bracket. These players both desperately wanting to just close this game out. Regalo gonna have to fight a game 5 if he does. Sylex getting a breath to relieve himself, but no, barely not hitting the corner. And here we go, ledge trap situation here, Regalo.
Yeah, Regalo has been looking really strong in these ledge traps. Sylex so happy that he was able to live that forward air, but is going to live the up air as well. Those Lucas aerials, they don't hit like Ness aerials, I'm just going to say it, but they are able to kill off the side. The PK Fire is going to do it. That might be the first Lucas PK Fire I've actually seen connect at the ledge. Sylex has had the counterplay with these magnets off stage all set to be able to not get hit by the PK Fire. It's actually the neutral getup that gets him PK Fire this time.
It was so far through the nest, but just kind of hitting him in the back, sending him the way. Thankfully, we didn't see a situation where, Smash Ultimate chose, oh, it's behind the nest, let's send them in, and this game's going to go on even longer. But 3 kill screens, 3 times the charm, they say. Regalo making us get a game 5 situation. Again, one of these sets, fun set to watch. I could imagine these players are just stressed, frustrated at this point, and now they're playing their 5th game of this, and they need to win it to stay in winners.
I would bet that as well, but I couldn't be happier to watch these photo finishes that we've been seeing. I expect this game 5 to be no less, as Regalo is going to have the first lead here on Battlefield, the first time we're seeing this stage in this series, and these ledge traps have been working out really well for Regalo. He's been able able to hold this Ness at the ledge, keep this Ness in a juggle scenario. Those swingbacks that Ness has been having, Regalo has been adapting to. But, I mean, the pressure from Sylex is nothing to scoff at. We know what this player is capable of, but he's going to find himself off stage. Trade with the Thunder. Regalo finds his first huge lead of the set.
And now Regalo is choosing to do the slower, safer options. This is why Sylex stocks have been stretching longer, right? Instead of going for the magnets, now we're going to let you come back. I'm going to hit you back off, but once you're too far, you have to use a Thunder. I'm going to push you away with my own. I'm not risking myself, but I'll take the stock later, has been the name of the game for this comeback that Regalo is mounting after losing his initial lead.
But look at the composure of Sylex, understanding that he lost a big scenario there, but is able to put on the pressure onto Regalo, get these percentages high so that he can find those kill options. Isn't quite able to find it there, but trying to find these oh so potent back airs that have gotten him so much mileage. But, I mean, the percent is just building, able to swing out of that scenario with the back hit of neutral air, finding himself at even stocks. Regalo playing a nice zoning game, almost quite like a sword character, keeping this Ness at bay with these forward airs. That's what we love to see out of a Lucas as he gets pressured offstage. Sylex in the advantage now.
Yeah, but oh my gosh, I don't think you wanted to do that down smash. I'm not sure what you were gaining there, and you're finding yourself hit off stage, almost in a stock threatening position, but here we are landing on the top plat with this tri-plat layout. Battlefield feels huge. This stage feels like these kids have a whole playground to run around, beat each other up, and we're going to see who's going to take stock to put each other on winner's side point.
And we can see how Sylex is playing with this top platform, utilizing Ness down air to go through the platform to try to combo into something, but is not going to get to play on the top platform, is going to be off stage and hit by a Regalo down smash, and Regalo is going to maintain the advantage that he gained at the beginning of this game. Sylex, you know, trying to play with these platforms, trying to find these big mid-percent setups that will kill earlier than these 90% that he'd rather not play at while he's out of fresh stock. You don't want to trade with Lucas at this point. You don't want to take unnecessary damage as Regalo reads your roll in and gets a platform extension, almost reads the air dodge there. Sylex counting a lucky star on that one is going to find himself back in the neutral. Trade the fires, but don't get the back air. Regalo is establishing a serious lead here. Again, 90% to Sylex, and Regalo has the ledge trap.
This is just, it feels like Regalo is playing with both controllers, knowing exactly where he's going every time, and Sylex is just happy to be still only at 100, considering the damage done, not quite getting the jump out and the timing you need. You can get out of that, that's not guaranteed, but Regalo getting the shield broken, that's, your stock's gone, you don't get to live there, and this is it. 2 last stocks with an 100% lead, but a hit for Sylex.
What a joy, Budwar. I certainly did not think we would see a yo-yo shield break in this game number 5, but here we are, utilizing the down the plug. Oh, he gets the PK fire on the tether. That was almost the stock, Budwar. If he was able to get the down air off of that PK fire, Regalo so happy to return to stage here with the percent advantage still in their favor, slowing the game down drastically. Ends up off stage, detects the wall, but is going to have to recover. Then Lucas down smash does not quite connect. They're going to have to find a way to get past this kid. They do. And back to the neutral. Going to find themselves above ground. Going to try to find another down air setup through the battlefield platform. But they do reset to a true neutral. Another big hit will do it for Regalo, but Sylex knows the moves that kill, knows what he can't get hit by, doesn't get hit by the sweet spot of that forward air. If it was sweet spot, it would have taken his stock, but it's going to live at 166 here. Can't get hit by anything potent. It's going to do it. The drag down neutral air up tilt. You can't be sure we're watching Lucas here. You might be thinking we're watching like Banjo or something with that setup. I mean, what an incredible series that was. That has to be the series of the tournament, Budwar. I am so happy that we were able to get that on the live stream for you guys. The PK kids absolutely scrapping North Florida here, you know, dropping down to the loser bracket from Sylex. But what a performance. I am so ecstatic that we were able to watch that match because that was a slugfest.
Yeah, there was never nothing happening, and if it seemed like nothing was happening, they were maybe just holding their magnets like, oh, come hit me first and see what I'll do about it, right? These players are just so, wow. We got a sneak peek at the stats. It's just, you get to see how tense this set was. 13 to 12 stocks. This is I think, as close as it gets.
Yeah, it is. This is
so-
game 5. Last stock every single game, I believe. I mean, I would certainly believe it. I mean, after that set we just watched, that was the most aggressive, closest set I may have ever watched. I
Right.
mean, normally you think of close sets, you think of, you know, this player wins for a while, then this player wins for a while. No, this was like big strings. Like we saw, I believe it was game number 1 where it was like 0 to death, boom, 0 to death for the other player.
Right.
And in this game number 5, I feel like that's the biggest adaptation Regalo actually made, is that he stopped playing in that manner, I would say. I think he actually slowed down quite a bit and almost walled this mess out.
Right, and that's what I think the biggest adaptation made in Game 5 was that Regalo was like, I'm going to up air you, we're up here, I can do a nair drag down for lots of damage. Or I can just hit the floor, I have my jump back, I can run on the ground. If you air dodge, I'm going to be under you. You don't want to be above these characters. He takes his one extra hit instead of getting greedy and trying to extend in this one huge explosive combo. Let me hit you once 10 times instead of hitting you 10 times at once. And it just saw that the nickel and dime was just what he needed to cash out on that Game 5.
Yeah, that was an incredible watch. I expect great things from both of these players as they are both still in the bracket. So if you're rooting for Sylex, I would expect him to go on a run in losers. What an incredible nest that is. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. We are going to throw to a quick break before we get into Twitchy versus Endothia. What a fun set. You're not going to want to miss that one. Keep Rocket League open on another tab while you wait for Smash Bros. To come back. I've been Avery. This is Mikey or Budwar. We will see you very soon.
Yep, see you guys.
We are well into the action here at Boost on the Beach, and we've got plenty more to go still as we continue through our Smash Invitational bracket. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Clayton, and I'm joined once again by my lovely brother, Kevin. We're live from the Hangout in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and we've got some more Smash Bros to bring you guys. We've gone through a lot of the competition so far. We started the day with 28 people, I believe, signed up for this tournament, and we're preparing to narrow it down to 8. So we can take a quick look through the bracket and how we got here, because the current standings have brought us here. The upcoming matchup will be Endothia versus Twitchy for a spot in top 8 on the winner's side. Outside of that, not many surprises. A lot of the higher seeds making their way through the bracket and meeting up in the top 4 on this top side.
Yeah, we've seen Anarchy perform phenomenally on the mainstream. We saw a bit of No Tag on side stream as well, having a phenomenal performance, as well as Regalo. It makes all the sense in the world to see those players already making it, solidifying themselves into top 8. But this matchup here, Endothia versus Twitchy, I'm very curious to see how this matchup will go. But we also have the lower bracket side of things, Chris. There are still a handful of players left in here who could really make a splash and make the run.
Yeah, all these lower seeded players that got knocked down from the upper bracket still fighting it out to try and work their way back for a chance at winning this whole tournament. So the players on your screen not out yet. As we continue to work our way through the lower bracket, we will keep you up to date on all of that. But that brings us to the first matchup we mentioned, the Endothia against Twitchy matchup. Endothia we've seen a couple times on this broadcast. I believe you and I casted that Game & Watch series that he played.
Yeah, it was a very good series where the common theme has been giving your opponent the respect they need early on and then really running away with it going forward. But we're hitting the later stages of this. You're allowed to start getting a little bit crazy. You need to be playing real aggressive, or at the very least, you need to have your game plan be solid. If I'm the kind of player who can sit away and force my opponent to come to me, then you better believe that needs to be the bit that you stick with. Otherwise, you are going to be in a world of pain.
Yeah, and we see Twitchy coming from the opposite side of this matchup, named aptly after their ability to not stay still, is what I heard. But good for them. They will be coming into this as an Isabel, taking on the Game & Watch that we got to watch earlier. So high-level Smash. These are two highly seeded players, I'm sure with high expectations for this tournament, about to clash here on main stage.
Yeah, big thing here. We have Game & Watch versus Isabel. We had not covered this series so far, the Isabel player, Twitchy, but we did see that the other casters have, and Twitchy, there's a reason why they're still on the upper side of the bracket. I mean, this Isabel is kind of a menace. This character can be a little funky sometimes, but all the same, once you get your game plan going, it can be fierce. But starting things off, Endothia doing exactly what we were saying before the match even started. If you have your reads, if you know what you're looking for right away, don't feel the need to really try to feel out your opponent's game plan. Run with it. Run with what you know, and feel free to just truly go all out, as the percentages do start to even up with that get-up attack.
Yeah, get-up attack, even stock count still early in the game, but a lot of aggression out of both of these players, and a lot of hits landing so far. Wow, and just straight-up up smash from center stage. Finishes the job there, takes our first stock of this series in favor of Twitchy on the Isabel.
That's not the kind of up smash that I feel like you hear about out of S.H.I.E.L.D. You think like Mario and stuff like that. Like, to see Isabel's up smash just absolutely rock Endothia was crazy, but Endothia finding the opportunity to really equalize things out, so we do get that. But moving back over, we do see Twitchy getting a couple of good hits here, using the pot and the projectiles pretty efficiently. Game & Watch has that bucket, but it doesn't absorb those projectiles. It just kind of, reflects it back. So it's not as bad to be given Game & Watch like the buckets. You're not gonna give him the buckets. Oh, really? That knocks out off the top. Okay. All right. So Game & Watch obviously in the sweet spot won't get that berry effect, but to had that charge. It had to be because it was like held for so long. Obviously, you're going to jump there, but it was let go at the right timing to connect, sent straight up. That's crazy.
Yeah, well-timed down smash from Endothia gives them a stock advantage, and now an opportunity to build a lead here to start finding the extra credit on this final stock from Twitchy, after Twitchy was the first one to take a stock in this matchup. Now going for multiple down smashes, it can make it 3 in a row, unsuccessful on all of them. Will get grabbed out of that shield and punished for it. We're back to an even stock count, and he comes off the respawn platform and goes for another down smash.
I mean, understandably so. If your move is fast and it has relatively low end lag, why are you not throwing out those hammers? Like, you can get so much value off of it, just like that bomb. Isabel has a bomb in her inventory right now, but it may not get used until just now. We do see it is dropped, and will mean that Pocket will be available for another offstage interaction. So we'll have to see. Using the throw, not using the Lloyd Rocket just yet. Instead, trying to play it real safe, trying to sit back. A big theme with Endothia is that they actually don't go for anything too crazy until their combo game gets started. They'll go for the nairs and stuff like that, but they won't go too far out of their way to try and really commit to something like those down smashes. If it's going to happen, it's because the frames are working in his favor. So with that, we do see Sense flying upwards. The up smash clanks into the spot dodge. Twitchy doing a good job, zoning it out, throwing out a couple of pellets, just using that slingshot to the best of its ability. Ooh, but the shield is dropped just a little early, and the up smash from Endothia will be enough to close out that game.
Yeah, well done, and a big bounce back there from Endothia after losing the lead to start. But it's worth mentioning that you all from home have been watching Best of Fives, and you and I have not been on here since they have become Best of Fives. So the start of what could be a long series, but certainly not at the end of the world, as Twitchy will look to bounce back as we load back into this same exact matchup on Pokemon Stadium.
I mean, it's hard to hate it. Like, if you're willing to play it, why not? You have Isabel doing a really good job of like trying to play that projectile game, but Endothia is like very deliberately finding these really close approaches. Look at the nair into the up special and just getting 60%. It's gonna be on Twitchy to like really play that sort of slow game and take time before approaching. Otherwise, you're going to have interactions like this off stage.
Yeah, percentage starting to really build up here for Twitchy as they were looking to try to bounce back. I'm sure a lot of that came down to getting an early lead, but so far the start of this has really not gone Twitchy's way. Endothia going off stage, finding a back air, trying to probably secure that stock and not just rack up percent, but only walks away with a little extra chip damage, and both players back on the stage. So a very high percentage Isabel standing dangerously in the middle of the stage, but nothing to show for it yet. Endothia just looking to close this out, going for the down air off stage. Yeah, great tech for a moment there, but not enough to react to the up B from Game & Watch securing that stock.
I mean, you heard me when I said it. I thought I thought Twitchy got it. Yeah. That was it. Like, you got the connection, you got the first tech, but I wasn't ready for the second one either. So there you go. But even so, percentages have evened up, stock count has evened up. We are seeing Endothia finding that initial opening. Again, combo strings, 30%, going for 40, going for the back air, not much more. Going for a down air, is able to recover. I mean, this is the pressure that Game & Watch just brings to the table.
Yeah, Endothia playing a very clean game. Oh no! Wow, Endothia goes deep to try to punish well below the stage and pops the balloons. Twitchy left with no recovery options and loses his stock pretty early. The deficit is growing now for Twitchy to try to come out of. Is left with only one stock to work with. Is going to have to find some serious combos. Going off stage there, it's hard to punish a Game & Watch with a recovery like that.
Yeah, so we do see now Endothia playing a bit slower, using the bombs, going for the dash attack after the parry. Another hammer on the ledge. Does go for the dash attack, does get grabbed in response. Very good mash to break out of that before any grab shenanigans. Does get hit by the fishing rod grab, though. We will see Twitchy able to get the up air, but it won't be enough to knock out just yet. Got to be careful landing on that Game & Watch. It could spell trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. As now the forward tilt does send Endothia all the way off stage, but nothing not too much of a commitment out of Twitchy to follow it, and sure enough, does find the response. So we're back to one stock. Twitchy with the back against the wall. Again, this is a best of 5, so not an elimination, but you'd certainly like to walk away with a win if you get this close. But clawing through this so far, 100% on this Isabel. Very scary and not much room for error before you could find yourself down 0-2.
Endothia taking the time, trying to use the up special and the down airs to do the initial approach and get Twitchy onto the ledge. We do see the bomb into the steel chair, trying to make sure that it is all falling into place. Get as much shield damage as possible, maybe get a shield poke later on. Isabel definitely is at that percentage where just about anything should be able to knock out, so you got to be real careful like that, but it's not enough actually this time around. We do see Game & Watch go low, but does find the back air. Isabel too low to be able to use the fishing rod, does eat that full force all the way on the right side of the stage. There is no way you're living that at 150.
Nope, absolutely not. And I believe the balloons were popped as well, like completely out of options, and Twitchy now down 0-2. So these players are extremely evenly matched. I believe in the bracket seating specifically, they were the 4 and 5. So right next to each other, duking it out here, and so far Endothia asserting himself as the favorite to take this series. But we load into game number 3 because this is a best of 5. You cannot write off Twitchy yet because this is a very good player, and I'm sure has been in situations like this. So here we go.
Look at that combo game right out the gate. Couple of squeaky hammer, Chris. No way. We have sold 4 or so squeaky hammers, and the fishing rod catch to get a stock off the top. Amazing plays to start things off. This is the lead that Twitchy needs to start things off. Generally, the game plan has been relatively close for both sides, but Endothia has been finding a little lead, and you can see Endothia feeling the pressure, going really far off to try and secure that stock. So now it does mean that Twitchy's in a good spot, but you want as much value as you can get. You want that extra credit. If things even out again, it will be a repeat of last game like we saw when both players were at 0-2 stocks apiece. It ended with an Endothia victory.
Yeah, and Endothia has taken games off of some seriously high-ranked players in the past, right? This is a very high-quality Smash player that I'm sure has been in this situation as well. You know, we talked about Twitchy being in a bit of a hole. That's certainly not how Endothia wanted to start this game either, but so far has been able to stall the momentum from Twitchy a little bit and start building up percentage, just looking for an opportunity to finish it off, and sure enough, just a simple down air at 180% will finish the job. So we're back to an even stock count, and Endothia now has a little extra room to work with.
Yeah, 94% is nothing to scoff at for a extra sort of stock amount. You got a pretty big lead, but you have to find the way to close it out. There's that fishing rod up throw. It's not going to be enough this time around, but the turnips will. 3 turnips in hand. What a bargain.
Yeah, just as I said that Endothia had some room to work with, can't get much done, and then ultimately loses the stock before he's able to get much extra credit. So percentage is back to a pretty even state here as Endothia now needs to claw back, but boy, is Twitchy finding a lot of damage. The aerials, the forward tilts mainly, just racking up damage. Nothing crazy in the combo game, but just racking up percent, and just like that, a stop sign out of the ground finishes that stock off, and Twitchy strikes back, stays alive in the series.
Yeah, we've definitely seen Endothia jumping in a lot, and it's understandable because you have such great aerial presence. So that was the perfect time to use that call out, was to secure the series right then and there. Don't risk the snowball. Just feel free to take the win that you got. And so now series is going to game 4. It's possible to have this game go to game 5.
Yeah, this is certainly not unprecedented territories. Again, I believe Endothia has beaten Zomba twice. Like, that's a household name. This is an incredible player here on our screens. So, 2 talented Smash Bros. Players duking it out, could go the distance here, but so far only in game 4. Endothia with an opportunity to snuff this out now, but so far these Isabel combos are really starting to come together now, and he does just catch the land with a smash attack right on the platform.
I love that call out because Game & Watch players use that down air. Obviously, it's a great move, but that time around, it was a great call out. In return, though, Isabel, caught on the landing, is hit with the down smash into the forward smash and does secure that stock pretty early. This means that we are back at that even percentage. The last time around we saw this, Endothia did walk away with the victory, so it's going to be on Twitchy. If you see any other habit, if you can find something else to take advantage of, that is your way to bring this to a Game 5.
Yeah, max range air dodge there to get back to the platform after getting a little uncomfy, but Endothia, man, so that's such an impressive ledge guard going for the down smash there, because if you jump it, he timed it right already the one time earlier in this series, so you just kind of run out of options. Down smash comes out again, such a strong move, and we saw that the grounded into forward smash be the confirm for the first stock here. Twitchy now up to 122%, looking to steal a stock before ultimately losing this one, I'm sure, very soon, as the up smash comes out once again. That has been tried and true so far.
Hey, break the habit, Chris.
Yeah.
If you keep throwing out that up smash, it's going to get Endothia to not want to jump in, and that's a very powerful tool. You could be playing this game in a bigger mind game than just your basics. You can find opportunities like that fishing rod, but in return, we do see the Nair taking a stock off the top. Again, even stocks at even percentages. Isabel finding the initial momentum.
Yeah, both these players need to take a second to breathe here, as we are both down to our last stocks. Isabel needs to get a little careful with that recovery. Endothia has shown that he's not afraid to go off stage and break those balloons, but now above a Game & Watch is certainly the last place you want to be, and Twitchy stuck in the air, unable to land until now.
Yeah, I liked the B reverse out of Twitchy to shift the momentum and to get away from that sort of air game. We're seeing a lot of movement around just dealing with Game & Watch's game plan. It's very difficult to do that as we see the sausages thrown out and the neutral get up happens. It does KO. The forward smash on the get up attack on the neutral get up, will be enough to close things out this time around, which means Endothia moves on through the upper side of the bracket.
Yeah, no disappointments here. Endothia showing us why he has made his way around the block before finding success against very, very strong opponents, and just well-rounded stuff. Good analysis, good adaptations mid-series to sort of notice the patterns of, the up smashes and the recovery trends, and breaking a balloon, stealing a stock or two along the way. It's strong showing out of Endothia.
Yeah, I mean, it was great all around, and I'm glad that this was upper side of the bracket, because I do think that Twitchy can still have a pretty strong run going forward, just by nature of keeping up in tempo. Twitchy got around. Like, there were signs of life. It was just a lot from both sides, not necessarily Endothia over Twitchy. Both sides were just caught trying to get on top of the other, and we're punishing them for it. Like up specials from Game & Watch or Isabel, like immediately throwing out the up smashes off of jump ins. Like, you can really call people out for that.
Yeah, and we can take a look. I think these stats will support your argument, Kev. Endothia is coming out on top in that series, but stocks taken, stocks lost, a difference of 1. These two players were extremely evenly matched, and the reason that comes out so close is because of the one game that Twitchy was able to take. So a strong showing from both of those players, but just the extra experience and edge goes in favor of Endothia, coming out on top. Number 2 in the state of North Carolina, and showcasing exactly why he's got that surname.
Yeah, I mean, all great stuff all around. This does mean that we will be heading into top 8
I believe
soonish, if the lower bracket matches have caught up to that point. But let's take a look at the upper bracket for a second, because once again, we got superstars here. Anarchy versus Endothia will be probably one of the more intense matches so far of this entire evening.
Yeah.
But I'm also excited. Regalo and No Tag also had some great moments, even if it wasn't on the broadcast side of things. Some of the side stage or some of the offstage matches have been phenomenal. Again, we are going to be uploading those VODs please feel free to go take a look at those because there's some great moments in there.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning, I believe the top 4 seeds that are in the winner's side of top 8 here all were the winners of their individual pools from earlier on, if you remember how we got here, starting with 28 players. So far, all 4 pools and their leaders have not disappointed in bracket. They are still all making their runs, and I mean, so far just dominating. But yeah, at some point these titans are going to have to clash, and it's coming up pretty soon here.
Yeah, you got to be careful at this point because not only have you done an entire round robin and a majority of the bracket, people have been watching. They're scouting. They're picking up on these habits before you're even in these games. We saw a little bit out of that with Endothia right out the gate, just approaching the Isabel, making sure that there is no time for Isabel to start getting Lloyd rockets into the ground or backing up for that slingshot. It was full momentum. If you can go in and kind of get a good feel of like, oh, this is my opponent's gameplay, again, that could win you one game, and that game could decide the series. It could get you a stock lead early, and that could decide the series.
It absolutely could. So we are, I believe, prepping for our next series here. I can't tell who's coming up yet, but we'll bring you into it soon. So in the meantime, I'll shout out that our main stream is still going on. We've got Rocket League going on here in the Hangout, as Boost on the Beach is a multi-title event here, and we've been having a ton of fun with it. But Rocket League is into their bracket play. They're killing it. It's very exciting over there. So be sure to tune into that if you're into Rocket League at all, because that's also very high-level Rocket League. But back to the task at hand, we have received word that the upcoming matchup will be that top matchup we were looking at. Anarchy will be taking on Endothia on main stage right in front of us.
This is going to be the biggest test probably for Anarchy. We've seen Anarchy really take advantage of people's landing options and just run away with it. Dash attacks and down tilts, just absolutely running through opponents. But on the other side of that, you have Endothia, who's doing a really good job of forcing pressure, but also using that up special and that down air. It's going to be hard to catch those landings. I'm curious to see how the game plan changes, who's going to be controlling the momentum of this. I imagine Game & Watch is still going to be running towards that Greninja, but who knows? It could be the other way around.
Absolutely. Both of these players certainly could be labeled as some of the favorites for the tournament. Anarchy, I think, especially coming in as the 1 seed in the bracket and the, I believe, highest ranked player here, first in the state of South Carolina, Endothia second in the state of North Carolina. So we once again have a clash between the two Carolinas, as you and I got to commentate over earlier, and I'm sure it has happened multiple times already, as a lot of these players are from the local area, including both the Carolinas and Florida and other places. But once more, these two states will clash, and this time in top 8 of winner's side. It's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, something else I'm noticing here. Chris, this is an endurance test. There has been a lot of Smash Bros, and we are in a high-energy venue. People are feeling it right now, and so it's going to be on you. Yes, it is exhausting, but can you find your way through the rest of this bracket and keep that mentality strong? Endothia starting off things the right way, getting aggressive up against this Greninja, immediately finds the down smash into the forward smash, 96% on Anarchy, but it's not enough to close out the stock just yet.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind that we did just watch Endothia play their last series as well, so a bit of a warm-up time for Anarchy, as they haven't had a set in a hot minute and now are forced to come onto main stage and perform against one of the toughest opponents they've played so far today. So we'll see if they're able to shake the rust off, but so far Endothia coming out absolutely swinging, and sure enough, man, another kill spark lies to us, and it will not be the stock just yet. Game & Watch getting a little aggressive. They're forced to air dodge back to the ledge and might have lost the stock. That would have been catastrophic after all the work that's been put in to build this percentage onto Anarchy.
Yeah, we do see those dash attacks, Chris, not necessarily used. Oh, it was used for the landing, and it takes out off the top. Game & Watch at 89% after the up smash. I mean, that is a combination of finding that opportunity on the top platform, but also that rage at 156. It all is falling into place, but there's that key, Chris. You can't be getting too aggressive in Game & Watch's face. He's got great options out of shoot.
I mean, what an equalizer, though. This game was fully in, or at least the momentum was fully in Endothia's corner, but I mean, just like that, a slight misstep and being caught on the platform. You have to think Anarchy knows this character extremely well and knows what it's going to take to kill you and catches you exactly where he needs to even this up. That was insane. But now, with 2 stocks left and even percents, the momentum seems to have fallen a little bit back into Anarchy's favor.
Oh, there's that caught landing, Chris. If there's no down air for these landings, Endothia's got to be careful because at any point you could see a Greninja up smash or down tilt into up smash, closing things out.
It's insane. Yeah, it's the go-to for this character. That up smash is just so strong, and it kills so early. I mean, we saw that with the 80-something% that Game & Watch died on that first stock, and now Anarchy in full stage control. We said who was going to be able to control the ground a little bit better and keep the opponent in the air against their will. Well, so far it's been Anarchy. A lot of these dash attacks and down tilts, you said it, coming out so fast and just controlling the game. You can't land against this player, Kevin.
Yeah, that was a very unique situation where Game & Watch was caught slowing down on the approach back to the stage because of the water.
Yeah.
No fastball, no nothing. And because of that, enough time to just run up 2 water kunais in hand and slash.
Yeah, slice right through you. And it speaks to the options, the playbook that Anarchy has ready for this. There's so many different ways that he can punish you on your landing that there's too many to account for, and that's what gives this player so much success, evidently, as we now load back into the rematch. Game 2 of this Best of 5 series, Anarchy taking control of the last one.
Yeah, another big factor is not only are we seeing caught landings, look at the whiff punish game from both of these players. We are seeing both players throw out a lot of attacks, but usually it's been Endothia caught in the end lag of these moves. This time around, though, we see a bit of a combo because Anarchy was the one taking the aggressive approach. If things start to slow down, we may see a bit of a reset closer towards what the start of Game 1 looked like.
Yeah, now a lot less aggression out of these players, or at least a lot less successful aggression out of these players. We saw Game 1 start with so much action, specifically Endothia. I mean, taking full control early and building up so much percentage. A lot of hits landing, but sure enough, this time around, Anarchy the one to take the first stock in similar fashion to how they took it first last time, catching you on the platform at a relatively early percent and finding that nasty up smash.
Yeah, there's that down tilt in the back air. Get that Game & Watch off stage for a bit. Endothia finding a chance to roll back on. Goes for the down smash, but caught again on that whip punish. We do see the landing forward air not in enough, doesn't have enough lag for Anarchy to be punished for it, which is crazy stuff, but even so, we're seeing the spacing work out nice. Again, there's that whip punish, caught on the dash attack, trying to catch Anarchy, staying a little low, but that jump spacing worked out in Anarchy's favor.
Yeah, and just so many of the hitboxes that Endothia is putting out just aren't connecting. And Anarchy has taken 90% so far in this game. How many minutes are we? Like, multiple. And it's just not been enough. Now we're finally up to 120%, but just like that, he does find the key, and it leads directly into the back air. Finally, Anarchy, his first stock goes down, but is it too little too late? Endothia with an even bigger hill to climb still in front of him.
Yes, now we do see Endothia trying to dash around the platforms, Anarchy trying to call out the landing on the platform, does find a down tilt into the forward air. It's not enough this time around, but it will be close. Ledge trump a bit delayed, otherwise we would have seen a potential back air there, but we do see the water trying to slow down the recovery. Does get the 2-frame with the down tilt. Endothia opting to go low once again, does try to get the nair back onto the stage, but instead Anarchy goes for the forward air. JV3, Chris.
Wow, I mean, that was that was an extremely strong showing, and it makes you wonder, like, the greats really make you think that their character is untouchable, right? And that's a great sign of how good you are as a player. And Greninja is certainly not a character that we are used to seeing at the highest level, but man, Anarchy is certainly showing why this character could in the right hand.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about shielding here for a second. As Ultimate's meta has developed, oh my goodness, we have seen that shielding in this game can sometimes cause some problems. Here are these drag downs, Chris. We saw multiple drag down uppers into the up tilts, adding like an extra 30% onto Endothia, but Endothia again going for the jump overhead and gets caught by the up smash. A great start to the stock, and I mean, it's just sort of snowballing at this point.
Yeah, getting a little out of control as finally Endothia finds Anarchy in the position where he wants him, directly above him. But even then, it's a little scary knowing that Greninja has that down air and can absolutely turn the tides on you. He does catch Anarchy sleeping a little bit there with the down smash, gets a massive smash attack from it, but still not enough to find a kill, and if it's not a kill, it's not enough for Endothia, as now Anarchy takes full control once again, punishes little things and finds so much credit for it, but just like that, he will finally lose his first stock, and Endothia needs to settle in now.
Yeah, we didn't see any sort of crazy situation there. Went for the down tilt, didn't go for much more. I do believe Endothia was not at a high enough percent to go for anything too crazy there. Or it could have been that Anarchy didn't think that would connect on hit, instead potentially poking at the shield. Even so, now we're starting to see the slowdown phase. Anarchy trying to get that dash attack to start things off. Endothia really taking the time to dash back. Again, the whiff punish game, because shielding and ultimate is just, it's fine, but if you can dash away, that gives you more frames to potentially really get a hard hit going.
Yeah, and Endothia gets caught recovering a little high there once again now with the Greninja aerials that are so quick. Wow, he does get caught, grounded once again. I look to my right and I see an eye roll out of Anarchy, not happy that he got caught by that one. So now Anarchy, for the first time in at least as much time as I can remember, really caught in a hole pretty much since the first time in Game 1 when Endothia came out absolutely swinging. Now, with an opportunity to make up for that, ended up dropping that game, but with a lead now, could turn this into more.
Yeah, this is where if you need to be the one being aggressive, it can really be a detriment to you. As we see the down smash connect, but Anarchy able to mash out. Endothia kind of looking for just a couple extra hits, holding on the down smash, but trying to get as much damage as possible. Going for the forward smash to potentially get the shield break, but it doesn't work out this time. Instead, will eat a down tilt into a forward air to close out that stock. Beautiful stuff so far, but it could be anyone's game because just like that, Anarchy, one down tilt into the up smash gets 33%, but Endothia, finding a turtle of their own, is able to add even more onto Anarchy.
Oh yeah, Game & Watch going up for the aerials, gets caught above Anarchy, and both of these players want you above them. Like it's such a dance that both players need to play in order to set up their own moves without falling into the other player's traps. And just like that, what happens? They get caught in the other player's trap. Anarchy gets grounded and set up perfectly for the up smash. A few too many down smashes connect, and Endothia strikes back and stays alive.
And those are like max distance, Chris.
Yeah.
That was like, it was either Anarchy was trying to go for potentially the dash attack and the hitbox was moving out a little further, or it was just truly big, wide hitbox.
Yeah.
Either way, that is, we're talking like frames, we're talking like a split second of waiting could make a world of difference, which is why I have a feeling both players are like, all right, yeah, we're going to game 4, but either side can walk away and really just close out this series in an instant.
Yeah, a lot to be happy with if you're Endothia after that one, because Game 1 and Game 2 looked firmly in the grasp of Anarchy, but Endothia saying, I'm absolutely still here. These are both incredibly high-ranked players in their regions, so we go toe-to-toe once more. Game 4 here underway, and so far Anarchy has not been hit. We are back in the rhythm as both players, again, just looking to set each other up above the other.
Yeah, we do see Anarchy going for that up smash, sitting at 3%. Does chase this time around with the forward air and goes a little bit off stage, using the up special to recover back. The forward air does catch the get up once again, as now Anarchy sitting at 3%, effectively a stock lead, but Endothia is no stranger to finding a couple of nairs and really equalizing the factor.
Now basically a full stock lead as now Endothia looks to claw back, and I would be remiss if I did not mention the venue is getting active once again, and the hangout is gonna get loud here in a minute. If you hear it through our microphones, that the players hear it too, and it's about to get real loud, and the players are gonna have to deal with that adversity because it's affecting both of them. But with Anarchy a full stock up still, Endothia sort of slowing the game down, a lot less hits landing both ways.
Yeah, we do see the nair into the forward air. We do see Endothia having to use the bucket, getting back onto the stage. Does find a down tilt, but oh, the 9 was thrown out. It will be locked in this case until another judge is used. Endothia cannot find another 9. That last number is sort of stored in reserves. You will never see back-to-back 9s. So as the up smash connects, we aren't seeing the judge. We're just seeing it hold on to, and Endothia sitting at 114, having to sit really far away, as now just a couple extra hits could be enough to close things out.
We've got alarms going off in the hangout here as this game's getting exciting. The players completely unfazed. Endothia surviving, holding on to this stock for a really long time, as now the hitboxes start to come out. You got to be careful for that dash attack, that down tilt, because Anarchy does throw those out quite a bit, and they're so quick. I mean, you can't fault them for it, as now both players go up high. Scary territory for Endothia, but we go back to neutral. The down tilt sends a little too far, so I do think the down tilt up smash, a lot of the combos that Anarchy's used to, may be a little out of reach, but wow, that's just an air? That's crazy.
All right, fair enough. Another factor I want to talk about, Chris. The last time we saw these players, we saw Anarchy getting caught by the down smashes multiple times. This time around, Endothia has been throwing out those exact same down smashes, but Anarchy is delaying options by frames, by a second, Chris, and it's making it so that these down smashes aren't connecting in their sweet spots.
Yeah, now one stock remaining, and keep in mind, this is a best of 5. This could be it for Endothia. If they were to lose this stock, they'd drop 2 losers. So no room for error anymore. Anarchy looking to put it away.
Nice.
And
not
enough. Okay, we play on as Endothia survives that one. Probably won't survive that one. And Anarchy walks away a winner. A very impressive series there from both players, but Anarchy asserting himself as the winner, and we get to jam out here as the hangout's in full swing here. Party crew's down there jamming. Look at him go. This is the beauty of Boost on the Beach here. Yeah, we probably got, oh, he's like just off camera, but whatever. Yeah, a lot of action there behind Kevin T. You can see it on camera. So a lot of fun here, and we certainly hope you guys are having as much fun as we are. But that will do it for that series. Endothia unfortunately get knocked down 2 losers. Anarchy continues to barrel through this bracket, and although dropping a game in that one for maybe the first time throughout this bracket, I'm not sure, but continues to look very, very strong.
That's the big factor, Chris. This player is not unstoppable. We did see just how well that worked out. But notice, again, it was a subtle change. It was nothing crazy, just delayed initiation. And it made a world of difference. Suddenly, Anarchy was controlling the pace of that game so much more, and was finding these down tilts into up airs, as well as probably like a dozen whiff punishes on down smashes and up smashes. Game & Watch smash attacks are fast. Understandably so. You will never find yourself right next to a Game & Watch shielding the move and then be able to punish it. You have to whiff punish. You need them to throw that move out, and you have a tiny, I mean tiny window to get your combo game started or your stock finisher.
Yeah, and I believe we will be getting into what I assume is the other top 8 matchup here. I'm getting a thumbs up from our prod team. So yeah, it will be the, we just got to watch the 1 and the 4 seed on the top half of the upper bracket. Now we get the 2 and the 3 head to head here as we continue to resolve through this bracket. So got a good one coming up, and I believe you recognize that Mario hat. I believe we have a Mario player coming up here.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I mean, when we get player cameras on, you gotta love the Mario
The
hat.
brand.
Yeah, no, that's iconic. It's like rolling up with a Yoshi plushie. Like, that's crazy stuff.
Never mind.
No,
We're getting word from our prod that it will be a Joker, not a Mario.
But the Mario brand,
Yeah, the Mario hat.
it's still, yeah, like
looks
that's
great.
Yeah, it's a nice look. I can't wait to show that on cam.
Yeah, you guys will see it very soon.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Very fashionable. Both of these guys, very fashionable. You see his shirt?
The Uganda knuckle shirt.
We saw that at the same time. So both of these players making a fashion statement here on the stream. Should be good. So, all right, well, high-level talent still making its way through the bracket here as we prepare to load in to our next top 8 matchup. I mean, this is for this is for a spot in winners finals. I mean, like, we are cranking through this thing, and each of these matches matters all the more, and we can.
I was about to say, if we wouldn't mind taking a look at the stats from last game, this is the player that you're going up against, Chris.
Yeah.
This is the one who took 11 stocks, or yes, takes 11 stocks across a 4-game series, and that's a pretty big statement. Most you could have taken in a 4-game series is 11. Like, you can, if you took 12, it should have been 9.
Right.
Like, that's as much as you can get. Only losing 6 stocks in the process. Effectively, 2 games worth of stocks, and had a JV3 in there. Like, that's insanity. So we're dealing with a high-level player, but also someone who really has a fundamental understanding of this game. Again, getting through the bracket, if you have any tricks left, you got to utilize them, but also understand there are a lot of people with a really close eye on you. You may not be able to get away with it too often.
Yeah, we've got plenty of people still sitting around watching all of these matchups from behind. I'm sure you can see them in the camera when we cut to them after each game. But yeah, all eyes on Anarchy as he now awaits what happened.
No, it was the players were talking with the TOs. I thought the player cams were on the screen for a second because it was a close-up of Ugandan knuckles, and that was just really funny. Sorry, my apologies.
Hey, you're good. Yeah, all eyes on Anarchy as he sits and waits. Why this guy? We got people walking all over the place. No, it's great. Yes, Anarchy awaits the winner of this series, and it looks like it will be a Joker taking on Lucas. And these are 2. This is not just any Joker taking on any Lucas. This is no tag against Regalo, who is Regalo specifically one of, if not the best, Lucas player in the world.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking Lucas, this character can be a beast, Chris. You have a decent boxing game with a fairly good projectile game. I mean, it really can become a problem, especially with that Zaire. But we're also talking about no tag here. Joker is the kind of character that can really cause problems, but there's that whip punish game, Chris, delaying the Rebels guard as much as possible. But look at that tech setup. Going for the neutral special on the platform to extend a tech situation. Crazy stuff. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these players once again showcasing yeah.
No.
Lucas, I'm not even sure if he would have made it back to the ledge there, but no tag securing it nonetheless.
Yeah, so in that situation, Lucas will hit the stage, and if teching off of it with their own up special, they get another shot to the tank on him, which is a great tool, but that's why No Tag was sitting there for so long, was looking to see where Regalo would end up. 2 parries with that play, but trying to close out that stock. Okay, now we're in this situation. No Tag, no Arsene online, and a relatively low bar. I wouldn't expect another Arsene. Never mind, Chris. I got paid. I got mixed, and I'm not even playing. We do see Regalo go for the PK Thunder, but when you're dealing with a scary demon like Arsene, you suddenly have to give it the respect it deserves, and that does mean that we will see a PK Thunder at the quickest.
Yeah, tough break there for Regalo. They do strike back. So Arsene off the screen for now as No Tag with a full stock advantage now just looks to press the lead further. And now an opportunity to build up some percentage. The game has slowed it down a little bit as Regalo is forced to play the slower game, to play the distance game. But wow, No Tag just not letting him. The drag down grab combos that we see all the time from the likes of and the MK Leos of the world and the great jokers of our time.
I'm sorry. I follow this game pretty closely, but I don't know what it is with this. Really?
Wow.
Okay, no, I'll stop talking about my point. I'm sorry. I'll back away.
Bad, I guess.
my mind's popping off. Like,
wow.
I was not ready for that drag down combo. I was trying to talk about the combo extension with jab again, which is just a thing in this tournament that people are doing, stuffing with jab constantly.
Yeah.
It's not something we see in like the Virginia area and stuff like that. You usually, like, it's super interesting. It's worked out a dozen times in a ton of different matchups. And I was gonna be like, yeah, let's talk about that. Nope, drag down, up smash, move on. We got games to play.
If I had a penny for every admin member that has walked past our camera and made a sign, I would have 2 pennies. That's crazy. No, we're putting on a show back here for everyone to be a part of. So, okay, back to the task at hand. An incredible look out of No Tag here, and finishing on another drag down with Arsene. Absolutely, that up smash is insanely strong. I want to say, whoa. Wait.
Whoa. Hold up. I'm not. Chris.
What
I thought I got mixed with the drag down up player. I got mixed again. We are dealing with a Greninja now on Regalo and a Meta Knight.
Wow, what a change of pace here for both players. Maybe there's more
what are we doing?
than we know between these players. But
they both went random.
Wow. Okay, so
no
these 2
way.
players must be pretty chill with each other. It's my understanding that both players picked random here. So good stuff, good sportsmanship from the guys here as they look to put on a show on characters that they're not familiar with.
Hey, I mean, listen. We've seen a lot of Greninja today. We've seen some, you might be able to pick up a couple of tricks from from Anarchy, As for Meta Knight, I think the character definitely has some stuff to cook with. I don't know if this is the kind of character that you could just pick up out of the blue. But I could be wrong, right? The percentage lead is currently in the favor of No Tag. I mean, this Meta Knight could be cooking, but there's those down tilts into the forward air, Chris. It's strong stuff, it's dangerous, and it's working all the same once again.
And did you see Regalo laugh a little bit in the camera? They're having a good time. He knows what he just did, and I'm sure No Tag wasn't quite ready for it, as I do think it helps probably watching a great Greninja in the room and then pulling this character. The blueprint has been laid out numerous times so far today for Regalo, and now all he needs to do is figure out how to implement it.
Yeah, I don't know what your best option for taking out with Meta Knight is, like, what? Probably back air. Yep, there it is. You could do some, like, funky back air shenanigans, maybe a forward air, back air drag down to the up special.
Wow.
There's that. Yep, great stuff all around. Now, if I see a, like, crazy Meta Knight combo out of this, like, setup, this is going to be some wacky stuff, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the combos are really starting to come together for Regalo as the percentage is building up, and it's starting to become a little more difficult for No Tag to keep up, but does get Greninja up above him, and you know we see these up airs come out right as this move. Yep. I mean that's the Meta Knight game. This up air comes out in what feels like, or the up air as a move lasts what feels like maybe 4 frames, like total.
Oh yeah, character's fast.
Yeah, so it's definitely one of his strongest moves. And No Tag clearly knows that, but does just get caught off the forward air. And one more stock in Regalo's bag.
Yeah, with punish forward airs, Chris, it's a beautiful thing on that character. But we do see No Tag doing a great job playing that offstage game. You got multiple jumps, why not? Let's do some funky shenanigans. But we do see a quick couple of hits. Nothing too crazy, though. As Meta Knight goes for the charged forward smash in the center of the stage. I think No Tag was staring at the camera for a second like, yeah, I got away with that. What are you going to do about it? That's beautiful stuff. We do see grab online. Will we see the ladder? Nope, goes for the up smash. Couple of down tilts. There's that up air. I mean, we're seeing beautiful Meta Knight gameplay right now, my friend.
This is textbook. I mean, this is what you got to do on this character, and so far, No Tag's been able to install this game plan pretty much to perfection, but getting a hit a little too much along the way. So we are down to 1 stock each, and I'm curious, no matter who wins this, what happens next game. But I guess we'll get there when we get there, as both of these players continue to rack up percent and enter pretty dangerous states.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the Meta Knight up special knocks out just yet, but that's definitely something to keep an eye out on. For Regalo, though, you gotta, I imagine Regalo's gonna be looking for the same deal, like some sort of down tilt stuff, but you're dealing with Meta Knight here. Oh, the dash, the drag down, going for the up tilt, does get a little bit of extra percentage, does try to use the up special to get a little bit of a slowdown on the recovery, but nothing too crazy. Regalo able to make it back to the ledge. No Tag looking for that back air, but it won't be enough just yet. We do see No Tag getting back to the ledge. Regalo going for the back airs, trying to control center stage. Both players dancing around the platforms, but still playing it slow. Percentages have started to equalize as we see a very good grab into the back throw. It won't be enough just yet, but will we see offstage interaction? Going for the shadow sneak. It won't be enough this time around. One quick down tilt into a ledge trump situation, but no one walks away. Both of them get the neutral get up.
Yeah, man, I'm starting to think Regalo might have a sneaky Greninja in his kit. This does look very good, but struggling to play it out here. Yeah, no chance that that dash attack gets the kill from that far away, but he does get caught landing in his end lag. But man, neither one of these players quite able to capitalize, and sure enough, Regalo does find the forward air. Laughs come out, and that was a good time. Both players repping the Mario, by the way. The Mario hat, the Mario pin, looking good. Yeah, good for them. So, yeah, good stuff from the players, good sportsmanship all around, but that means that we are tied now in the series after Game 1 went to the Joker, and then Game 2 goes to the random on Greninja.
I mean, hey, so be it. We got, I imagine, another random game. And this is high-octane gameplay right here. Look at it. We got Belmont Ness. This is going to be, look at the whip. I mean, look at this. How do you approach? We got the cross set up. Let's see what happens. Nope, 2 forwarders, there's Ness. I mean, hey, they're making it interesting, all right? Like, we're seeing Ness through side magnet stuff. It's reasonable. There's that back throw into the axe, you know. There's that holy water, getting a lot of value. Smash attack coming out, trying to take the aggressive approach, but they're playing it a little slow.
Yeah, both of these players definitely look a little more uncomfortable on these characters than they did on their last ones. So we'll see how that works out, but Regalo with a good combo there off the holy water, creating space, defending the ledge very well so far, but not able to defend that one as he does go for a down air all the way down. That was a big commit there from it. No Tag, but goes relatively unpunished as Regalo does not get the smash attack out in time. And we return back to even percents as Regalo looks for an axe. Oh man, well timed there, but not enough.
Yeah, hey, good use of the side magnet to stall a little bit. There's that PK fire, caught jumping. Regalo loses a stock off of the No Tag back air on this Ness, but even so, we are sitting at a pretty high percentage, and Simon Belmont is a character that could just keep throwing out those tilt attacks to really cause some problems.
Yeah, causing problems he is. So we return back to relatively neutral again, but neither one of these players really able to take full control of the stage per se. But once again, in a ledge situation, this is the Belmont game. Able to find the grab through the holy water that time. Another axe, not enough. We plant the holy water and we sit.
Yeah, what did we do with the game? Ready? A couple of forward tilts. Are we going to see an offstage interaction? No, it was spaced. The PK Fire connects, the forward tilt doesn't. This means that we will see No Tag get a little bit momentum back. Will No Tag do the same? Going for the yo-yo setup, but it doesn't work this time around. Going for another yo-yo off the up special, but the up special does land fast enough. Here come the axes, and it hits Ness's toes, only to send him flying skyward.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, would you believe it if we are multiple minutes into this matchup, and both players have only lost one stock?
Well, speak of the devil,
Yep,
Chris.
here I go again. Caster cursing it up for, I believe, at least the third time today. Regalo unable to recover from that one.
You think the holy character would be immune to Caster Curse, and yet even so, I mean, crazy stuff all around. Regalo going for a couple of back airs. You do see the PK Fires kind of outspacing those forward tilts, so you got to be careful with that. As I don't really know how you land with Simon, but like, hey, we're finding opportunities to do just that. As Ness does find a bit of a follow-up, again trying to go for that yo-yo setup, but Regalo able to use the up special to get a little bit extra damage and the tether to get some more value.
Yeah, Regalo now up to 122%, and that what is that called for Ness that absorbs projectiles?
The Psy Magnet.
The Psy Magnet, not finding as much value as I would have expected against a character like Simon, but game over for Regalo on that Simon. The players clearly having a great time, and that's awesome.
Yeah, they're vibing. You know, people are enjoying this. They're like a little confused, but hey, everything's good. I will say, just for future reference, the big thing about that Psy Magnet thing is that it's only magic-based projectiles.
Oh, really?
Anything that's like energy or magic.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, so like
Well,
Dr.
clearly.
Mario Pill is physical. That would get absorbed. But like Mario's normal fireball would. It's-
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think I knew that.
Okay. Hold up. Where's Igloo? He's gonna be so excited. We got a Rosalina player in bracket and a Lucina. These are two pretty good characters,
Yeah.
Chris. I mean, like, we're talking like, they're pretty solid, you know? The biggest problem, though, in my mind, I would argue that Rosalina's mechanical skill is really high up there. And so you got to be ready for that. As we see nairs into forward smashes from No Tag. It would not shock me if No Tag has put a little bit of time into Lucina. It feels like a lot of players do, but there is a great down smash from Regalo, evening things up. Chris, we're getting beautiful play right now.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, when it felt like No Tag, maybe got a character that he's pretty familiar with. No, Regalo goes right back and steals a stock the other direction. So we return back to 2 stocks at 0%. Now both players able to string together their own combos, but I think you're right. No Tag does look a little more comfortable with this Lucina, and I'm sure all of us have put a little bit of time into Lucina as a character. Just straightforward, as straightforward of a sortie as they get, and one of the better ones for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a solid game plan. We do see Regalo losing the Luma pretty early. No Tag going for the counter, does find a forward air to close things out, keep things going. It's a beautiful forward smash from Regalo, or from No Tag to close out that stock and keep things going. But now there's a Luma online. You do see Regalo going for the forward smash. Little Luma might be able to add a little bit of value here. We have to see. For now, though, this Luma's getting knocked around still.
I was just about to say, yeah, Luma has done nothing but get smacked around so far, but now, I mean, value is going to have to come out soon here, but Luma gets lost here and is able to make their way back to Regalo, help out with this recovery, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't think Luma actually can help with the recovery at all, but
if anything, it might just like sit there and try to get hit, but there's that dash attack. Luma goes down into the blast zone. Rosalina won't have that for a little bit longer. Both players trading down airs and up airs, but Rosalina's Halo rises up and gets the hit before the down air can connect, which means that we will see another bit of Rosalina combo game. 40% onto No Tag, but No Tag looking for those forward airs potentially to close things out. We may see another potential forward smash setup. We will have to see.
Yeah, and this could be it for Regalo, too. I mean, at a very high percent, this is kill percent for sure. And No Tag is up 2-1 in the series, so gonna have to get a massive play out of Regalo, and he is starting to build up the percentage pretty safely here. This is going his way. He does find the forward smash.
Can you make that back? You can. I thought the little Luma was going to stuff out that recovery. That would have been brutal.
Yeah, it would have been an incredible play and a deep pull for Regalo to do on a character that I'm sure he's not super familiar with, but that will not kill just yet. Regalo able to make it back so far, but down tilt does not connect. The grab does. No Tag goes for it all there, but both players back on stage. Wow, the up B. Yeah, well done. Again, I think you have to think that No Tag has put some time into this.
Like a little bit. That was a very like, if this doesn't connect, I need the up special because I will like
die for it.
Yeah, like something crazy is gonna happen.
Yeah.
That's like my best get off me tool. Let's just throw it out, see what happens, and it worked. But I liked what I saw there. Like, the Lucina looking nice.
Yeah.
The Rosalina had a little bit cooking there. The little spinny setup, like some would definitely hit some characters. I imagine that hits most characters that don't like blink fast with that hitbox. So like, I'm thinking like Mario's would probably get like some or like chipped down. K. Rool would probably just get rocked.
Would you
Bowser, maybe.
Not that we have any experience with King K. Rool up here, but
who else? I mean, I don't know. I've seen that setup before. That's pretty brutal. Also, hey, shout out to No Tag for being able to tech the offstage situation, because there was a spot there where you were going, like, No Tag's offstage. We see the Rosalina go up and use the star bits, and I was like, oh, you have to tech that. No, those things have no knock. I don't think they have high knockback. So I was expecting nothing like tech the stage, like whatever. Maybe you air dodge and like slowly fall into the blast zone. That would stink, man.
Yeah.
But hey, great call out.
Yeah, good stuff all around. We can take a look back at No Tag and how he was able to win that winner's side top 8 matchup. Number 2 in South Carolina on the random. The good old-fashioned question mark on the left side of your screen. Awesome showing, 12 stocks, taken, only losing 7 in his journey. So averaging a very successful outing, I guess, for No Tag as he finds himself in winners finals and will be taking on Anarchy the Greninja.
I'm going to make an assumption. I could be wrong, Chris. I wouldn't expect the random run back. Probably is the magic word there. And yet, even so, I wouldn't be mad if it happens.
Yeah.
Hey, you never know.
Yeah, you absolutely never know. And we won't know either because we're gearing up, getting ready for winners finals. But with Anarchy and No Tag preparing to sit down across from each other, we are going to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more exciting Smash to get back to in a little bit. We're getting awfully close to the end of our Smash Bros. Invitational here at Boost on the Beach, and our Rocket League is starting to wind down as well. All the action is picking up across the board, and it's all getting crazy. We're going to bring you through as much of it as we can because we get to cover what's shaping out to be a very exciting finish for our Smash Bros. Bracket. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Clayton, and I'm joined this time by Avery Giesemann, Igloo on the sticks here, as we get to walk you through what will be winners finals, as well as we'll be doing another set after that. So how have you felt about this bracket so far?
I mean, Chris, as much as I'd love to be on the sticks today, it's been a pleasure to watch the competition, and it's been quite a joy. I mean, we've gotten so many of these matches either recorded or on stream, and that's one of my favorite things, so these players can go back and watch that. And you guys at home, if you have a set that you didn't get to see on the main stream but you want to watch later, we got those all recorded for you. And yeah, this bracket has been very exciting, very aggressive and fun Smash Bros. We got to see a round-robin pool into this top cut here, and let's look a bit through this bracket. 16 players made the top cut, and we are now in the finals of the winners bracket. We have Anarchy versus No Tag. Certainly two of the favorites to take it all. Both players hailing from South Carolina, the state that this wonderful event is hosted in. So happy to see that these players are, currently competing in South Carolina. Anarchy, currently the best player in South Carolina, and also a member of Winthrop University's varsity team. And No Tag also competing in South Carolina and Virginia, I believe. And he is also on Winthrop's academy team. So another great player in his own right. Definitely someone that I've seen in the local scene before. And these two have likely played each other quite a bit, but we've seen many different players come out for this event, and it's shaped up very nicely.
Yeah, and it's been great seeing the Winthrop pride between a lot of these players that have that history together. That's been a pleasant surprise with the college dominant Smash Bros. Program, clearly producing some pretty awesome talent that we have gotten to witness here today. But we've also still got other players in the running here. We can take a look at the lower bracket, the matches that we did, or that some of you may have missed from home, like Igloo said, like Avery said. I don't know why I just government named you as Igloo. But you can go back and catch those. A lot of these were recorded, so we'll be uploading those along the way, and a lot of this is being documented. So we've had a great time here. We do have Endothia sitting and waiting for the winner of Regalo, and is it Radias?
Radias, yeah.
Radias.
That match is currently happening on the recorded setup, so Endothia will play the winner of that on the stream after this No Tag Anarchy match. Endothia, definitely a player to watch out for. That's a player that coming into this tournament, I expected to do very well, maybe even win the whole thing. I think Endothia is certainly one of, if not the top high school prospect right now, looking at colleges to go for it, potentially play Smash. Very strong Game Watch player, number 2 in North Carolina right now, only under Chugs, who currently plays in college and very good in their own right. So yeah, the North Carolina boy is definitely coming out and showing up here at Boost on the Beach Smash Ultimate Invitational. Anarchy and No Tag are loading into game right now. I expect these two to pull out all the stops. I don't expect them to go random. I wouldn't put it past them. I'm sure that they've played quite a bit of random. I don't know if Anarchy is a big random fan. I know No Tag is for sure, but I'm pretty sure Anarchy likes to stick to this Greninja.
All right, fair. It's hard to argue with that. And, I mean, the Greninja has been what got him up to this point, this #1 ranking in the area, and a very strong global ranking as well. So, yeah, I mean, you can't blame him for wanting to stick to what he's comfortable with and where he finds success, and that has absolutely been this Greninja, not only today, but through his whole Smash career.
Yeah, I mean, Anarchy, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he's somewhere in like the 60s as far as...
68.
68, yeah.
Yep.
Very strong showing from Anarchy in the recent season on a character that most people, don't really remember is even in this game to begin with. Greninja, a character so fast on the ground, has these great consistent kill confirms, but can feel inconsistent at times with how he has to earn his stocks. He doesn't have a lot of prominent cheese, but if you're going to cheese someone, you certainly like to see Dr. Mario on the other side of the screen. I'm not sure I can argue, Chris, that Dr. Mario does better in this matchup than the traditional Mario that No Tag does main, for this reason mostly. Dr. Mario not having the best recovery in the books Actually, one of the worst, I would say.
I wish you all could have lived life through my eyes as I watched Avery right next to me turn as if that was business as usual and go like that, like right as it happened. That was hilarious. But yes, not hilarious for No Tag as they do lose their first stock very early on, and a perfect showcase of why Dr. Mario can struggle as a character, but boy, not struggling in the damage department as he is able to find a stock of his own in response.
Yeah, that up B out of shield for Dr. Mario is quite powerful and fast. He can combo it out of a pill at some percents, so that is definitely a strong tool in Dr. Mario's arsenal, that if this Greninja wants to get close to Dr. Mario or his shield, you can see No Tag doesn't even have to shield in order to rip it there. You know, has a lot of knockback on the move. Anarchy does have to be careful with that, but Greninja in this matchup, of course, is going to have the speed and the range advantage. You can see that down tilt up smash there from Anarchy and these sharking back airs just to try to fish for this Doctor off stage. He has a lot of quickness and is going to try to get in on this Doctor, but you can see No Tag really swinging out of these close range scenarios. That's what he has to do.
Yeah, and I talked a little bit to Kevin earlier about how some of the greats can really make you believe that bad characters are not so bad after all. And wow, just a down smash off the neutral get up there. But what is it about Anarchy that makes this Greninja look so strong?
I mean, he is just so fast and so creative with this character. This character has so much expression. You can see Anarchy there just understanding the limitations of Dr. Mario's recovery. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think how much this character can do with him being so little known. You can see No Tag going for some fancy setups here. You might start thinking Dr. Mario not that bad after that kind of setup, dealing 39 and some change there. These pills from Dr. Mario can lead into a lot of imagination combos. These landing neutral airs from Greninja can be quite good, and Greninja just having the range and the quickness to contest with the best of them.
Yeah, Dr. Mario really dishing some damage now and gets caught on the shield from the get-up attack. Dr. Mario, after what looked like a catastrophic start to that matchup, actually comes out on top in a pretty strong fashion.
Yeah, you gotta find that quite impressive from No Tag. That up B out of shield from Dr. Mario is a real option. You can see how it takes those Greninja stocks nice and quick. Greninja, not a heavy character, you know, you have that quickness, you have that slight range advantage, you don't have the weight on Dr. Mario. And that is one thing that No Tag is going to find here in that game number 1. Dr. Mario having some nice out of shield options, having some nice ways to kill you very early. Those are the few strengths he does have as a character.
Okay, yeah, so now walk me through. We do know that No Tag is very comfortable on normal Mario. He's wearing the Mario hat. He's been a lifelong Mario player, but what makes you make this swap other than Dr. Mario being a little bit heavier? Is that it?
I do not have the knowledge to think that Dr. Mario would be stronger in this matchup. I cannot imagine he is. I cannot think of like a specific Mario thing that doesn't work on Greninja. You know, Greninja sits very low to the ground. I could maybe argue that it's difficult for Mario to start combos, but he starts a lot of his combos off of grabs, so I don't think that would affect it. I really feel like this has to be a comfortability thing from No Tag, because that kind of thing just doesn't happen to Mario, at least not very often. I mean, you think they have similar recoveries, but I can tell you Dr. Mario's goes much less distance.
Yeah, for sure, but he does have some of these offensive capabilities that we saw in game number 1, and if No Tag's able to string any of that together here once again, certainly a formula for success, but we have yet to see it so far. Anarchy going off stage for quite a combo there, able to make it back. Now, percentages even up, but once again with a full stock advantage in favor of Anarchy.
Yeah, you can see how difficult it is for No Tag to ever get out of this corner just because of how oppressive Greninja is being on Anarchy. On the offstage presence from this Greninja is just so powerful, just keeping this Doctor away. And No Tag, when he's on the stage, it looks like he has a lot more power. It looks like he has a lot more fluidity to his gameplay. He can get a lot more stuff going. When he's off stage, it's just the survival mode. When he's on stage, he can land strong back airs like that one that will take early stocks. But that one at 130, definitely not something that Dr. Mario likes to see. And you see hits like that, those are the kind of hits that Dr. Mario doesn't thrive of, that Mario would get a lot more of.
Yeah, gonna have to be the start of something pretty great here for NoTag if he's able to claw this one back, but that's not how you'd like to see it start. Does catch a back air to the face out of a shield, letting go just a little early. So we see NoTag go for it all off stage. A pretty simple combo there for Anarchy to hit him with a footstool and secure that Dr. Mario will never make it back from that.
What a creative reversal there from Anarchy. NoTag obviously going for the stage spike there with Dr. Mario Cyclone. Certainly an idea that Dr. Mario can go for here. It's a nice idea. Greninja's recovery doesn't have a hitbox on it, and that means it gets sniped by Dr. Mario Cyclone. If you do miss, though, you are going to die at any percent, and that is what we saw there. Greninja, the footstool there, I mean, the perfect option. Anarchy could have gone for a down air there. That's what I think a lot of players would have done. That's where my mind went originally, but that option would not have killed. It would have pooped Dr. Mario upwards and maybe comboed a back air, maybe you couldn't. But Anarchy understanding that Dr. Mario doesn't have a jump in this spot, I can just footstool in and guarantee my kill there.
Absolutely. So we see NoTag not bailing on the pick yet as we split through 2 games. No reason to bail on the Dr. Mario just yet, at least in the eyes of NoTag. Now, finding good damage off stage there, going for another off-stage interaction with the down B, similar to last game, but with a different angle instead of that straight vertical Kalos stage. So we return back to high percents. We haven't seen these guys get up to these high percents very often in this series. It's been a lot of early, sort of surprising kills.
I would argue that maybe NoTag struggles to kill Anarchy when they play in friendlies, and he is finding a lot more success off of stray hits rather than these combo building up the percents. So, like, I see the idea with the Dr. Mario. It does provide you with some more edge guarding options as well with the Cyclone to catch Greninja Hydro Pump. So there's definitely some tools here that NoTag is showing off how it could be used as a creative option to deal with Anarchy. And although he gets back there, he lived on that stock to 160, which Dr. Mario is going to be very happy with, as he has been able to establish a neutral and establish a real lead.
Yeah, real lead indeed, as the percentage disparity gets to about 50, but not for long, as Anarchy is striking back swiftly as it, catches the up air off stage and forces NoTag into the stage, but well executed there to bail out. Nothing too dangerous. NoTag goes for it again, but not much kill threat there as Anarchy's able to get back to the ledge and get everybody back onto the stage.
Yeah, NoTag's settling for damage on these Cyclone setups off stage. He's not like reversing the Cyclone so that it kills off the side. He's putting it into the stage, and Anarchy's actually getting scared of NoTag Cyclones. If he got hit by that one, it would have been untechable. So that's certainly an option that Dr. Mario has that Mario does not have in the arsenal.
Wow, and again, Dr. Mario living maybe a little bit longer than Mario would in these situations. I mean, we are finally starting to see the value of this Dr. Mario pick, but not that time around. The down throw into the aerial, swift confirmed, but I mean, you have to think in a situation like this with a character like Dr. Mario, to be even in stocks, even in percent on your last stock is a pretty good place to be in.
Oh, and this is a big scenario. Got Anarchy off the stage there. Is going to avoid the down throw Cyclone. Big avoidance there from Anarchy, and he has to be careful around this Dr. Mario because he is entering these mid percents where getting hit by one wrong pill, one wrong smash attack, and he might just lose his stocks. Gets hit by a down air, avoids the forward air. That could have spelled disaster. NoTag staying creative on the setups, able to mash out of the grab. Great mash there from Anarchy, saying you can't get more than 2 pummels on
How
me.
about
What
it?
a reversal on this Cyclone. Yes, he did it, and to send Anarchy the opposite direction that time, Chris, and that's going to be a stock at 100.
Wow, 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 wow. The Dr. Mario pick is coming together. Avery, we've gone back and forth on this, and I think we would both agree that we didn't necessarily agree, but I guess that's why we're up here with headsets on and not with a controller in hand. NoTag proving us all wrong, proving the world wrong, showing that Dr. Mario can absolutely get it done against fast and versatile characters like Greninja.
Yeah, I'm fascinated for what other matchups NoTag uses this in. Like, I'm thinking like maybe like Pit. I mean, has like a recovery that has no hitbox, but like you can snipe it with Cyclone. I mean, that's what NoTag's going for on these setups. He's going for these big edge guards and these early kills with moves like up B. I mean, that seems to be his entire game plan, and it's working beautifully.
It's working absolutely beautifully, as now Anarchy, for the first time today, is really forced to dig deep and find a solution, and quickly. We load back into game number 4 here. A series lead in favor of No Tag, looking to put it away as they find their first grab and look to find these patented Cyclone offstage interactions the longer this game goes on.
You're completely correct, Chris. This is the first time that Anarchy has been in a deficit, and to Dr. Mario, no less, his own teammate at Winthrop, Anarchy trying to bring the speed to the table on a big stage like Pokemon Stadium 2, keeping this Dr. Mario off stage. This is disaster, Chris. There's nothing. Oh my goodness! No Tag goes for the one option that's going to neutralize the situation, understanding that Dr. Mario has no chance of recovering, and understanding that Anarchy wants one more hit anyways, and goes for the dunk.
I can't believe what we're watching right now. I can't confidently say that at any point in my life have I thought, man, do I want to see a Dr. Mario go on a run right about now and take down who we truly believe one of, if not the favorite, to win this whole thing, down to a Dr. Mario of all characters, and finding just great plays, smart plays all around. No Tag putting on a show right now.
That is hands down got to be the smartest Dr. Mario play I've seen in a while. That was beautiful to witness, but Anarchy, such a great player, just is not letting that phase him right now. Look as he takes the next stock in strides, only 73% to his name. Now, granted, Dr. Mario has some moves that can certainly kill you at this percent. Greninja's going to do his best to stay center stage, make sure you can avoid those options, go for things like a get-up attack there so you don't accidentally die to a Dr. Mario up B or forward air or back air. But a lot of these Dr. Mario options are going to take your stock, but the percent is certainly building.
Yeah, building it is now. And little room for error too. A lot of what these lower tier characters are sort of forced into is making trades where other characters don't. And well, now you don't have much to trade. Up to 100%, you can't afford to really get hit again because Greninja has so many of these confirmed. But wow, does catch Greninja landing on the shield. We already hit that earlier, that up B is very strong and safe out of shield, but Anarchy with not much left to do it there, but go out and find No Tag waiting. So we tie this series up, and both players take a moment to just breathe.
Now, maybe that is actually the thought that's entering No Tag's brain. This is game number 5 now. If you go Dr. Mario here, there's no more games to play. Do you stick out on this pick that has won you 2 games, or do you realize that, man, this Greninja just back-aired me for sending me off stage at 90, and there was nothing I could do about it? Like, the first stock, yes, I was able to dunk him. The second stock, he just back-aired me.
Yeah, you have to think that's not going to happen again.
So, yeah, what an incredible opening to that game number 4. What a pleasure that was to watch. And we are indeed going to stick on the Dr. Mario. I believe we will be going to a smaller stage. Yeah, I assume this makes a lot of sense for No Tag here. Doesn't want to give so much space for Greninja to run around and move around what he wants to do. This forces Greninja to scrap with No Tag a little bit more and play a little bit more of the Doctor's game, which is these up-close, brutal attacks.
Yeah, brutal indeed. Now, a lot lower percentages so far compared to the other games at this stage in the game. A bit slower approach, and I'm sure the Game 5 mentality, the Game 5 heebie-jeebies are starting to settle in for both of these players. This has been a long series, and I hate to say it, I'm sure neither player was really expecting this to at least go the distance. You're always confident in yourself, but, I mean, we certainly were not expecting the Dr. Mario success that we're seeing. So, No Tag and Anarchy go in the distance, and the mental fatigue is probably starting to settle it in, but certainly not, wow, for Anarchy. I thought Dr. Mario might have had a chance to survive that, but I guess not.
It was quite close, Chris. I mean, the high blast zone of Battlefield certainly helped No Tag there, but wasn't quite able to find the perfect DI to survive that. Not sure if it was possible or not. But I would say this game has slowed down considerably. Anarchy playing this mid-range quite well on this small stage, and No Tag forced to move in on such a slow character. Finds a cake, Chris.
Wow.
Accidentally going slightly above the ledge is Anarchy, and finding himself, I thought for sure when No Tag didn't go for the Cyclone that he was going to live that ledge trap scenario, but somehow the cape connects there, and able to find a stock is No Tag. But it seems like whenever No Tag is able to find these big stocks, Anarchy still holds the lead.
Yeah, and I feel like it goes back to this idea that some of these lower tier characters, the Little Macs, the Ganondorfs, the Dr. Marios of the world, can only find success by sacrificing quite a bit. And it's just a matter of the only way to find success is to keep those trades very positive, or at least as positive as they can be for you. So as NoTag keeps going for these types of interactions, he is racking up damage. He's getting hit quite a bit. This is a slow character, and although for every big moment that we pop off for Dr. Mario, Greninja is having 4 of his own.
Yeah, tries to play a little bit of the spacing game there against Greninja, and that's just going to be a losing battle forward air to forward air there. NoTag notably taking a very deep breath there before entering his last stock of upper finals. He has now taken 50% and has yet to find this stock onto Anarchy, and these mid percents, this is when you hit Dr. Mario with an aerial and he ends up off stage no matter where he is. Oh, and he's getting opened up to grabs as well. Anarchy is figuring out this Dr. Mario. He's figuring out what he has to do to lock down this winner's side Grand. The Battlefield Blaster helping out Anarchy there to survive the Dr. Mario up B and finding center stage as well. This is a terrible spot for NoTag.
Yeah, definitely running out of time here and is going to have to take this stock very, very soon if NoTag wants any shot of staying in it, and sure enough, he absolutely does. So, I mean, chance is a chance, right? As long as you've got a chance, you can win it, but it's certainly still bleak for NoTag, up to now 115% and forced off stage once again. It would take one heck of a run, but the drag down into the down smash is able to finish NoTag off. What a run from the Dr. Mario surprise pick, but Anarchy still asserts himself into grand finals from the winner's side.
Man, when that got to last stock, Chris, I knew if we went off stage, anything could happen. Yeah. We could get a B-reverse cyclone, we could get a down air. Something desperate was coming out there if that Greninja went off stage, and I wanted to see it, but Anarchy did not. Would rather sit himself in winner's side grand finals of Boost on the Beach, and I would too with this amazing prize pool and this amazing competition that we've had here. I mean, what a run that he has had. I believe NoTag was the first person to take games on Anarchy, at least certainly the first one to take him to the last game, especially game 5. Incredible performance there on the Dr. Mario. Clearly knew what he was doing with that counter pick. I imagine they have played each other many times, so it's good to see the Doctor come out and put on a show for us.
Absolutely put on a show for us. And I'm not sure if the Mario has come out today, because I know that NoTag has been on a Joker run for a good chunk of the day as well. So while we were sitting up here thinking maybe we get the Joker, maybe we get the Mario, he surprised us all, and boy did he prove us wrong. That was a lot of fun, but ultimately falling just short to this man on your screen. We can take a look at these stats. Anarchy once again proving why he is #1 in this state. Very strong showing, but boy was it close.
Yeah, Anarchy put up a great performance here, but you can see the taken loss ratio there, only 1.2, so that's probably 1-2 stock that we saw throughout this entire Game 5 series. I mean, this was a nail-biter. I really encourage you guys to watch the VOD if you miss any of this set, because that was a lot of fun, a lot of explosive gameplay coming out from these players, but Anarchy locking it down and making sure that the #1 seed is going to see at least second place today. But Anarchy certainly going for the gold here on this Greninja. A very rare pick, but it's great to see it come out here. A very entertaining character for us all. I mean, ending it off with a drag down, up air, down smash. Not easy execution there, and finding those spots is why people consider Greninja a difficult character. You have to earn your kills as Greninja. You have to find them, and Anarchy just does such a great job at that.
Absolutely, and proven why he is as good as he is. Now, with the upper bracket fully resolved, let's take a look at what we have left to resolve. We make our way down to the lower bracket and work our way through and decide who will face off against Anarchy, now waiting in grand finals. You can see that Endothia and Regalo still need to play each other, as the winner of that will go on to play NoTag, who we just watched fall to Anarchy. So that will be the next series on our screen. We get to watch 2 incredible players go at it once again, because we're so deep in this tournament that there's only incredible talent left. But before we get into that, we do have a pretty sweet announcement from an event you may recognize. Well, how about that? Very exciting stuff from our friends over at Honeypot. And guess what? You can sign up now for Honeypot Hall of Champions taking place Sunday, June 8th at start.gg/HoneypotHOC. And you can sign up now for Honeypot 7 taking place on September 19th through the 21st at start.gg/Honeypot7. Hall of Champions will be the final event at the Putnam Museum with a hard venue cap of 250 entrants, and it features an Ultimate Arcadian. So, Honeypot 7 and TBK Sports Complex will feature collegiate crew battles, a pre-local, and a whopping 270,000 square foot venue. So, Honeypot's a grassroots and scholastic FGC tournament brought to you by Run It Down, UGS, and Visit Quad Cities. They're doing incredible stuff right there. If you're interested, go sign up right now. It'll be a ton of fun for you. It'll be a ton of fun for everybody, and we hope to see you there, maybe.
Yeah, if you happen to play Collegiate Smash, definitely reach out to your esports director and tell them about Honeypot, because I am particularly excited for that Collegiate Cruise bracket at that event, and the venue is just so impressive, absolutely massive. You're definitely not going to want to miss it. They're hoping for 600 entrants this year, and I think that would be an incredible feat. I mean, the Midwest is definitely coming in strong for that event.
Absolutely. Awesome stuff from our friends over at Honeypot, but we are back with the action here at Boost on the Beach. I'm Chris Clayton. That's Avery Giesman. We just watched a crazy series through winners finals. No Tag taking on Anarchy, two of easily the best players here. Went all the way to Game 5. The Dr. Mario pick taking this Greninja that has ran through people in this tournament so far all the way to Game 5 and unfortunately falling just short. So now No Tag awaits the winner of this next series.
Yeah, and it should be a fun one, Chris. We got Regalo and we got Endothia here sitting down, having a good time. It sounds like they're going to have a great time today in this loser semis. Already gentlemaning to the random, they said before this bracket that is what they're planning on doing to foreseeably go with the entire set. So that should be, quite the feat here. I know that Regalo is a random fan. I did not know that Endothia was a random fan. I know that he plays Game & Watch. I know he has some Donkey Kong experience, but I did not know that he was a fan of the random. I am a fan of the random. I'm not sure I would do it at Loser Semi at Boost on the Beach, but these guys will, and we're going to commentate it. So we're going to throw it to Regalo versus Endothia, a random ditto coming at you here. Still best of 5. Winner will fight No Tag in the losers finals, and then the winner of that will fight Anarchy for the title of Boost on the Beach. So let's get right into it. What is the random draw going to be? It's going to be Pichu versus Roy. And let's talk a little bit, Chris, about the random meta. The random meta is a bit different than the traditional meta, because in the traditional meta, you are assumed to have a lot of practice on your character, and so is your opponent. In random, you're not assumed to have a lot of practice, so the meta slightly changes. For example, Pichu recovering in that spot. If Regalo doesn't play much Pichu, he may not be very familiar with that recovery route, and he may have just lost his stock right there. But Regalo, having some experience on the Pichu, should spell disaster for Endothia in the traditional meta, because Roy has a terrible time into Pichu's small stature. In the random meta, Roy kills very early, and Pichu dies very early. It could be very volatile.
Yeah, so the question is, how much experience do these players have? And we're seeing that the smash attacks are just coming out, and that's, in my opinion, a telltale sign of people wow! Okay, he might have made it back, but he does not. A close call there for Endothia, but traded stocks ultimately. Now Regalo down to his last, but yeah, I mean, you would think, which character draw would you prefer in this?
I would absolutely prefer Roy, even though in the meta, Pichu does very well into Roy, and that's exactly what I said before. Roy has these really powerful attacks that Pichu just explodes to at 60. You can aerial Pichu, you can get a back air here on Pichu, and he might just die. And sure, you have to try to recover versus Pichu, but a random Pichu player does not have the knowledge that a Pichu main would have at edgeguarding Roy. And Roy is going to get 2 framed there by the Pichu down air, but that was a spot that, it was more of a layup. These more tricky recoveries from Roy are going to take more knowledge from this Pichu player, and something like that, where you try to get something started as Pichu, but you just run into a Roy F smash, that might not even kill Pikachu at that percent, but it does Pichu, and that's why I would prefer the Roy pick.
Yeah, well, clearly he does as well. And we see the pop-off there after the game. Good sportsmanship from the players, right? Clearly, this is an awesome just time for them, and that's all we can hope for here at Boost on the Beach. But it looks like we're getting right back into it here. We're not going to have much time to break that one down, and why would we? Because neither player knew what they were doing. Oh boy. I see a Samus on my screen, and I have a Samus player standing next to me.
More of a traditional matchup we see here, Chris. I would not be surprised if we see a bit higher level of gameplay out of Endothia's Wolf. Wolf is a character that if you understand Smash Bros, you can probably play Wolf to a decently high level. And Samus, not far off either. Samus is a character that is pretty intuitive. You understand what she wants, and you understand how Samus works. You understand, I want to keep my opponent away from me. I want to charge the big ball that does 30%. I want to use my big grab that covers half the stage. But Wolf, you understand that I need to run in, and I need to utilize these big, strong hitboxes to compete with my opponent. But I also understand that I have a reflector, and you can already see Endothia going for these high-level setups like forward air, back air with Wolf. Those are the kind of things that like are the highest level of Wolf technicality, which is like not that far up because he's just a very intuitive and easy to play character.
It's good stuff and good news for Endothia, but so far, neither player really pulling ahead just yet. Smash attacks coming out, both catching the shields of the opponent. Lots of kill options coming out, a lot of them missing, but finally Regalo finds the finisher there, takes a stock. First stock down, Regalo with a lead though, very significantly high percentage though. Now with, in your eyes, a pretty easy character, should be able to take this.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to say Samus is exactly hard either, Chris, but, I mean, it is interesting to see Regalo's Samus here still playing pretty scrappy with the Wolf, has not thrown the charge shot just yet, understanding that Endothia does have that reflector, doesn't want to use it in the wrong spot and lose a stock. And one of the things you want to watch for when you watch these randoms is watch how these players try to punish attacks on their shield. Because oftentimes they'll go for too much. Like someone will attack your shield and you'll go for like a forward smash because you think it's faster than it is. When really a main of the character would go for an aerial or perhaps a grab. And these things that you have to punish may not be as punishable as you think they are on your character that you're used to.
Yeah, now 190% on this Dark Samus, excuse me, I was distracted. The Rocket League scene is going crazy right now. That was a wild result, but now, Dark Samus still clinging to this first stock for so long, and that up throw it just kills outright. Endothia really struggling. Finally, the dash attack confirms and takes that stock, so gonna have to claw through a whole extra one to even this out, but Endothia finally getting over that first hurdle.
Yeah, Regalo Samus is performing really well here, living extremely long on that first stock and just avoiding the things that Wolf wants to do. Wolf approaching with these aerials, but Samus just stuffing them out. Samus does a great job at contesting Wolf in the air and not, you know, even though Wolf has a reflector, Samus has some tools to contest Wolf on the ground as well. So it's tricky to get around this playstyle and just cannot land on top of the Samus. Even with a strong move like Wolf Nair, the Samus up smash is going to do it right then. And Regalo is certainly happy with that one, and Endothia has to shake that one off.
It was pretty funny too, seeing the players both immediately turn back and look for some coaching from Anarchy, who is sitting right behind them, just barely off camera. A cool little moment. Again, all of these players with so much history with each other, just having a great time here. But randoms, we go back into the draw this time around. Regalo with Corrin and Endothia on the hero. A big little sortie matchup here on our screen.
Okay, interesting thing here, guys. If you do not know, the #1 player from North Carolina is a hero player. And who is #2 in North Carolina, Chris? But Endothia.
Wow.
So, if you go to a North Carolina local, you will likely see a hero play at that grand final. So Endothia, very experienced facing hero. Can he take some notes from his friend and pull out a nice hero for us to watch?
That's a great observation, Avery. That's a big question, and so far looking pretty good so far. Now finding the up B, leaving it right on the ledge for Regalo to jump into. Regalo doing a good job, however. This is a sortie. We saw the success. Wow, this charging up the forward smash, catching the jump, but not quite enough. Kill sparks are liars, so we return back to the stage. Wow, that kill spark does not lie to us, and the first stock is taken.
Yeah, Endothia definitely enjoying the spell menu, not trying to play the sword game versus Corrin, and I think that's quite wise. Corrin with the range advantage and the frame trap ability of these aerials is so strong, especially versus a character like Hero who can be quite slow without the Accelerado. Trying to get a shield pop there with forward smash definitely took that one out of the #1 in NC's book there, as he's going for, Endothia is going for a lot of these like Accelerado and spell setups that you would see from a good Hero player, but he is playing a little bit clunky on the aerial side, and that's what Regalo is trying to capitalize here, is trying to capitalize on the scrap game with Hero to make him not be able to breathe.
Yeah, and breathing he has not done much of, and I'm noticing the menuing too, just not quite as crisp as you might expect. Right, I mean, there's plenty of the menuing, but yeah, I mean, we're so used to watching players, or these Hero mains just instantly find their way down to the 4th option or whatever they need, and we're seeing Endothia really take time to read his screen and go, you know what? I think I want that one.
That's a great point, Chris. And Regalo just has so much less to think about. I'm going to swing my sword in the direction of the Hero. It's certainly a game plan that you can go for as Corrin in the Hero matchup. I mean, it works. It puts Hero in these frame traps, and it puts Hero in the disadvantage, which is exactly where Hero doesn't want to be. You can see Corrin going for this up throw here just to put Endothia in the air, when a Corrin main certainly wouldn't have done that. He would have gone for something that may have comboed into something else. Corrin not a character that has a lot of potent grabs other than putting the opponent in a certain positioning, and Endothia going for an early thwack here, but you can see these Corrin combos just kind of string together. They're fluid, whereas Hero, he has to earn these straight hits and these spell setups that are much trickier.
Yeah, so up to now 100%, you gotta be careful for projectiles like that. Options well set up by Regalo, but unable to capitalize on that one. And now it's Endothia on this side of the ball, protecting the ledge. We find our way back to center stage. Not much room for error anymore for Endothia, as Regalo's still sitting relatively comfortably at now 70%. Should not die just too soon, but Hero does have so many of these random moments, random mechanics that could steal a stock if he needs it.
Oh, certainly. And Regalo does seem fairly familiar with the core, and you see him going for a lot of these instant pin setups, and that's something that you typically don't see from random core, and it's definitely something you have to know how to do in order to do it. And he's going to get grabbed here and is going to take it with the up throw. That'll barely do it here on Pokemon Stadium 2. Corrin, a character that has all the pressure from the aerials and then has the kill throw as well in the kit, and Regalo understanding that and capitalizing. And, you know, even though Hero was able to live a long time on that last stock, it wasn't quite long enough to find that strong last hit, which it can be difficult versus a fast character like Corrin.
And now we know, playing against a great hero does not make you a great hero.
Unfortunately not.
So the answer has been found. Now we roll once again, and I did notice it looks like Regalo, specifically, not super thrilled with this one.
See, that would actually surprise me, Chris, because I think King Dedede is a very good character in random dittos. And let me tell you why. His attacks are so strong, and he lives so long. When you don't understand how to kill King Dedede as a character, he can just live forever. When you don't understand how to get around Gordo ledge traps as a character you don't play very often, his ledge trapping feels so free. So King Dedede has a lot going for him here, but if Endothia understands how to play around Dedede's hitboxes with the snake, how to throw these explosions at the wall, Dedede is going to be in for a world of hurt. And it looks like Endothia does know where the up tilt button is as well, and that certainly will not help.
I would say he's found it, and I'm pretty sure I saw Regalo mouth the word "so bad," if I'm not mistaken. So not having a great time, it would seem, with the King Dedede. But I mean, if we're chalking this one up, he does still have a game to give away. And so far, Endothia looks very comfortable on this snake. You said it, finding the up tilt button, but also, I mean, these these ledge setups. I don't know about that one, but chasing around the shield of Regalo. But I mean, all the aerials, these down airs, the up tilts, it's all landing for Endothia.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Endothia has some time on the Snake, definitely knows some different buttons to press, and is, playing the grenade game and also playing a lot of tilt-heavy smash versus Regalo as he gets hit by DDD up B. Definitely did not foresee that option, and if it did connect, I expected it to at least kill. So it did not do either of those things, as Endothia goes for the CJ Frozen setup we saw earlier with the reverse forward smash, as Regalo also aware that he can inhale the Nikita and throw it back. I mean, this is a very interesting match, Chris, because Endothia is doing a lot of things right, but in my opinion, we're seeing why DDD is a good random character. This is even.
You think so?
Yeah, look, if that hit sweet spot, Endothia would have died.
I mean, you're right, but the up tilt does confirm that one, but it probably won't take much for Regalo to find this
the
one.
jet hammer!
It absolutely won't. Hey, the face goes directly into the palms, as Endothia definitely wants that one back, but can't get it. 4 down to 1 stock, and you said it. I mean, maybe this does favor King DDD from now on.
Yeah, I think Endothia is feeling the random meta right now, going for a bit more of grenade camping. Will he be able to channel his inner Snake main here, willing to sit underneath the platform, or will he feel like he's Game & Watch and he has to approach?
That's the $1 million question, and now we lie in wait as Regalo makes an effort and is promptly punished for it. Now he does find his way in, finds a jab, a good percentage traded both ways, nice back air. You said it, hits hard, it goes for it all on that dash attack, can't quite find it, but relatively unpunished, and now the damage is racking up! The down smash lands, Regalo walks away a winner, 3-1 in the random dittos, and well played by a player who did not look as happy as you did with that King DDD pull.
I'm gonna flex a little bit here, Chris.
Do it.
I think that I understand the random meta. Not a lot of casters can give you guys this expert analysis of why random characters can work out better than you may traditionally see. King DDD Snake is miserable. Snake should win because he has so many tools to knock back the Gordo. DDD, sure, he has some range, but he can't enter the Snake zone. However, in randoms, when you don't clearly understand how to establish Snake zone, Endothia is a very decent Snake. I wouldn't be surprised if it would beat me in a set, but it's so different playing against these heavy characters where you can make such few mistakes that if you don't main the character, you simply can't play that good. Characters like Incineroar, characters like Donkey Kong, characters like DD, these characters are way better in random dittos than some of the meta characters like a Game & Watch is kind of easy, but let's say Snake, like Aegis, for example.
Yeah.
Especially like Steve, if you don't know how to play Steve. Some of these good characters, these heavies can really make things happen.
Well, make things happen they did. And I don't even know why I'm sitting here with these notes still. That gives me nothing if we're doing random dittos. But we can take a look back at how we got here. Regalo putting on a show for us, the number 5 in North Carolina, the fabled Lucas player that we did not get to see any of, at least in that last series. 11 stocks taken, 8 stocks lost. A very close series between the two Winthrop guys, or maybe Winthrop guys, I don't remember, but two storied guys. Yeah.
I'm sure they've played each other from time to time.
Guys with history for sure. Regalo comes out on top. So good stuff from them. Congratulations to Regalo. He's going to go on to play the next round against No Tag.
Yeah, I mean, a lower bracket finals is coming up. You guys are not going to want to miss that. Will we get the Dr. Mario again, Chris? That's the question that you're going to have to wait to see the answer. They're setting up right now, but we're going to throw it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Maybe change the other tag to check out Rocket League, but we'll see you very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Boost on the Beach, the Smash Bros. Invitational. I'm Avery Giesman. Joining me for this last block is Kevin Clayton. We are in our lower bracket finals. No Tag versus Regalo. The pineapples on my shirt aren't as sweet as these matches have been, Kevin. I mean, it's just been an absolute treat, this bracket. We had a random ditto lower semifinals between Endothia and Regalo. Endothia, actually, one of the players that I had making it to potentially the first place prize in this tournament. But, you know, maybe the random needs a bit more time in the dojo before facing Regalo. But we are going to see the lower bracket final. I believe this should be pretty competitive here. We got Lucas versus Mario.
Yeah, that'll be a very fun matchup overall. I mean, I'm so happy that this Boost on the Beach tournament has gone as well as it has for today, bringing it up to that next level and opening up to the, like, inviting a lot of different players over here. I mean, it's just so incredibly nice to have all of this talent. But also, we've seen some pretty, like, really close matches. It started off with, like, people in pools sort of feeling each other out, like getting a good idea. But the moment this bracket hit, people come out the gate swinging. It's crazy.
I have seen some really aggressive Smash today, Kevin. I don't know what your blocks have been like, but there has been a lot of scrapping, a lot of really fast and flashy Smash Bros. These people are going at each other's throats.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny initially because we had, I believe, every match Bear and I casted over to start things off, there was at least one Earthbound character.
Yeah.
Which is like, we were already getting mixed by that, but they were doing such a great job of, like, really keeping, like, taking it slow again, like stock one, and then finding one opening and just blasting it open. It was beautiful stuff. And then suddenly, like, you mentioned a little bit about the randoms. I mean, I got mixed myself. I'm not even in the game, and I got mixed when suddenly there's, like, a Meta Knight and, like, a Simon Belmont, and, like, I'm like, where did these characters come from? And then our broadcast production head is, like, whiteboard scribbling down. They picked random. I'm like, all right.
It's not every day that I go to a tournament and I break out my Simon Belmont as a counter pick. Not exactly the character that I would choose to cover my bad matchups.
Yeah, we can ask Squid.
Yeah, maybe Squid Plumber from Maryland could help us out with that one. He certainly thinks that character is better than Japan, who I think is in agreement that that's, like, the worst character in the game. Like, worse than Ganondorf, I think, is a lot of Japanese players are starting to think that. I don't know what you think about that one, Kevin.
Listen, we talked a little bit about it before. Myrtle Beach has a ghost of a Ganondorf that appears out of nowhere sometimes and then disappears back into the shadows. Whoever that person is, they were not here today, but even so, I mean, there's something about that character that just, you have to at least question it every once in a while.
And shout outs to the local Myrtle Beach community, by the way. Yeah. Coming out in large for this event. I was, building this tournament with Tako here, the local TO. And he has been incredible to work with, bringing a lot of talent here. He invited a lot of these PR players to come out. The Myrtle Beach PR has come out in full, nearly. I mean, I got to play some games with the #1 player in Myrtle Beach. That was a joy. I got to play with Tako, who's, I believe, #6 in Myrtle Beach. So it's been a joy to see the Myrtle Beach talent play on their home turf. Unfortunately, the out-of-region reps are going to take it this time. But, I mean, what a worthy battle they have put up today.
Oh, they had a lot of fun with it. And it was so interesting to kind of watch, like, players from the local scene just really make that, like, splash. The Cloud in particular.
Yeah, that's
really,
the #1 player in Myrtle Beach.
Like, that was beautiful play.
I was shocked that, and then, sure, he had some unfortunate draws, but I was really shocked that he went out as early as he did, because I was really impressed with his gameplay when we were playing in friendlies. I think maybe if he got into more best-of-5 territory, he would have done a lot better. Very adaptive player, really willing to just grab you when you were shielding too much, really adept at comboing on the platforms with Cloud up air. I was really happy to see the best Myrtle Beach has to offer, and I thought he was a great player.
Yeah, and now forgive me, I'm gonna need that name of the Game & Watch player. It was EN something.
That's Endothia.
Endothia. I have never seen. There are certain characters that you don't expect to be, like, overtly aggressive. I get that Game & Watch can, but I was, like, very impressed with just how well they dealt with their, like, people trying to like stall them out, just finding ways to get in. On top of playing against Anarchy, was doing a really good job of getting around, like on actually landing on the main platform. We saw multiple times Anarchy would run away with series just because people couldn't land. Dash attack and down tilt's crazy.
Yeah, Greninja covers so much space with his dash. He's so fast, his dash attack and his running down tilt both combo into kill confirms. What a devastating character that you don't see very often. But Endothia, #2 in North Carolina, and I mean, what a menace. Still in high school, I believe. Look, I don't know if he's planning on playing Collegiate Smash or not, but certainly a strong player in his own right either way. And he is just tearing up majors even. I know he placed 3rd at the Coinbox IRL tournament that I was at. I believe there was like 190 some entrants in that one, I want to say. But I mean, when I was watching him play at that event, I mean, it was just incredible how he was able to lock down opponents and play this kind of Mia-esque gameplay where you just don't get to play the game.
Yeah. There's every time you go into a Smash Bros match, I will preach this till the day I die. Someone's game plan is the one that you have to respect. Usually someone will go into that match with a solid enough game plan to really bring momentum forward, or just by nature of the characters that are picked, you got to play around it. It's when you have those situations where it can go either way that you really start to see the skill level of the players. And I'm telling you, that Game & Watch is a menace every time, all the time. Shout out college recruiters. You heard what Avery said. If it's a high school, like that would be a good pickup. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I have a feeling that he'll have a future somewhere. #2 in North Carolina, and I would not be surprised if we see him rise the ranks of Game & Watch. I would argue it's possible he's, breaking that top 5, top 3 Game & Watch, at least NA. I mean, certainly NA, I would say. I mean, there's some great Game & Watch players out there. I mean, it's definitely a very meta character, something that we see a lot of today. So, it's hard to say how good he is comparatively, but I mean, it's such a strong character.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, lower finals looks to be also a random ditto, Kevin.
You know what? I'm fine with that this time around, just because I do believe that these were the players who started off with the random dittos the first time around in winter semis, which means that, I mean, they knew each other. It sounds like they went to the same school together.
Yeah,
so
they both go to Winthrop.
Yeah, like great stuff all around. You know a little bit about Samus. How do you feel about Samus playing against that giant sword that Ike has?
I actually wouldn't be surprised, Kevin, if I have more time on Ike in this game than I do Samus.
Really?
Which is a really weird thing to say, but during the Wi-Fi era, I used to pretty much exclusively play Ike. Because he was a lot of fun on Wi-Fi in 2020, let me tell you. So, Samus versus Ike, however, I think is a very strong matchup for Samus. It's actually one that I've played often in in-person tournaments against Ike, just because of how well Samus can keep Ike away. Ike, not notoriously a fast character, and of course, you can charge shot his up B or side B when he's trying to recover. Samus is a character that's notoriously good at catching jumps. Ike's whole game plan involves jumping with landing aerials. Samus feels like a really strong counter pick to Ike.
Yeah, we did see a very strong up air to close out the first stock this time around, but I do like the idea that Regalo is doing just, playing it slow, playing it patient, and making sure that if you're going to be playing, if you end up on Ike, we are not letting you back onto the center stage. No, get a couple of slaps in, go for the up throw, and suddenly the percentages and the stock counts looking pretty even.
Yeah, we are already seeing the random effect coming into play. Regalo not going for the up throw there at 150, 160%, even though I, as a Samus player, knew that would take the stock. Going for it instead at 170 when Regalo knew that it would take the stock. So something to consider there. Maybe they'll understand that kill throw is indeed a kill throw. It was buffed at one point. That Samus up throw wouldn't have killed at 170 at one point in Smash Ultimate's lifespan, but certainly will these days. And this ledge trap on Ike is just so strong. But it looks like No Tag's Ike does have some experience on it. It looks like it's playing the neutral quite well and hurting the Samus when she gets to the disadvantage, which is the thing that Ike can thrive in this matchup.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of great movement around the platforms, but letting go of shield just a little too early means you're eating one hefty charge shot to the face. It won't end the stock this time around, but the back air will. Ike going down at 186 after that is crazy stuff. Going for the forward tilt, does get forward aired by Regalo. I do think that right now this matchup is just looking a little bit more favored for the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, no tag, like, in order to win this matchup, has to play a very grounded game with Ike, choosing when he has to jump. Like, for example, that option right there, forward tilt, that's a grounded option, catching a landing of Samus. Because if he jumps, he just gets Samus forward, and it's like so easy of a thing for Regalo to react to and to do. And it's a tough game plan to play if you don't main Ike. It's very unnatural. With Ike, you want to go for the jump neutral airs. You want to go for the fun sword moves. But, I mean, you have to play a very patient, a very slow game in Ike Samus. If you cannot execute this fast pressure that only comes with Ike mains. But you can see No Tag playing with these PS2 platforms very fluidly. He certainly is knowing how to keep the Samus in the air. And that's going to do it.
A very nice forward air to close things out as well. I mean, everything just kind of fell into place on that last stop. It was a lot of just patient game plan. Obviously, there were moments where No Tag was sitting behind and was down, but it's just, when you find your openings, it can really fall into place. Everything can go your way. You just got to be patient.
Yeah, I mean, that Ike forward air certainly covers a lot of that off stage. And when you're trying to recover a Samus and you might not know all the mix-ups, that can be tricky.
Whoa.
This is going to be a tough matchup, Kevin. Now, if this was a normal single set, Kevin, I would say that No Tag would win easily. You know, certainly Ganondorf gets comboed by Bayonetta very hard, and certainly he can never recover, right? But this is random Dittos, and with random Dittos comes unfamiliarity. And I would argue that Ganon is favored in random Dittos.
Oh, I agree. I mean, I think we saw a little bit of it. Regalo obviously respecting No Tag because No Tag was not moving initially. You want to know why? It was because Regalo had his head in his hands saying, how did I end up with this? So with that being said, we are seeing a bit of a combo game online. And yeah, definitely getting a solid game plan down on this Ganon. You're still playing a big body against Bayo, but I agree with you. There's a very real chance that Ganondorf just finds like 2 good hits and runs away with it.
Regalo does not seem like a heavy player so far, Kevin. I'm not sure he has the heavy genes. Right now he is playing Ganondorf with a lot of respect, and that is just not going to work.
Yeah, playing heavy characters with respect. I mean, like, that's fair. Every time we see a heavyweight character in these sorts of situations, hold up. Wait, hold on. My man is at 90% already. I thought this was random.
Yeah, he got hit by a simple Bayo combo that you can learn in 5 minutes, and he still took 90 for it. I hope that's not a problem.
You know, all right, fair enough. I will take your word for that. Listen, take it from the person who has gotten thrown around by this character way too often. I get it. Oh, there's the side special, though. Does not get the follow-up needed right there, but will make the way back to the ledge. Let's go with shield just a little too early and ends up losing another stop for us.
Yeah, I mean, not every day you see the Bayonetta forward smash take a stock there from dropping shield, but it is going to be today. Now Regalo holding the ledge with this Ganondorf. Oh, No Tag accidentally wall clings there. That could have been disaster. Goes for the down throw there. Wall clings again. I do not think No Tag is trying that, especially not versus Ganondorf, where he could get forward tilted for it, but is finding these reverse up air combos, but is going to take a boot to the face, and 26% is nothing for Ganon, but is going to get hit by the Bayo combo here, but not forced off stage.
Yeah, there are 2 up airs, going for the jab, kind of resetting things back. Again, given that respect, you know, Bayonetta can be a little intimidating. Yep, there's those slides, going for the full thing. A very nice combo, but oh, Flame Choke getting a little bit more damage. Not much of a follow-up, though. The Wizard's Foot, special delay canceled into the down air. Beautiful stuff. And now we're in a one-stock situation.
Yeah, it is a one-stock situation, and killing as Bayonetta is not very intuitive. She doesn't have many easy kill confirms. Sure, she has these big smash attacks, but if Regalo stays aware of those, this Ganondorf stock may stay a little bit longer than you may want it to, as Ganon falls out of the side B and gets the up smash. That's why Ganon wins in Random Dittos. Bayonetta was at 70, Kevin, and yet, existing in Ganondorf's space, you don't need to find these complicated kills with Ganondorf. You just use the big moves, and sometimes they connect.
Exactly. I mean, the big moves worked earlier for Bayo. We saw it, the smash attack held and the big fist coming through. And then we just saw, like, wait a second, what if I do that? And it just works into place. Okay, new random matchup. Mewtwo versus Robin. This is one that feels a little bit more, I won't say, it's a little slower probably. Mewtwo's the one who's got to get close, right?
Yeah, this should be a fun one, Kevin. Mewtwo does have access to the reflector as well, but Regalo already looks really comfortable on this Robin. I saw him go for immediate down throw up tilt with Robin, which is not something that you would know exists unless you've at least played Robin to some capacity, and we're already seeing the comfortability with these spells going for, follow-ups from one spell to another. I would comfortably say that it looks like a character that Regalo is comfortable with, but no tag on the Mewtwo. Certainly keeping up thus far. A much lighter character, a huge hurt box that can easily be intercepted by Robin aerials. He's going to have to be quite careful.
Yeah, keep an eye on this. The fire is out and the Levin sword is going with it soon, but the book is still in the hands of Robin. Regalo does end up throwing it a little early. That's all right. It does mean that they will get back onto the stage. Goes for the fire, but that was also out of storage, which means that we will see a very quick poof and a Mewtwo back air to close things out.
Yeah, and we're seeing the knowledge there from No Tag, knowing that the Shadow Ball would go through the Thunder there, and tricky recovery there from Regalo is going to be followed by No Tag. So familiar with the Mewtwo here, but accidentally getting hit by the Thunder there, trying to hit it with a back air, thinking you could swing through it, but that tail is a hurt box as well. But getting the Shadow Ball, almost connecting with the forward air, and this Mewtwo is moving right now from No Tag. He is certainly a nice random main, the No Tag. He is played many different characters throughout his career. We've seen the Mario, we've seen the Dr. Mario, we've seen his Yoshi throughout the years, and he is very familiar, I would say, with multiple characters, maybe a little bit out of Regalo's league.
Hey, I'm all for that. If you have a level of knowledge about these characters that can help you in your tournament run, like, can you really be upset about that? Especially in these sorts of situations. I mean, it's got to help you out, right?
I would certainly say so. And I thought, Regalo looked really good on this Robin. I thought he had a really good understanding of what to do, but No Tag has just been dismantling this Robin gameplay, just pulling out every Mewtwo trick and punishing this Robin like, the laggy character she is sometimes.
Yeah, there is one move that we haven't seen from this Mewtwo yet. If you're trying to use all the tricks in the bag, you're looking for one quick down B to try and close things out. I don't know if we will see that this time around, but I am seeing that those back airs are hurting real nice, and a couple of Shadow Balls will do a little bit of work to get Regalo into the air.
You're completely correct, Kevin, and that disable from Mewtwo is certainly a fun trick in his book, and I definitely would have ripped it right there to try to punish that move, but No Tag going for the safer option of the forward tilt, and a beautiful grab as well. Throw him off the top. No Tag with a 2-stock on the Mewtwo.
Yeah, we do see one of the players in the background devastated that Robin got knocked out. If you don't remember, they played Robin in this bracket as well.
Correct. Yeah, definitely not happy about the Robin losing there, but yeah, able to get it done with No Tags and Mewtwo. Certainly an experienced Mewtwo at that. Loved watching that. Definitely aware of the different setups that this character has in the arsenal. Let's move on here. It looks like we have just moved to North Carolina, Kevin, because Endothia may have just come back on the screen, reincarnated into Regalo.
That's wild. And I cannot imagine that playing a big character into Game & Watch is very fun, let alone Donkey Kong. You may have a couple of good tools, but I'm curious to see how this one plays out.
I actually think Donkey Kong is a fantastic character in Random Dittos, especially if you're playing against a character that has a poor recovery. You just fish for cargo throws. His back air does a lot of work for you, and a lot of people play Donkey Kong for fun, so they have some sort of understanding of him. However, I would argue that Donkey Kong being good in random dittos might not apply when you're fighting a random Game & Watch. He is also quite strong, and this matchup has to be quite good.
Yeah, we do see the Game & Watch stall, using the up special and the down airs, trying to recover high. No Tag is sitting with a fully charged neutral special, ready to let loose that punch at any given point. But we are seeing multiple down airs into up special, looking like stock standard Game & Watch.
And he's walking him to the ledge, Kevin. Oh, and he's going to lose the stock and give him the shrug.
Hey, listen, they get it. They know the rules. Like, you know, pause for a second. All right, let me just air dodge to the blast zone. It's all yours.
Oh, man, and the turtle comes out to edgeguard this Donkey Kong. That's certainly a tool that Regalo is going to have to use if he wants to take this over the big, strong monkey. And it's not looking good here as No Tag gets some momentum here with the ding dong, Kevin, pulling that out first try.
Oh, beautiful stuff here. I love to see that from our No Tag random dittos. Beautiful stuff. As now Regalo's looking to cover a little bit more ground, but man, a couple of back airs and the jump read barely misses. Oh, there's a download happening here. It's
well,
crazy.
This is exactly what happens when you and I sit down for a game of friendlies and I pick Donkey Kong. I'm going for the jump punch. It's a fun move to land. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some other fun moves to land, like B reverse slaps from Donkey Kong that would connect into up smash and kill Regalo here at 60.
Oh no, but the turtle gets a little bit of knockback, sending Donkey Kong just a little too low. I do agree though, one good down we would be able to really close out the stock, but now we're seeing that combo game. We're seeing that thing where now Donkey Kong has to get back on the stage, does find a back air to close things out, and uses the up special to try and get a little bit more value.
Yeah, and this is Regalo's tournament stock here on the Game & Watch, so you know he's locking in, trying to get a hammer to end the game, Kevin, but Karma bites him, rolls a 1, 12%, and they are going to go for the half handshake, I believe, there at the end. Not sure about that one, but it looks like No Tag's Donkey Kong is going to get the job done. And yeah, what a great character, what a fun character to draw in random dittos. You know, you don't want to see Game & Watch on the other side of the screen, but No Tag definitely looks like one of the strongest random players I've seen here. I would say definitely the strongest random player I've seen here tonight. He's played a lot of random dittos today, and I've seen a lot of talent from a bunch of different of his characters.
Hey, I'm all for that once again. But this does mean that we are going to be heading into grand finals. And on the other side is probably the scariest Greninja I have ever seen in front of my own eyes. Anarchy does some really good coverage, but you are dealing with No Tag. We're talking the random king. Look at the stock count, Avery. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, number 2 in South Carolina on Winthrop's Academy team, facing up against, you know, a wonderful Winthrop player from Canada, now in the number 1 in South Carolina. And how poetic that in our grand final here, we have number 1 and 2 in South Carolina battling out for the title of Boost on the Beach. I mean, that's about as poetic as it gets. And let's look at how they got here in the upper bracket. You know, had to make a run here. Not all of these were random dittos, Kevin. A lot of these were really hard-fought matches that were down to the wire. And we can see Anarchy going on the run here in No Tag, coming up from the bottom. I mean, in upper finals and grand finals, impressive stuff from the both of these two. The only set that No Tag has lost has been to Anarchy and went to Game 5 with the Dr. Mario, and that is something I hope to see again. I do not know if we will.
If we do, listen, I'm a simple man. I like my Doc. I think Doc was, when Ultimate released, I was like, this character's cool. They gave him a funny down air. That's going to be great. This character's going to be great. And then Ultimate lifespan occurred, and we realized that, okay. But with all that being said, we saw No Tag really use all of Dr. Mario's tools to the fullest, and I was super excited in the back corner.
Yeah, I know Kevin has had a lot of interest and experience in Dr. Mario as a character. He has some tricks up his sleeve. That up B is strong, and you can combo into it. And specifically, what No Tag has been doing in the Greninja matchup is these edge guards with the Cyclone. The funny downer has not come out yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did, with how aggressive No Tag is being off stage. I mean, I hate to ask Kevin because I feel like I know the answer, but you've been playing Dr. Mario. What's it like fighting Greninja?
It's not easy. I feel like a lot of it comes down to you want to play your out of shield game as much as you can, and we did see No Tag do a great job at utilizing it to its fullest. But Greninja's down tilt and dash attack, what you are looking for a majority of the match, is relatively safe on shield from what I understand, which means it's hard to punish. It's hard to deal with that move at any given point.
Yeah, I mean, Greninja is so quick. His moves can be so safe. And when you're dealing with someone really quick and really safe, you might just want to match that speed, and that's why No Tag is going to try the Joker here in Grand Finals. And, you know, Joker, historically, I think is a character that's annoyed by Greninja. I think Joker can't play his normal game plan versus this character. And that's probably why we're seeing it now and not in Winners Finals, because this is probably No Tag's second, third option versus this character. It's not something that he's going to be thrilled about.
Right, and I mean, with that all being said, I feel like the Rebels card is going to be very difficult to utilize in this matchup in some capacity, which means your Arsens are going to have to count. You have, on average, about 1 per stock, 2 if you are able to hold on for a really long time, but at 82% and halfway gone through it already, 1 down air into the up smash will not take the stock just yet, but you do have Arsene for just a little longer.
Yeah, and a little longer might be all you need him for, but it's not going to happen this time. Trying to mix up with the high tether, but that's just not going to be enough. That's going to be a stop for Anarchy there. Sniping the jump of Joker with that Greninja back air is going to be enough to take the first stock of Grand Finals.
Yeah, great stuff so far. We do see the Rebels guard coming out. If you are going to use it, I do think the off stage is probably your best bet. You're not dealing with any sort of grabs out there. So armoring through a shuriken or 2 or one of these back airs can add a lot of value. But we do see Anarchy using the up tilts into the up air, doing a lot of damage. We see the side special, the Aegon Connect, and the dash attack as well to really keep that momentum going. But we're looking for this last hit. Dash attack going the opposite way means that it will not KO just yet, but a beautifully placed back air will be able to even out the stocks.
Yeah, but now you're not going to have any more Arsene to build up damage onto this Greninja, and you're close to losing your own stock. And look at these B-reverse shurikens to just stall in the air. Greninja is a very fast-falling character, but if you utilize shuriken, his momentum sort of stops. So you can utilize that to stay in the air longer, to place yourself to edgeguard Joker. Anarchy showing off that tech, wouldn't be surprised if it earns him many stocks.
Yeah, we do see a perfect parry is able to get a little bit of value there, but he's not going to go for too much more. A couple of down tilts onto the shield into the dash back is going to add a lot of value there as well. 1 forward air to the face will send Joker flying off stage at 155. If they made it back to stage, I do believe Arsene would have come out relatively soon, but 1 quick back air will be able to secure that stock as well, and so we are back at square one. How do you get through this Greninja with 1 Arsene?
It's so difficult, Kevin, and Anarchy is just putting No Tag in a lot of checkmate scenarios. It's either you get hit by the shuriken, which combos into an air tool, or you avoid the shuriken where Anarchy already is, and he understands that he has to just place his aerial in the position that you have to recover. No Tag in a fine position here, though, might be able to find a back air onto Greninja, but he's just too slippery, Kevin, and he finds the Arsene, able to help him out, but if you don't have it into this next stock, you could be in big trouble.
Yeah, very slippery frog, but going off stage, going for the back air right on top of Anarchy, saying that I'm not even going to mess with teching on the stage. You're going towards the blast zone, securing that stock. But in return, Anarchy, with a little bit of invincibility to start things off, means that they will get a lot of value to secure a ton of meter off of that Arsene and percentage onto this Joker.
Yeah, Anarchy is not here to play around. You can see just the setups working together so fluidly, just tracking No Tag down, making him make these quick decisions that if he guesses wrong, he loses his stock. And, No Tag doing a great job at playing the burst here, trying to keep this frog off of him. Joker does such a great job at playing the mid-range and punishing you for swinging in the wrong spot. But No Tag is just spending so much of this match off the stage to where Anarchy is just going to find these edge guards eventually. It's up to No Tag to live long enough here to have another Arsene to take this stock from this Greninja nice and early, and it looks like he just might do it.
Yeah, we do see the Shadow Sneak coming through. Does not connect this time around, but the forward air will. And we do see a second Arsene for this stock, which means that we could see potential reversal, but the forward air does catch the approach, and that means that this game will go to Anarchy.
Indeed, and that Arsene was certainly very scary for Anarchy, that you were at that 60% range. That is the percent where if you get hit by the wrong move, you just might lose that game. So Anarchy very happy that that forward air was able to connect, leaving No Tag with the decision of what do I try next? Am I going to be able to recover versus this Greninja? It's so difficult as Joker, and maybe that's part of the hardship he has with Mario too. I'm not quite sure. I have not seen his Mario versus Anarchy's Greninja. But, I mean, he's going to try it again, and I'm not sure I agree with it, especially here on FD, where I feel like Greninja really thrives at catching landings. No Tag's going to have to play some really tight neutral here if he wants to take this game number 2.
Yeah, we have the one-winged angel playing in the background. You're fighting the final boss right now, and it is scary stuff. Here come the Greninja combos to start things off. Going for the Shadow Sneak, but not going off stage with it. Instead, tries to go for a bit of an edge guard, doesn't find too much. It now gets the Nair into the forward air, sending No Tag off stage. Arsene is online, but it is still a very high percent and very quickly, or very rapidly going down.
Yeah, you can see just how quickly that Arsene meter goes down when you hit Joker. Joker loses that Arsene meter so fast just from taking damage, and he's too far out to recover, Kevin. That's just checkmate again. Joker is such a strong character in the neutral, and he has this comeback factor, but when his comeback factor is just getting sniped away from getting hit so many times, and when his stocks are getting lost so often from these clinical edge guards from Anarchy, man, Joker just looks lost.
Yeah, and that's just the hard ask at this point, is that if you can't find your opportunity to really utilize one of your greatest equalizers, if you're going to go down early, you're like, okay, well, I'll get my advantage at this point. But every time so far, it's just been Anarchy continuing that advantage, no fear, making sure that they're getting as much value as possible. And I mean, yes, there we do see a great reversal. Going for the down air into the up smash will be able to equalize things, but at this cost now, it means that Arsene is gone for a little bit.
Yeah, we are at 90% here is Joker, and although the stocks aren't even, Greninja just has so many of these kill confirms that are so consistent, and Joker just ends up in that spot where he just gets back aired. This just seems so practiced from Anarchy. This looks like a matchup that he has played so much, and I'm just not sure No Tag has the experience level available to him to figure this out.
On top of that, look at when Anarchy is the one on stage, how difficult it is for No Tag to land. Joker is a character that has great aerials to get their combo game started, but every time it just feels like they are dragged across the stage. They try to air dodge to the sides, and every time they're just continuously finding themselves in awkward spots where they're getting put into the blender. It's so incredibly difficult to deal with, and admittedly, I don't know. Greninja is fast enough that you wouldn't expect anything too crazy, but it's just adding so much.
The pace has slowed down a bit, Kevin. These two aren't quite sure how they want to play this last hit scenario as far as this stock goes. These players are trying to weave in and out, utilizing the speed of their characters, which is their strength. And Anarchy getting a little bit scared there on the recovery, accidentally not going vertical there, only horizontal, and giving No Tag one last chance to claw his way back here. Doesn't want to go down 0-2 in the grand final, but it's going to be tough to recover here because Anarchy is just so good at sniping this Joker up B. But No Tag will figure it out that time and holds Anarchy in position.
Yeah, one good up tilt into the up air will not be enough, and we are getting dangerously close to that factor once again. Could this be the opportunity needed? We are seeing a couple more good hits. We should see Arsene online in just a second. There's just an extra pixel. There's that stray hit, and getting away from the up air, instead eating the back air, going for the up special off stage, is able to make it back to the ledge, and the down down airs missed twice, going for a back air, sending out Anarchy off stage, has to recover high and a little away from the ledge to make it back onto stage.
Kevin, that was a regrab. No Tag only had to space the Joker down air to hit Greninja at any point. It wasn't a timing thing. It was purely spacing. And No Tag might just lose the game for it. He does not. He reversals the Greninja, going for the back air and slips in a back air of his own. An absolute miracle. Scores No Tag game number 2.
Well, there you go. At the very least, you have reset the feeling of this. It is no longer a best of 5, it's a best of 3. Both sides shaking it off, saying, all right, let's do this song and dance. It was beautiful play from both sides to get that game plan going, but in the end, it was sort of a panic from both sides. We saw the down air not connect, and then suddenly Anarchy's like, oh, I have my chance, but starts throwing out the areas, and they're barely missing as well. It was just a lot of pressure all at once. Now, we're in between sets. Take a second to breathe. You need to stay patient. There is a hefty amount of money and a trophy on the line.
I really hope we see some of that patient gameplay come through from No Tag again. Yes, Anarchy is so fast, and yes, his combos are devastating, but No Tag might be able to get some footing here if he can figure out the patterns that Anarchy is going for. How am I getting hit? How am I able to weave around this such quick Pokemon? And he's going for these big reversals, Kevin. There's no way that just took the stock at 0.
There's no way, bro. There's no way. Oh, every time I see a Joker find opportunities to really close things out, it is beautiful stuff. We see the jab to secure a little bit more percent, but now we're on the opposite foot. No Tag has the stock lead to start things off, and Anarchy's looking to close it out, but that also means that now you are playing against multiple Arsens. You're playing against multiple opportunities for No Tag to really equalize that value. Frankly, playing on tempo. It is beautiful stuff. We do see the aerial connect to close out that stock, but that does mean that we will see 1 Rebel's Guard on the dash attack, a very good call out, and 70% on Anarchy off stage.
No Tag with a real lead here. Not sure when the last time we saw that, Kevin, was, but when he gets Arsene here, he will be in advantage rather than in disadvantage. So he's not going to have to utilize this Arsene to reversal Anarchy. He's just going to be able to use it for a nice, clean edge guard, and that's going to earn No Tag a very nice, healthy Arsene to gain himself some damage for this last stock.
Tempo, tempo, tempo. It's not unique to crew battles, Avery. It's very important in all forms of Smash Bros. And right now, the tempo is going to the beat of No Tag. You have a ton of tools ready and in your disposal at all the right times, but you gotta be sure you are playing to that tempo. Otherwise, Anarchy might mess up that beat.
Absolutely, and here we are with No Tag with almost an entire stock lead on Anarchy. Something, I mean, an incredible feat. If you would have told me that at the beginning of the set, I wouldn't have started believing you, as I saw Anarchy just absolutely disable this Joker in the offstage scenario, and that's just one of the moves No Tag could not have gotten hit by there, because that will combo into the Greninja forward air, and now No Tag finds himself on a last stock scenario, no Arsene, is going to have to honestly get some damage here and build up for that Arsene to be at its most scariest, as Greninja works to do the same, but without the comeback factor, with the going for those early edge guards off stage with things like back air. That's going to be what Anarchy's looking for here at these low percents.
Oh, there's a very nice drag down into the grab. Going off stage for the back air does hit Anarchy, but Anarchy able to tech that situation and still find their ways to survive. A grab from Joker will be able to get a little bit more value. Going off stage, trying to get the Joker back air. Will be able to connect it, but it's not enough just yet. We do see Anarchy sitting at 150. Has to go a little bit wide and is able to make it back onto the stage, but does get caught jumping, which means that back air will connect, and No Tag walks up 2-1 in the series.
Fantastic follow there from No Tag, starting to get used to these Anarchy recoveries. I think they're starting to get used to each other's recoveries, if I might say. This Joker, you know, those back airs are so big. They cover so much space behind Joker, and they send the opponent towards the blast zone. It's like that Greninja back air. You know, it's not a multi-hit, but it covers a lot of space, and they're doing it to each other so well.
Yeah, well, now a new factor has been taken into account here, Avery. We are in a public venue. We are in a restaurant. If you catch a little bit of audio in the background, it's because dynamics are happening behind us. It means that this venue is about to get really loud, and we've seen the players play through this, but it also seems as though No Tag and Anarchy are relatively close with each other. It would not shock me if they wanted to take a second to breathe, or maybe they will just hop into it. Either way, it will be a real factor in this.
I believe both players are headphoned up. Yes, they are.
Nice.
Kevin. So
okay.
these players a little bit less affected by the show going on here than perhaps players who do not have headphones. So both players ready to lock in. It looks like Anarchy has one earbud in, but No Tag rocking the full headset.
Yeah, another big factor at this. I meant to make a comment about this before. Anarchy counterpicked to Final Destination. You were saying that you thought that this would work out for Greninja, and it's clear that Anarchy agrees until you have situations like that. A very strong back air from No Tag very early on means that once again the tempo of this match is in No Tag's favor.
Yeah, No Tag is figuring out these Greninja recoveries and just back airing them. Anarchy is having a terrible time off stage. The roles have completely reversed, Kevin. It seems as though Anarchy is scrapping to find answers.
Yeah, all right, so we do see Grab Connect. Joker sitting at 49%, while Anarchy has already passed that threshold. We are seeing a complete momentum swing. Grand Finals, a quick charge forward smash, but the Rebel scarred all the way down. It is crazy how beautiful this gameplay is. I mean, Greninja going for the Nair, is going to look for the forward air. It's not going to connect this time around, but they are willing to play it just a little bit slower.
Yeah, but I mean, No Tag with the full stock advantage here and halfway to Arsene, I mean, you have to figure this out. You have to decide what you're going to do. And Greninja is able to get the stock here, and No Tag finding himself at 0% yet again. Off stage is Greninja. No Tag holding the ledge trap and trying to find the grab here, putting pressure onto No Tag. In the control on center stage is Greninja, and he is trying to get around this zoning that the guns provide. But I mean, No Tag's just doing such a great job at holding down this space, playing the mid-range against Anarchy, something that has been not working in his favor.
All right, we did just get confirmation from production. There is a bracket reset if No Tag does take this series, which would be beautiful stuff. No Tag able to get their game plan going. Arsene is online and playing to that tempo. There's the back air from center stage. It won't be enough to close it out, but Anarchy mixing up the recovery, going high to get a ton of value and get back to stage. But the Aegon lingering gets a little bit awkward.
Wow, I'm surprised that that wasn't an up throw there from Anarchy. I thought that would have taken it, but instead, getting stage spiked by No Tag. Disaster for Anarchy. Finds himself down a stock and a half here in game number 4.
Yeah, we do see Anarchy making it back to ledge. Again, the tempo right now is in favor of No Tag. 2 Arsenes to deal with 1 stock on Anarchy. You need to be aware of this. You need to play it slow. You need to play it careful. As we do see Anarchy trying to close out this stock, using the down smash, playing aggressive, understandably slow. If they win this game, they can try to make this 1 series. Instead, No Tag is trying to make it 2 series, trying to bring it all to the forefront, and we are seeing great gameplay from both sides.
You certainly need to take this stock before Arsene comes out, and Anarchy cannot accomplish that task. No Tag fell out of Greninja back air, and for that, he is going to reset the bracket. That is one of the downfalls of Greninja, is sometimes you can just fall out of his multi-hits, and I'm pretty sure that one saved No Tag's life.
I mean, listen, it's a bracket reset, and the Macarena is playing in the background.
It is.
I cannot believe the siding we are in right now. And I also, admittedly, was not expecting a bracket reset. I think Anarchy has played so commanding throughout this entire tournament. And on top of that, it was the dock that was thrown in and picked the first time around. I was not expecting the Joker to be the answer.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I really wonder what No Tag figured out with the Dr. Mario, that he's like, I can exploit this with Joker. Like, did he just study the recovery patterns of Anarchy with Dr. Mario and then say, I think Joker's back here, like, can really punish this, and then just went Joker?
I mean, it's beautiful stuff either way, but now we swapped the stage. We got platforms this time around, and I'm curious to see if this will work better in Anarchy's favor, because the last time around, the landings were such a big aspect of what Anarchy was using to gain advantage. But now, we're talking about landing on the platforms. You have an extra element to this, but Greninja can take advantage of those platforms as well. We do see Arsene is online. Greninja sitting at 25%, but this means that right now, Anarchy is the one with the tempo, as Arsene's already halfway gone.
Yeah, Anarchy starting the set number 2 with the momentum here on the different stage. Change the stage, change the mindset, do what you gotta do to get yourself back locked in. You don't want to lose to your teammate for second place here at Boost on the Beach. You want to take it all as the number 1 seed, and is gonna find the reaction there on the Rebels guard, gonna find a strong forward smash. Anarchy reversing the tempo, Kevin, it might be enough.
Yeah, we do see a very nice drag down situation there. No tag, playing a bit back, using the neutral special, using the up airs, trying to really keep that momentum, try and bring it back into their favor. Again, the aerial Rebels guard is so important for no tag. If you, Greninjas are not afraid to grab, especially Anarchy. If you're going to get value off of it, it's going to be off of situations like that. We see Arsene online, only 39%, and now the stock counts are even. It could be enough to really get that momentum back in no tag's favor.
Yeah, that never would have done it on FD, Kevin. It's only because Anarchy was caught on the PS2 platform there that the Arsene up smash was able to take the stock, and no tag certainly has swung some momentum in his favor. A big 2, Kevin, 2 Rebels guards.
I am telling you, the way you do this is through the Rebels guards in the A. You call out Anarchy on these aerials. Anarchy's been doing a great job of stuffing out approaches, on stuffing out landings. If you are able to call that out and say, you are not allowed to be doing this to me, let me play my game, suddenly this whole series is turned on its head.
Yeah, look how even this game has become, calling out the Rebels
side
guard that time. Yeah, you can't use that in my house, says Anarchy. I've given you 1 free Arsene too many. That trick is going to have to be saved for later.
That was a very good call out, because suddenly you have to give it the respect it needs. If any other situation, we would see no tag sort of dancing around these opportunities. There's the drag down up airs from Anarchy, keeping that damage going all the way to the top. That was an amazing aerial. They traded, but he still goes down.
Yeah, I mean, the counterplay from the Rebels guard coming out, the call out with that forward air, just catching no tag, slipping there on the DI, just throwing him straight off the top. I mean, that Greninja forward air is so strong, sometimes you just get caught. I mean, it's incredible.
That's truly insane. Because, again, talking about that FD pick, I don't think you go all the way up there. I don't think you follow to that point. Maybe it does KO. But, like, using the platform and truly chasing to the top and just willing to risk it. You have the stock lead, and it could have been a situation where they both go flying. But, I mean, this is the way to do it.
There's no way we just went back to FD, Kevin. What is this?
I mean, this has got to be no tag's counter pick, but I wonder what the bans were. I would love to know what's running through these players' heads to leave this stage open in exchange for something else.
Yeah, that is fascinating to think about. I'm not sure what he's going for there. But, I mean, the Joker has been performing so well here on FD. I would argue it's a better stage for Greninja, but no tag clearly disagrees. I mean, with how the performance has been on this stage, and unfortunately just falling a little bit too low there is going to lose an early stock there to Anarchy. Anarchy has to be feeling really good about this game number 2 so far. I mean, the momentum pendulum has just been swinging so widely this series. It's, you know, getting a strong start like that is going to be a strong indication of who's going to take this game.
And it's such a momentum breaker. You had the wind in your sail. You had the Rebels guard on the Shadow Sneak, getting all that value. And to lose that, it hurts. But you can't let that get to you at this point. You need to fully lock in. Take a deep breath, my friend. You can still make it back. You just got to make sure you are utilizing your tools to your fullest.
Absolutely, but Anarchy is just locking down No Tag at the ledge right now. You cannot utilize Arsene if you're just in the corner getting pummeled. And although you find a forward air there, Anarchy stock is still on the board and you can't find the edge guard either. Anarchy is running away with this game. You're at that percentage where those consistent kill confirms are going to start confirming. You are able to find a Rebels guard, but it's not going to get you an Arsene just yet. You might just die to the down tilt. Anarchy is not getting these forward airs.
I mean, it's very important that is your dodge move. We do see Arsene is back out, and the ledge trump does go through, but we don't see the connect afterwards. The Shadow Sneak comes through, going low. We see Greninja having to use the Shadow Sneak again. A great dodge with the up special, and the forward throw thrown out means that now No Tag has to jump and get hit by the Greninja back air. Momentum fully in swing of Anarchy.
Yeah, even though No Tag is able to find the stock there, Anarchy has found his footing once again. Maybe just the change in stage that one time was able to reset Anarchy's thoughts on what he needs to do in this matchup. But he started finding these edge guards that he was finding in the first games of the series. Back in set number 1, he's just completely found what has been working for him this whole time. Can No Tag reverse the momentum as he's done before? Find the same counterplay? Is Anarchy doing the same things, or is it now such a different level that No Tag can't find it? We will have to see.
Yeah, if you are going to equalize this game, it's got to be with this Arsene right here. I do believe that No Tag has found a level of tempo, some sort of advantage to using the Rebels guard and has been utilizing it extremely well. But with that being said, that Arsene is gone. At this point, you want to use what you have as best as you can to secure this stock. You may get one more if you are very cautious and very calculated with your Rebels guard. Otherwise, it may spell disaster.
Yeah, this is certainly a disastrous situation for No Tag. Just scrambling to try to get back to the stage, scrambling to try to find a reverse edge guard, just hoping that Anarchy is going to come off stage and press something wrong. But Anarchy just playing too safe at this point. We see these recovery mix-ups consistently coming out from Anarchy, and No Tag has not found the guess right. I mean, Anarchy can either go for that mix-up or he can go straight up and make No Tag miss either way. Even though you have Joker back here, Anarchy just seems to have the play around it. Not quite going to do it with a forward smash. Kevin, he somehow is going to get another Arsene, but yeah, that's just going to not help him at all in that recovery. It's actually going to make it harder.
That was our situation, and probably a mental note for Anarchy that back air hit in just the right spot. That is what No Tag has been doing this entire series, calling out the Greninja hitbox on that up B and throwing out those Arsene back airs, closing out stocks incredibly early. But on the other side of that, Arsene also doesn't have that hitbox. If No Tag, goes low enough, you're gonna be able to do the same thing back. That's how that stock was closed.
Yeah, it does have a bit of invincibility at the start, but at the end of the day, Joker travels very predictably during it, and he loses that invincibility quickly. And Greninja, because his back air is a multi-hit, it lasts so long, it just makes for such a clean interception to that Arsene up B. It just makes a lot of sense to go out there and to try something. But what No Tag's been doing with those is he's been able to find the reversals. He hasn't been able to find the reversals just yet in this series number 2. Maybe he'll find it in this game number 3.
Yeah, again, FD left open, and I think that at this point it must just be a handshake sort of deal. Both players are willing to play on this stage, at least for now. We do see No Tag finding the grab, getting a little bit of momentum back, trying to go for that ledge jump once again, but Anarchy returning in stride, going for a couple of aerials. Does get reflected a shuriken back to the face, but nothing too crazy to start things off as No Tag tries to bait an air dodge, but the air dodge works in Anarchy's favor.
Yeah, it looks like No Tag does have Anarchy a slight bit scared when he's trying to recover. We see Anarchy going for these like immediate counterplay options to try to guess what No Tag's going to edge guard him with, but that's going to be disaster, Kevin. No! Anarchy mistimes the down smash, and No Tag will find himself on stage once more.
That is a best case scenario if you are No Tag. You are losing Arsene at this point, but you do find yourself with the stock still in hand. It is possible to still get your percentage build up, but there's that down tilt into the quick double jump for that forward air. I will secure that stock, and our Anarchy is sitting at 83 and very happy in that position.
Building momentum and building it fast is Anarchy. What a show this has been. He just is dismantling the game plan that No Tag has figured out. That's the first Shadow Sneak he's been able to land off stage. and the trade comes through. No Tag says, no, you don't get to be sneaky with me. I sneak on you.
It was a beautiful call out to secure that one stock. Again, it can be anyone's game, but right now, Anarchy's momentum is truly insane. It feels like it is all snowballing at once, and I love to see that. I love watching good fighting games. I love watching good Smash Bros, and I gotta say, this is some of the best gameplay we have seen tonight.
Yeah, and speaking of fighting games, the rage drive, if you will, coming out from No Tag here. The button that gets him back into the swing of things is this Arsene. It extends all of his hitboxes. It increases his knockback. What can he do with this sliver of a bar when Anarchy is just not pressuring in an unsafe way? He's just playing around what No Tag wants to do. No Tag finds himself at 100%. Anarchy only at 70. Will that do it, Kevin? Not quite. Another Arsene may just come through, but it might be too little, too late.
We do see the down tilt into the down smash. Is it enough? It is. And that will secure a 3-0 victory for Anarchy in the reset.
Congratulations, Anarchy, on the win at Boost on the Beach, the Smash Bros. Ultimate Invitational. What a run he has had. And you may say at home, man, the #1 seed takes it. Man, what a shocker. But if you were here with Kevin and I all day, with Chris, with Budwar, with all of us here, I mean, what a show this whole day has been. It has not been an easy path for Anarchy by any means, and there is no doubt that No Tag put on a show with not one, but not two, but however many characters he played today. What a journey it has been for these Winthrop players and all the ones before them as well. Boost on the Beach has been concluded. Your winner is Anarchy.
Beautiful stuff all around. No Tag had multiple moments of true adaptation. Both sides found moments to keep the game plan moving. It was never static. You weren't seeing the same thing over and over. It was multiple adaptations going forward and forward, and the mind games getting more and more complex, and it all evolved into truly Grand Finals reset. It was just a little too much at that point, and Anarchy finds the momentum he needs. That last hit, that is how you hit #1 in South Carolina. That's how you hit top 100 in the PR.
Yeah, I mean, that adaptation is only seen at the top level of Smash Bros, Kevin. It's not something you see every day. It's really hard to lose first set, win the next one. I've competed for a long time. That is a difficult thing to do. Just the mental fortitude that takes is truly incredible. And we're going to look at Anarchy stats in a second, but before we do, I'm actually going to pass the microphone to Anarchy to get on an interview with Mr. Kevin Clayton himself. But Kevin, let me just thank you for the commentary block. It was an absolute pleasure. Congratulations to you, Anarchy. What a performance that was. Greninja is entertaining to watch. I'll let you talk to the people with my friend Kevin here.
Alrighty, Anarchy, I have to ask first things first. You have won Super Smash Bros. At Boost on the Beach, the Invitational. How are you feeling right now?
I feel great. I don't know. I feel like I worked pretty hard. I was studying a little bit between sets. You know, I don't know. I feel like some people were like, you know, just hanging around, like, having a good time. But I was like locked in the entire time. I was tired because I didn't get that much sleep, but you know, I made it work after all.
Hey, all good. I want to talk a little bit about that match that we just saw. You were in that final situation, and it goes through the reset, but you managed to 3-0 after that reset. Kind of walk me through your thought process a little bit. What's going through your head going into that reset to bring you to that 3-0?
I think I was feeling like pretty good about the tournament. I was like, okay, I feel satisfied like where I am right now when I was in grand finals at first. And I wasn't expecting what to come from him, what character he was gonna go. But I don't know, I just kind of figured out why I was getting hit. Like I was getting hit in the air, like for like landing on him and the aerials and stuff like that. But I was like, if I just manage to play on the ground and like make him try not to make him hit me, and like more focus on hitting on like just avoidance rather than hitting the opponent, and it kind of just worked out for me.
Yeah.
Well.
I mean, every time we saw you on this stream, it was beautiful how well you were able to catch out the landings, and as well as this like with punish sort of style where people would be trying to land on you, and you were so deliberate about really making sure that you were getting as much value as you can. I gotta say, we don't see too many Greninja players, at the very least where I come from. I'm from Ohio and I go to college in Virginia. This character looks like it is a beast to behold. What are your thoughts on like this sort of setting and like the character moving forward? Do you think that this character, like you can really bring this character even further?
I genuinely do believe that, but it's because the matchup spread is really good. Like no matchup is like feels like completely undoable, and like I can just and I have like a lot of tools to adjust things. So I think Greninja is like top 20, top 25 or top 30, which I think is good enough to like win a major for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, great stuff all around. Thank you so much for this interview. And with all of that being said, I do believe that we are going to cut things away for now. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope all of you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care.